one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain, they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no, they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I'm falling and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I'm falling and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I'm falling and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix. I'm falling and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times from the ashes.
I'm feeling good on a hot, hot day. I'm feeling good, so good. On a hot, hot day, I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day, I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day, yeah, yeah.
WBG's Double Transformers comp with lousy quality equipment and heroes with insufficient rage suddenly encounters YZG's Viper, Wushin, and Yorihime's comp. WBG's Sleepwalker, who first had ult, used Titan's Call but was surrounded by enemies and instantly defeated. And WBG's Jing escaped with more than 200 meters after attracting fire from two rivals, which were YZG's QGG and YZG's CXZ. Then unfortunately, knocked down. On the other side of the battlefield, WBG Xiao cautiously approaches WBG Jing and successfully resurrects WBG Jing in the nick of time. This time, there must be viewers who want to ask, how did WBG Jing determine that he could revive his teammates in time? In a team with casualties, fallen teammates must turn into Karens and come with a dwindling red progress bar. Before the progress bar goes dark, if a teammate approaches and uses the resurrect, it will fulfill the red progress bar and bring the hero back to life. If two teammates perform a resurrect 2-1 at the same time, it will double the rate of reviving. The speed at which Karen's red progress bar decreases will also relate to Shadow Corruption's progress. In the first Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the seventh Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first Shadow Corruption spreading. As the first healer on Moros Isle, Karumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform Resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Karumi's Binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near Karen and avoid damage from Shadow Corruption. It is worth mentioning that all three forms of Binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of Resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive Team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's Nbpl Season 1 Trio game.
OC's 28HH actually going to be picked up by Slayer, but then Slayer picked up by GD's Don Queen with a huge cannon shot here. GD starting to retake control of this match as OC is eliminated, and now they're moving up to 16. They're not able to capitalize on it before the sun ends. TXJ going to throw the F3 out.
The third party is coming through. Alliance have seen that they've used the Viper ultimates and the TP, and now we're coming in with the Viper ultimate. They've been able to get onto every single member of Aces, all caught up in the exact same space. Yojo affability is going to come through. From OUG. Out comes the Poison Splash, in jumps YZG right into that damage. The Greatsword is there, the Bellfang coming through to try and save Wade. Half HP and below is caught out by the Dual Blades, and then the tack attack right into the remaining members of OUG who were trying to peel and save Wade with a distraction, but all that's done.
It is a 2v3 situation. Lee, though, getting blitzed down. ZU actually going to be eliminated, and now it's a 1v2 situation. 17 JLJS going to use the ultimate. They need to eliminate Eagle here if they want to have any hope of getting their team back, but Eagle going to try to tap dance. OUG SS just trying to continue to pump damage out. Ventus is W at 98. Going airborne now is JJHRD.
It's just holding court on the south end of the circle. There's not really a lot of contest coming through, as you are just going to be walking right into that Karumi AoE. There's another grab and potentially a slam to follow.
S1转瞬即逝，没来得及好好发挥就已经结束了。
第二轮，哎，对，倒了，被淘汰了。
或许你曾和我们一样经历过低谷，备受质疑
，2次宇宙冠军失之交臂。
你先走，你们先走，先走。
YZG 出局了，新蜀电竞应该是10拿10稳了。
哎呦，钱滚滚也是被带走了。
找到甲，有个新的甲，一打找的。
S1的时代已经落幕了吗？我并不这么认为。
渴望是我们对于 S1赛季的总结。
庆幸我还选择留在这个舞台，我仍向大家证明，我们并非弱队。
他追到一个 A 队 ，A 队是带大过来的 ，A 队在这个位置已经拿到12个击败分了。
赛场经验是我们最强的支撑手段。
你往里面顶。
是。
我要被这个蓄力打到了。
经过这个双周的鏖战，小雷神这个名号也总算保出来。
那过来，小雷神这边又是进行一个双抓，空摘摘到一个，有没有计划再双抓呢？又抓到了，又摘吗？我就直接拍吧，因为初月这边其实已经给了他一个血阵。
天人前10，天才少年，在座的比比皆是。
两边招式都是一样的，
直接震到。
我只能说
不怕虎。哎呦，被空震，2把刀连震。
WBG 承载着 S1冠军的荣光，虽然此刻我在仰望，但终有一天我也能沐浴当中。
Nbpl 这个舞台确实很大，但我还想走得更远。
2022 Nbpl S2，我要把失去的全都拿回来。
如今的 YZG 已经蜕变完成，周冠军我们势在必得。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. Welcome. I'm joined by my boy Foxdrop tonight. Foxdrop, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm fantastic, mate. I'm ready for some more bloodthirsty Naraka. I saw the last set of solos that we had here, and I'm hoping we get some more disgusting performances like we saw before. I am well hyped to see what we can get today.
Oh, man. Yeah, solos earlier this week was absolutely insane. WBG's Spider breaking record after record in his final game, comes in and Thanos snaps half the lobby out of existence. And, you know, I talked about this a little bit with Dobby on stream during that stream. And, you know, I'm a trios man at heart. I love the different competitive compositions that these teams put together, how well they coordinate and play together. But, you know, as much as I enjoy that and I usually prefer my trios, this is what I'm hype about. After that performance that Spider put in Game 6, earlier this week, solos is where the action is to be had, because there are a lot of people out there. You know, we've not seen things get personal between the players in the pro league. You know what I'm saying? Every time we cut to them, they're in the back room, they're hanging all over each other, they're having a good time regardless of what team they're on. It's just good, wholesome competitiveness. But Spider in that final game put some disrespect on certain players' names. One of those players being AOW's Mike. AOW's Mike is consistently been the favorite to win solos in every single season, in every single bi-weekly. Mike is the name to watch. And that game got absolutely insane. At one point, it was like they were neck and neck. Spider would get a kill, Mike would get a kill. Spider would get a kill, Mike would get a kill. And then we come in, it's 5 kills even. They come face to face. We're expecting an epic showdown, and Spider just absolutely blitzes AOW's Mike out of existence like he was never even there, and then takes the rest of the lobby. Speaking taken the lobby. The reason Spider was able to put so many points on the board with those 8 eliminations is not because he had those 8 eliminations, but also because he finished in that first place, got the coveted 1.6 times multiplier. But today, all the marbles are on the line because we're talking about some big cash money for these solo players, as well as some special awards to be awarded for certain achievements. But, you know, 7,000 RMB going to first place, 3,500 going to second, and 2,500 going to third. The top 8 going to be walking away with a little bit of cold, hard cash here today. And this is every bi-weekly. These players have an opportunity to earn a little bit of extra money. But what's really up for grabs at the end of the day is your placement here in the bi-weekly finals. Gets you ranking points towards going to World Cup. And that's the place you'll want to be, is in the World Cup. And you know, I think WBG Spider pretty hungry for it. He wasn't here last season. He didn't get a chance to put any points on the board towards going to that World Cup. Now, here he is representing WBG, and he's bound and determined to get some of those ranking points and go show that he deserves to be on the world stage. We're taking a look at all 16 of our players coming into play today. They do get to carry points over from their performance this week, but it is based on how many points that they earned, and it's only a certain percentage. So we're going to see here now JDG's Chu Zhang, Wang Liang, Pandaman, Kai Bao, Huangfly, Dao Yue, Xjin, and Luren King rounding out the bottom 8, not bringing a lot of points. 5 to 6 point range here in these bottom standings. And there's some names we don't expect to see here. Huangfly, Wang Liang, Kai Bao from Wolves, Xjin from J-Team are big players here in the NBPL, right? These are players we expect to be putting big points on the board. To see them in the bottom is really interesting. Of course, OC's Zhang Yu going to be coming in with the most points, 10.2. WBG Spider going to be following him up with an 8.9. EWG's Yuron going to be rounding out third place with 8.4. It's still fairly close for a lot of these players here, but a 5-point difference between first place and our 9th place is a bit of a gap. That's 5 eliminations, and at 5 eliminations is the average number of kills that these players are picking up in a solo game, Fox.
Yeah, it really just shows you that the top players here have had some absolute banging performances in solo so far. That's your boy right there. I think that was Spider, no? Giving us a cheeky little... That not Spider?
No,
wait,
here's going to be
WBG
Spider, yeah.
There he is. Love that. Nah, he's honestly, like, we're hyping this guy up and he's not even first place. But I don't know, I think he's found his groove, man. I think he's found his groove, and he's gonna kick off where he got started. Where it ended, sorry, I should say, last time. Mike there gave him a cheeky little wave as well. And you said they're all friends. They all look pretty friendly, but whatever Spider was doing to these guys, and then the last time we had solos, it was certainly not friendly. It was very unfriendly.
No.
He did embarrass a few people there.
Yeah, Spider coming in that last game. I don't know what happened between game number 5, game number 6. Spider is, he's a new player here in season 2 of the NBPL. We haven't got to see a lot of performance coming out of him. And I talked to some of, people I know who play over in CN, who compete in Immortal War after that game. And, we talked about that game because it was so hype. I was still losing my mind after broadcast. I was like, I gotta go talk to some people who are playing over here, talk to them about Spider. And they were like, wait, Spider performed like that? What? That's not the Spider I know. So clearly something changed between game 5 and 6. I don't know if it was something personal, whether he just decided he was tired of being in the middle of the road. Maybe his coach was like, hey, you got to pull it together. It's the last game of the night. But he was a different player. And he wasn't playing Naraka Blade Point Pro League Naraka, right? There are moments in that game where he was playing it like it was a scrims lobby. It didn't matter who it was, didn't matter what HP they were at, didn't matter if his abilities were on cooldown or not. If you walked into this man's field of view, you were a target, and he was going to eliminate you.
It was absolutely beautiful to watch. He must have walked backstage game 5, had his chocky milk, came back out and was like, you know what, screw this. I've had enough I've had enough of all these lobbies around me thinking they can compete, and just decides I'm just going to break all the records that we've got here. I'm just going to parry everyone into non-existence. Honestly, he was just absolutely absurd. You're seeing him on his screen right now. Average damage number 1, 13,000. If he's first in average damage with 13k. This game that we're hyping him up for, he did 35,000 damage. Like, what the hell, man? That's almost 3 times the average damage of the first place player. Absolutely ridiculous. Even in trios, getting more than like 25k is ridiculous. In solos, where you got one person to beat up on, you don't have healers keeping you alive and stuff, it's absolutely absurd. Like, genuinely unheard of. As you're getting to see here the first, second, and third players rated so far here in solos. Yeran had some really good showings as well, actually. He's definitely one to keep your eye on. Coming into today.
Yeah, Yeran, really surprising performance coming into season 2 here. He was the trios player last season for EWG. And they made the decision for him to come over to solos, and you know, he talked about it himself, where he kind of felt like he was the bottom tier player in their trios comp and thought he might perform a little better in solos, and man, was he right. He came out of the gate and we kind of didn't expect anything out of him. You know, EWG is a team we kind of didn't talk about a lot last season in terms of solos or trios. They just kind of were towards the bottom or the middle of the pack. They didn't pop off. They had 1, maybe 2 big games the entire season, and then Yeran comes in and opens this season with one heck of a set of 6 games. The consistency just completely on point. And you know, consistency is a word I harp on a lot here in the Nbpl, because in a league setting like this, consistency is more important than having 1 or 2 pop-off games, right? We've seen it time and time again where players are very coin flippy, as Moxie likes to say, where, you know, they'll have 1 good game and then they'll put 3 zeros on the board, and it almost negates that good game out from underneath of them. Whereas if you're consistently putting points on the board and then you have 1 good game, that good game counts for so much.
Yeah, and it's even a consistency within the game itself. Like, it's not just cool to like pop off and kill a few people and then just flounder, because you gotta keep it going if you want those multipliers. You gotta finish high. It's simply not enough to just have some good fights and then just to flicker out. It's not gonna cut it. And you know, on days where you have 6 games every single day, it's gonna happen. You cannot have 1 good game and then, like as you say, just taper into the night without a whimper. Like, it just won't it won't cut it. Absolutely won't cut it if you want those points going to worlds and stuff like that. And especially now with that money on the line today, you have to finish. You're gonna want to finish high, and consistency really is the key for that. It's a good reason why you harp on that word, because it's all about it's what Naraka's about here in Pro League. Like, 6 games a day, you cannot just have 1 or 2 good games. Got to be able to keep it up throughout the whole day. Of course, having said that, 1 bad game shouldn't get you down. You know, it works both ways. You cannot just have 1 bad game and then be like, oh man, this sucks. You gotta be able to keep your mental going throughout the whole day. And for me, that would be very hard to do. If I got absolutely squashed in 1 game, I would be so demoralized for the next one. But it's simply not an option. Just reset, go next, and I'll hope for a better game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, it's just how it is. For there to be winners, there's got to be losers. Somebody's got to be eliminated first. Somebody's always going to be walking away with 0 points. And we're going to start things off with OC's Zhang Yu, who's currently our overall score leader here, as is tradition, as we move over to Badass Long Fly, being given chase by multiple players here. Now NAD's Dao Wei gonna get a little bit of cheeky damage off here. Dao Wei with purple shields off the rip here. Set themselves up really good. And of course, they're playing Yodo Hime, who tend to favor the greatsword as well to maximize their damage before they get those ults out. Huangfly still just looking for a set of armor here, but not willing to just go quietly into the night. Forces the stone form out of Dao Wei. Now swaps to the dual blades and sends Dao Wei flying off the side of the cliff. Huangfly gonna come back up, but they need to be careful with the JDGs. Chu Zheng hot on their heels here. Chu Zheng trying to go in. Huangfly going to throw that F3 out, but the problem is they don't have any shields to reset off of. They can't just take the opportunity to reset in the face.
Oof.
And it looks like, unfortunately, as they're trying to run away here, they're going to run in to KZ's Panda Man as well. Huangfly really not having luck.
Good
The parry
parry.
comes out. Nothing they can do about the riposte. Panda Man going to come in with the fireballs, trying to steal the kill, but it's JDG's Chu Zhang who's going to pick up the kill onto Huangfly. And now Panda Man with his ultimate running, trying to catch out Dao Yi Wei. Another big Tarka player here. So Tarka's going head-to-head, except Dao Yi Wei playing Yodo Hime right now. Panda Man knows his ult's about to run out. He's going to go ahead and end it early so he can maintain some of that ultimate. And now Chu Zhang trying to trade blows with Dao Yi Wei. Dao Yi Wei's kind of lost those purple shields here in that engagement due to those fireballs. So Chu Zhang in a more optimal situation to take the fight, coming in with the dagger versus greatsword. And, you know, this is a fated matchup here. Most dagger players really dislike greatsword. Most greatsword players really dislike the dagger here. We're going to see Chu Zhang use that F2 on Ziping Yang. Go and take control of the neutral here and trying to get a reset as the NAD's Dao Yi Wei not able to consistently land the hits here with the greatsword, is looking to find a way to back out. They've already used that F3, but are going to turn things around with some huge hits. And we're going to see the ult come out from Chu Zhang, but Chu Zhang now in the back, but they need to be very careful as Dao Yi Wei continues to proc that stone form. Isn't going to follow through with the blue, and they're able to find the 2 left hits and secure the kill onto Chu Zhang.
That was so close right there. Dao Hai almost going down. He had the purple shields and the blue weapon and still almost lost the fight, but manages to pull it out in the end right there. So switching here over to LXY and Yaerang. We were talking about Yaerang at the top of the show here. One of our better performing solos players on the back foot of things right here, just running away, trying to survive. There's that purple weapon though for LXY, and purple weapons are always very terrifying, especially early on, but he's going to go through with the ult. Just a zoning ulti here, instantly canceling that, sorry, just to get away, get some distance here. Try and move away for LXY, get some heal off, get some armor as well. He's on the back foot right now, and this early game, you know, this is always the fun part of the game because it's kind of high reward, low risk. When you have those revives available, players love to go really aggressive here just to pad those stats for those kills, and without actually sacrificing your life, so to speak, without getting eliminated, because you can still revive, you'll still be good here. But LXY, I think he's bitten off a bit more than he can chew. He was chasing too much onto Yaeran and getting third party here by Zhang Yu. Gonna bring him down. And number 1 player here in solos, picking up his first kill of the day.
Yeah, coming in and really putting in work there. Zhang Yu really a favorite as well to win here. Of course, all eyes on WBG Spider as we now move over to OUG's Luren King and Baodao's Huangfly here. Luren King, one of those players in Season 1 who had some really hype, amazing moments and picked up, I do believe, our 2nd or 3rd most kills in a single game as a solos player. Definitely a player you can never count out. Luren King really brings the heat, and quite literally, you can see that when we get to see those lovely face cams for Luren King there. He's got the hair dyed red. He's ready to come in hot as we move over back to OC's Zhang Yu, giving chase to EWG's Yiran again. Yiran already used that resurrection, and it looks like Zhang Yu read where he was going to go resurrect and is giving chase. But they need to be careful because the likes of Wolves, Kai Bao also coming in, and J Team's action. A huge parry comes out. Yiran forced to go ahead and pop the F3, but still eats the riposte damage. Is a little slow on the F3 there. Yoda Hime can actually throw that F3 immediately after being riposte and is able to stop the after being parried and is able to stop the riposte damage. But that extra damage is going to actually do them in here as Don Quing is able to get one little hit off on the cliff and secure himself a kill. Unfortunately, we're going to see Yiran get eliminated there and go back to the solo ultra over to OC Zhang Yu, now giving chase to Don Quing, who's made himself a target after sliding in and stealing this kill out from underneath these players. Don Quing going to opt to go into the zone, but he needs to be really careful as zone 1 is collapsing and is going to be forced further and further inland here, and he is going to start taking that zone tick and eventually going to have that healing cut. So he's got to find a way back into the zone that doesn't run him headfirst into all of these players. So you see KZ's Panda Man, Wolves, Kai Bao, J Team's Action, and Zhang Yu all going head to head.
I would not want to be in the circle right now when there's a huge fight happening on the border between Panda Man and Kai Bao. You've got to be careful right now. This is purple weapons plus purple shields for Panda Man. He is geared to the teeth right here. You can see Zhang Yu on the chase with his purple dagger, looking for the play potentially onto Kai Bao, just skirting the outside of the circle here. Always a good strategy to do that so that you can't get flanked from behind or from the side, because you know there's probably not going to be someone coming out from the circle. Maybe, hopefully. And you should be safe from that position right there. That's a good parry though right now. SHA Shah going for a big play here onto Lu Zeng. I'm sure he's going to be able to get it here. Just running away. Got to be careful. There's a lot of players around. LXY being one of them. Hot on his tails. Zin as well joining the fray. Looks like they're just going to be ganging up on poor Lu Renqing. He's not feeling it today, honestly. That was a 2v1. Completely ignoring the other guy and going straight for him. Not happy about that. J team here. On to Kai Bao. Going for that 1v1 as well. Got to be careful. Wolves into J team. This is a matchup I love to watch in trios. These organizations tend to know how to recruit aggressive players, and we're seeing it here in solos too.
Absolutely, Wolves. One of my favorite. Kai Bao, really great player. You know, had an amazing comeback in season 1. He was all the way down in 15th place in the Rep Chase, aka losers bracket, and 1 game left to go. We counted him out, and he just had a huge game, dominated the entire lobby, and was able to buy himself back into the finals, or the grand finals for the entire season off of it. And because of that, he actually performed fairly well in the grand finals as well. So Wolves, one of my favorite teams to watch here. Is J Team's Eggshen actually just comes in onto Zhang Yu, catching those uppercut combos with the dagger and punishing heavily here. Zhang Yu with the F2 popped here, trying to take back control of the fight. It's going to come in onto Eggshen, but Eggshen going to immediately pop into that frost core here. Zhang Yu, though, with the cannon and the flame breath on it, able to punish by shooting around underneath, setting them on fire. It doesn't matter if you're frozen up, the fire comes through. A massive parry comes out from Zhang Yu onto Eggshen. Eggshen's going to be forced to freeze him, comes in with the dual blades. Eggshen says, the heck with the reset, don't care that I'm on fire, I'm just going to take it to you, but needs to be careful now as the cannon's coming out. The F2 also going to once again come out from Zhang Yu, and Eggshen needs to get out of here, needs to be careful about how he uses those ult charges, though, because if he doesn't create enough distance or runs into another player, he's not going to be happy with not having that ultimate available. As we move over to OUG's Lu Renqing, who finds himself engaged here with AOW's Mike, as well as JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang able to get the reset off there with the F2, moving across here, playing Deepan Yang. But these two players still hot in pursuit. Mike coming in hot onto Chu Zhang. He's got that purple katana here, one of those favored weapons in general in CN. A lot of katana action coming out, as well as the nunchucks, and Mike knows how to put in the work with it and is able to pick it up. Unfortunately, it looks like the third party from Lu Renqing wasn't able to come through. He's taken those musket shots and did just enough damage to allow Mike to pick up that kill, and that charged left click coming into the katana, and now Lu Renqing is going to take the loot. Mike's going to take the points, though.
And that's it. That's our first elimination of the day. Chu Zhang is out. Already used that resurrection. He will not be coming back into the lobby here. He's donezo. And it's Mike, one of the players that we were keeping our eyes on here. One of the better players we have in solos. Rocking that kill at the top of the leaderboard here with 2 to his name. As we get in a 3-man fight here with Kai Bao, Shaz, excuse me. All chasing down, picking on poor little Dongqing right here. And oh, he's just gone. Holy moly. Kai Bao just absolutely obliterates him right there. He's gone as well. He's eliminated from the lobby. That's another player down. Only 14 players left.
Yeah, Kai Bao playing that really well there. A lot of these players in CN will actually tap dodge and cancel the riposte damage, because it's too easy when you're stuck in that animation for somebody to actually take a shot with a bow or a musket and follow through and steal the kill before you can get the riposte damage off. The situation Kai Bao was in, though, he had terrain blocking it from most sides there. He just commits to the riposte and does a ton of damage with those purple nunchucks, able to pick up his first elimination. As we enter Zone 2, getting ready to collapse onto Zone 3, we have 14 players left alive in the lobby, and things don't look like they're going to slow down here in solos anytime soon, as all of these players gathered in the similar places up top on Eventide Temple. A couple of players moving off to the side, looking for an opportunity to repair, but those fights going crazy up top here. We're going to take a look now at NAD's Dowie Hui, finding himself some of those lovely flowers there. They're going to make his footsteps silent for the next 120 seconds. Doing a little bit of shopping. You got to take time to enjoy the scenery, smell the flowers, do a little bit of shopping. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, more than happy to just continue to smell the bloodshed as he comes in and picks up an elimination onto OUG's Lu Renqing, and then quickly slides out. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu not in a situation where he can take the purple armor off of Lu Renqing's body there, because too many players giving chase, and he's not going to have time to reset that armor with all these players around. Zhang Yu's going to have to be happy to continue with the blue armor he put this together for himself here as he continues to try to escape. But NAD's Dao Hui, J-Team's Exjin, AOW's Mike, and Wang Liang all in pursuit here. But oh no, J-Team's Exjin hungry to get this elimination on to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu holding on for dear life here. Mike, with 3 eliminations under his belt already, is hungry to pick up his 4th one. Exjin coming in, but it's Mike who's going to clank with Exjin and keep him from securing it. Zhang Yu almost able to get a full reset off here. We're going to see some musket shots come in, try to a little more health off. Zhang Yu turns around with that purple dagger, waits for the frost score. There it goes. It comes off of J-Team's Exjin, and we see Zhang Yu split off again. Exjin able to get the full reset because of the frost score, and it looks like these players have lost sight of Oshi's Zhang Yu.
And Zhang Yu just getting away with the skin of his teeth right there. That was a hairy situation. He was kind of low, had like 3 people surrounding him, but he still manages to get away. And that's why he's one of our best players here. Not just because he's good offensively, but he can run away and knows when to not take a fight as well as to take it. And speaking of taking fights, oh my goodness, he's absolutely abusing Exjin right here. But Mike is on the side looking for that KS, a cheeky little blighter, just with his musket, trying to pick up Exjin here, trying to make Zhang Yu do all of the work. But it's not going to happen. J-Team Shin is running away. He might be able to get away from this one, but he's got to be careful because he could be running into danger too. There's more people on the other side of the map right here, and if we know these Naraka Pro players here in Nbpl, they do not give up a chase. So Exjin, he can run, but he can't hide, and that's exactly what he's trying to do, and I don't think it's going to work out for him. But we're swapping over to Shah here, looking for something onto Kaibao potentially. Maybe not. Instead, he's I can't see who's fighting, but he's fighting someone. It's all running around. It's all happening here. There's so many people right here in this area with that empowered loot here. Got to be careful with all these different fights. I've seen Kabai. Honestly, there's just so much happening, and it's happening so quickly. I can't keep up. It's ridiculous. There we go. This is fine. Keep this pace a little bit. That's more the kind of pace that I tend to play at myself. Not to brag or anything, but I'm a bit of an expert snail's pace Naraka player. And yeah, this is much more easy for me to follow here. I'm seeing a bit of a lull time as all of that action kind of tapers off in the end.
Yeah, you know, we're entering that kind of stage here as Zone 3 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 4 in the next 15 seconds, where there's so many players left alive. You have to be very careful about which engagements you take here, because the option of those third parties is so huge, and you have to be careful how you try to secure those kills when you do commit to those fights, because so many players looking to just pick up your work with a quick, easy musket or bow shot. You have to be careful about how you go for those killing blows. And he's Dao Hui here, engaged in a fight with XCG's Wang Liang, though, and this is perfect. The two of them in a hut. There's no other players to disturb you here. You can just take the fight. You're far away from the action. You get a little 1v1. Unfortunately, Dao Hui tries to grapple out of the window there and actually catches the wall. So he knows he's just going to go ahead and take the reset here because Wang Liang's going to have the time to do the same and going to back off of that fight and decommit from it. Had he been able to not catch onto the wall there, he probably would have full committed to that fight. But again, the longer you commit to a fight here and you're not able to secure a kill, the more you open yourself up to that third party, and the likelihood that all the work you put in is just going to be stolen out from underneath of you with a quick range shot here. Will Kaibao put in work with the pistol as they use a little bit of that nunchuck momentum to move up onto GG Shah. GG Shah going to drop the F3, and likewise Kaibao just going to go ahead and frost score up in his face, and GG Shah going to opt to stay in the zone, go top side here to try to create some distance between himself and Kaibao, but Kaibao more than happy to just follow up here onto the edge of the zone. He catches the grapple onto him. Shah taking a lot of zone tick damage there. Shah was at full health there. He stayed in the zone so long. He's at half health, and he hasn't been able to get a full reset on the shields. Shah comes around with the charged left click off of those dual blades. Deadly, but not doing a ton of damage to Wolves Kaibao. Kaibao is just going to come over and frost score up. Instead of utilizing the resources there, he wants to hold on to those resources. Oh my goodness. EWG's Yiran with legendary armor, legendary dual blades. You do not want to be in the receiving end of these dual blades. The legendary dual blades specifically, from the purple to legendary tier, the damage increase is absolutely disgusting. If you get caught out in that charged left click from these dual blades, you can just go ahead and kiss your armor goodbye. As we see Yiran doing exactly that, trying to move on to some of these players and holding that charge left click, not only to get the extra movement, but looking for an opportunity to catch somebody out. Moving back over to Panda Man here, who's still with 2 eliminations tied for second place here with OC's Zhang Yu, playing his coveted Tarka. You know, this is his comfort pick. Panda Man is known as the Tarka G player here, but we're not seeing him on the katana for once. You know, the Panda Man highly favoring that weapon so that he can do the Tarka Infinite, but is opting to go for the nunchucks this round, and it seems to be paying off in his favor, because this is the stage of the game Panda Man usually ends up getting caught out in, but he's got those nunchucks, he's got the extra movement, and as I say that, we just cut to J-Team's action, eliminating Bad Ops Wongfly here, but now J-Team's Action and OC Zhang Yu looked like they were going to go head-to-head. Both of them were kind of even in armor there. J-Team had his ult up. He could have just turned around, froze Zhang Yu, but decides to go ahead and back out. He's going to let Zhang Yu take all of those resources. This could have been a mistake by J-Team's Action here, because resources are so limited coming to the final zones in Immortal War. These players have been on this same spot of the map for so long, there's no resources to loot off the map anymore. The only opportunity you're going to get to pick resources is off of the bodies of your competitors.
Yeah, and it's that hesitation when you get to this part as well, where, like as you mentioned, you don't want to take bad fights, because it's so easy just to get screwed over at this point in the map, and even get third partied where everyone's just fighting in such close proximity. But that hesitation can also work out against you if as you saw right there, like he's just not really going for that loot, and with all the limited resources happening, that might really be your only opportunity before you get into another fight and before this circle closes in even more. And that's going to be happening very soon. A lot of players, you can see it here. We've zoomed out only a little bit, and we can see most of our competitors now. That's only going to get more close combat as that circle continues to close in. Panda Man here with his nunchucks on that Tarka G, just looking around, kind of just chilling out, not necessarily going for a fight. You can see a lot of the players here are kind of just like dancing around the map a little bit, just kind of buying time. Not necessarily wanting to go into a fight, but also just not standing still and sitting in the corner, because that's not something you want to do as a pro player. You get a musket shot in the face, and then you're not very happy about that at all. As we are going to swap over here to a fight that is happening between Shah and Daohai here. Looks like Shah's getting the better of him. Daohai does not want to take this fight right now. But we'll see what happens, because both of these players look like they're just looking for that open. They're just kind of flirting a little bit with those range shots. This could be something where you got to be careful of that third party Panda Man, though. He's been chunked out. He was he's getting shot through the wall. He's in a bit of a pickle right here. Zhang Yu, and #1 player in solos coming into today, really putting the pain down on him right here. Panda Man's in a lot of trouble. He can hide in that house, but it's not going to help him versus those cannons. He's ridiculously low. He's not got any armor left, and Zhang Yu, he's getting third partied as well. It's not looking good for him right here. The Tarka G is looking like he might be falling down. He's in a bit of a pickle. He's in the middle of 4 people. There it is. It's got to be. He's out of it. Panda Man going to fall to Zhang Yu, as we see now. Daohai, Shah, Zhang Yu as well. That's 4 people here. It's all kicking off. 5 people even. Now you've got to take care of your own life. You may be able to take away Panda Man's, but you don't want to risk your life for it as well. So we need to finish high for those multipliers. Zhang Yu is going to be able to disengage. The rest of the fight happening on here. And Spider, this is the first we've seen of him. He's been very quiet so far in this one. 0 kills, not really being anything done for him. Looking like he can make it happen here in this final circle. That is going to be an elimination. As I mentioned, that not Spider getting the kill, but we are losing players left, right, and center here. The lobby's now being cut in half as this circle continues to close in.
Yeah, WBG Spider here with no eliminations under the belt here, but they are playing a late game hero here coming in on Justina. They're going to have an opportunity to pick up some kills coming into this final circle if they continue to play the way I have here. But OC Zhang Yu is able to pick up that elimination onto Panda Man. But I got to give it to NAD's Dao Wei there, coming in with the fully charged left click on the greatsword tier 3 there. That's not something you see in pro play very often at all, especially not in solos, because it's so parryable. In trios, it's a little easier to pull off. Your teammate holds somebody down and hit stun so that you can guarantee not being parried. You come in and hit somebody with it. but in solos, you don't see it very often, and you see it land even less. So for Biweekly to come in and pump out those big damage numbers there with that, and actually almost just completely eliminate Zhang Yu there, was very interesting to see. As we move over to AOW's Mike, who's on the receiving end of some pain from Badass Wongfly. We've got some active Steam codes for you guys up on the screen. First come, first serve. Make sure you head over to Steam and redeem a free copy of Naraka Blade Point while you have the opportunity. Speaking of the opportunity, this is an opportunity for these pro players to secure themselves a little bit of space here as Zone 6 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 7. In the next 22 seconds, things are going to get very heated very quickly. With 10 players still left alive, this zone is looking to be extremely tiny, and it's going to be a very flat, open zone. Not a lot of places for you to hide here. You're going to have to fight for every inch of ground you take here. EWG's Iran coming in with the legendary Soul Jade here for the dual blades instead of legendary dual blades here. It needs to be really careful with that move, though. We talked about that fully charged left click on the greatsword being parryable, but that universe slash is so parryable. It goes out for so long, and you can walk up beside it and parry it out of the air, and then parry those dual blades out of the user's hand. It's a high risk maneuver for you to be doing, and Iran just keeps throwing it out on repeat here as we move over to GG Shaw engaging with Badass Wongfly. Wongfly drops the F3 but gets stuck in the zone, and now we see Shaw throw their F3 out to continue to keep Badass in the zone. Badass goes low, and this lobby is hungry to pick something up here. Iran, however, going to be the one who turns around and picks up the elimination onto Badass Wongfly. We also see WBG Spider picking up the kill onto GG Shaw as he locks down Shaw, who was the one pumping out all of the damage onto Wongfly here. Both of those players going to be eliminated, and Spider gets his first elimination of the game. Now moving over to OC's Zhang Yu, again continuing to throw out that universe slash over and over again. These players just utilizing that Soul Jade, but not really getting any mileage out of it. Again, very high risk. Dao Yue gonna come in with a scale rush onto Zhang Yu, pump out a little bit of damage. Does it again, sends him flying into the zone. Now the flame breath coming out from WBG Spider. Spider sent out into the zone by Dao Yue with that great sword. Again, utilizing that scale rush, this little bit of verticality. Dao Yue is just pumping out damage. We're gonna see AOW's Mike pick up the kill onto OC Zhang Yu here. Mike moving up to 4 eliminations, and it sends out his biggest threat of the lobby, Zhang Yu, who had 3. But now Dao Yue picks up a kill onto Wang Liang with a massive scale rush. Once again, Dao Yue really controlling this bottom zone, utilizing the scale rushes. Mike not happy about it, trying to come in and put in work with a set of legendary dual blades himself here. Dao Yue taking quite a bit of damage, but still holding on here. Gonna go up to go for the scale rush again, but now he goes low. A single tick is all it's gonna take. He's trying to utilize this ult to stay alive. Dao Yue is able to pick up, no, Spider picks up that kill. AW's Mike picks up the kill onto Dao Yue. Unfortunately, Dao Yue wasn't able to heal because he didn't get the hit off there. Now Spider gonna be forced to frost core up in the zone. Goes very low, gonna utilize that ult to try to stay airborne, try to get a little bit of HP and outlast these other 3 players. It's AOW's Mike, Wolves, Kaibao, EWG's Yiran. Now gonna pop the Yodohime ultimate here into the final circle. Gonna pump out a ton of damage onto these players. Picks up the kill on to Kaibao. Now it's Yiran versus AOW's Mike. Yiran comes in for the uppercut aerial here, but he doesn't look like he's gonna be able to survive due to the zone tick. Yiran needs to catch him with one more hit, and he doesn't, and they're gonna tie out for first place as the timer runs out in game number 1.
Wow, what a start here to the Nbpl. The solos on a Saturday, beautiful stuff. Timing out, that is not something I was expecting with the amount of aggression that we saw last time we had the solos going through here, but a very, very kind of tempered game 1, I would say overall. That last circle was getting kind of antsy. I think that you've seen the power of the greatsword right there, just complete zone control on that Yodohime. It's going to be Mike who's going to be our winner for game number 1. No real surprises, no shockers. Mike is a very, very talented player. Very good here in solos. He's always someone you've got to keep your eyes on. Bringing the pain in game number 1.
Yeah, you know, I kind of expected this from Mike after what happened in game 6 earlier this week with WBG Spider. Mike definitely was not happy about his performance in that game. He got parried 4 times by Spider. 4 of the 9 parries that Spider performed in that game were on AOW's Mike. Mike was eliminated by Spider twice. That is not something you ever see from AOW's Mike. So he definitely came in today raring to go, and he's got to feel really good about taking the dub here in the first game, Fox.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it's always good to get off to a good start. Obviously, just getting a win is always good for you and your points, but you want to start the day off strong. You know, you've got a whole 6 games to go. It's nice to really get that momentum going in the game 1. And to be honest, just the way that we've seen that Mike perform in general, like, this is absolutely something I expect to see from him throughout the entire day. I'm not saying he's going to win every single game, but being that threat and being that competitor to really bring it home, he's always someone you got to keep your eyes on. And it's not just for that beautiful, like, Justin Timberlake 90s boy band hair. Love that, by the way, Mike. Keep that up. His Naraka skills are pretty impressive as well.
Oh, absolutely. You know, there's a little bit of an elephant in the room we got to talk about when it comes to AOW's Mike, though. When Mike's winning and he's on top, he's in top form. He performs very, very well as long as things goes his way. But Mike tends to have an issue when he has a bad game. Things start to go downhill. He loses that mental capacity. So I think the big question after this first game is, you know, you come off of a dub, Mike's going to be in a good place. But if he gets eliminated off of the rip in one of these following games, will he be able to pull that mental back? That's where he struggles the most as a player. When he's winning, when he's doing well, he does even better. When he's not doing well, he does worse. So the question is, can he maintain the mental to bring it all the way through here in our first bi-weekly solo finals?
I love that. I love that kind of player. It must be quite frustrating if you're a coach or you're a fan of the team because you're not necessarily sure what you're going to get, kind of coin flippy type of player. But you know, when they're on a roll, they're really on a roll. They really go for it, and it's some of the most exciting moments that you get in esports are with those kind of players. So Mike off to a good start. At least he's not, you know, struggling in game 1. And then if as you say, with like his mental being an issue, like you know, this is the perfect start for him. And he played that final circle really, really well. I'm not surprised he was able to take first. And honestly, I'm expecting to see more of the same from him as we move through the day.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I have to give it to Mike there in the final circle there. Dao Wei was able to use the greatsword and scale rushing off that wall to really start to take control of that final circle. And AOW's Mike has the wherewithal. He's got the attention to realize, okay, Dao Wei is controlling the circle here. He's the threat. I need to get him off that wall. And constantly he would go in. As soon as he would scale rush off the wall, Mike would put himself between Dao Wei and the wall and go, if you want to go back there again, you have to go through me. And that constant, you know, nagging of Dao Wei allowed to get him super low. He jumps up in the air, tries to heal off of his ultimate, and unfortunately we saw WBG Spider steal the kill out from underneath of him that would have given him enough health to survive, and it allowed Mike to pick up the kill off of Dao Wei. And it's that wherewithal and that thought that allowed our boy AOW's Mike to take control of the final circle. Yes, he only got that one last elimination, but he was able to clutch it out and go all the way to tie for first place. And that's going to give him a big kill multiplier. He gets 8 kill points here off of 5 kills. Going to walk away with an 11 game score. That's more points than anybody started the day with. He's off to a really good start. EWG's Yiron going to walk away with a total of 7.8 for 3 eliminations. And WBG Spider going to take 2 eliminations, 1 less than Zhang Yu, but because of his placement here, going to be walking away with a 4.5 game score. Zhang Yu hot on his heels with a 0.4 game score here, but there's no question AOW's Mike is going to be up at the top of the overall leaderboard. Dao Wei also picking up 2 eliminations and a 4.3. This is more in line with what we're used to seeing out of these solo games in terms of points. Not almost 20-point games like we were seeing earlier this week from these solos players where they're dropping absolute mad bombs. We love to see when these players are just so close in terms of points, because it turns into a real nail biter. And when you're in a final like this, that's what you want. You don't want the game to be guaranteed going into the last game. You want every single kill to matter so that we're sitting on the edge of our seats and the action is that much more intense. And that's generally what these players bring here. As we take a look, AOW's Mike here with 5 kills, 12k damage, 0 parries performed this game though, but 10,000 of his damage from melee weapons. He did very, very little damage with ranged weapons this game.
He saw what Spider was able to do to him in the last days we had solos with that 9 parry result, and he's like, you know what, I can do that too. I just don't want to. I'm not going to, and I'm going to win anyway. And that's exactly what he did. He doesn't need no parries. He just runs around, mouse ones people, and absolutely beautiful stuff. As you mentioned, yeah, like very low damage from the range right there. So sometimes that can indicate that you're not necessarily getting all those kill steals. That's something that in solos is especially quite prevalent. But still able to make it happen there with this dual blades dagger and the katana. I was really impressed with how Mike was able to perform there, and just from a point standpoint, that's very clunky English, but he came up first with those 11 points, and the gap between one and like first place and third was like 6.5 points or something, and then the gap between third and like sixth was like 0.2. You know, like it was very, very close outside of Mike. Basically, he was really able to run away with that point score.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you can come in and dominate the final circle the way Mike did there, you know, he had already picked up a ton of eliminations, and then comes into the final zone and is just able to hold onto that space, picks up an extra elimination, and then you ride it out. You're able to get the maximum amount of multiplier because of your placement. That's where you're really able to succeed as a player, and that's what Mike does. Mike is not a final circle player. He doesn't want to risk everything on, okay, I'm gonna be the player who's able to hold the final circle every time. Mike very much wants to come into the game aggressive, go ahead and guarantee those points, and then be able to play into the final circle. And then if he dominates the final circle like he did in this game, he gets to walk away with even more points. But if not, he was able to bring points to the final circle and to keep something going there. And that's where we see Mike succeed. It's when Mike comes into the games off the rip and isn't able to get kills that we see Mike suffer. And that's when he falls into that sort of mental state where he kind of beats himself up and then isn't able to come back from it. We saw a little bit of that earlier this week, Thursday. You know, he had 3 really good games off the rip. Game 4, he gets eliminated super early, walks away with, I think, a 1-point game score from that game. He had 1 elimination and went out so early he didn't get anything else after that. And from there, he wasn't able really to come back. He found his footing a little bit in the final game, but unfortunately it all kind of came up WBG Spider for the rest of that game, because Spider was just on something different in game 6 on Thursday. Man, that was something to watch. And honestly, I'm a little disappointed here in game number 1 from Spider. I expected him to come in today with that same sort of attitude and mental and just go aggressive off of the rip, but he didn't take any engagements. He played it very, very safe. He walked away with a couple of points here, but it's not like the rest of the week where you have 2 days to put points up. You have 6 games. That's it. Spider needs to come in today with the same aggression he brought into that 6th game and continue to show that he can play that way. I know, you know, groups are a little bit different because, you know, throughout the week, Group A goes against Group C and then Group A goes against Group B, whereas here it's just the top 16. So you got to feel the field out a little bit, but you also can't afford to feel too much in that first game because you got to put points on the board.
It was certainly a quiet game for Spider, but it goes to show the caliber of player that he is. That he finished 3rd, and we're like, oh, we want to see a little bit more from him. You know, like it's crazy just how good this guy can be. Where even 3rd place isn't good enough. But no, he was very quiet in that game. Like he definitely wasn't aggressive. I think like the first time we even saw him, like from his POV, was like right near the end of the last circle, and I was like, wait, hang about, this is. Well, I thought we were meant to be seeing more of this guy. Oh yeah, wait, Spider's in this guy. I completely forgot I hadn't seen him today. But no, I don't expect him to play at that for the rest of the day. Sometimes you just see players kind of get a feel for things. He's just warming up, mate. Just warming up. It's game 1. He's just chilling, and I'm sure he'll turn into his bloodthirsty rampage machine that he is as this game progresses, as the day progresses.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, we do have to talk about one more player while we're waiting here to get ready to jump into the next game, and that's Wang Liang. Wang Liang's here, but he got here by the skin of his teeth this time around, and Wang Liang Season 1 was the player going head-to-head with AOW's Mike. These 2 players absolutely dominated, and he's running around neutered this season. I don't know what's going on with him, but we're going to find out after we go to a quick break and come back for game number 2.
王良这边是击败了红布莱，拿下本场比赛的前锋。这波能反杀，看一下翔宇的这波操作，他秀了。
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Nbpl. I'm Foxtrot, and this is Runekeeper. We just finished game number 1. It was a spicy game. Mike was able to take first place. We're expecting some more bloodthirsty action the rest of today here. We're about to get into game number 2, but to start things off with, I just want to know what you're looking forward to in the second game, because this is, I would say, I feel like some of my expectations were a bit subverted from that first game. Maybe it was a bit of a kind of a quiet one here, and maybe we can see a bit more aggression coming forward. I don't know if that's the sentiment you share or not, but yeah, I'm expecting a little bit more as we move forward here today.
So, you know, generally when we come into the day, the first game is kind of a game where a lot of these players are feeling each other out, especially when you move into a new group like this, because you've got to get a feel for the field, how these players are going to play against each other and things like that. But honestly, Mike brought the aggression this game, and he needed to, right? Again, when he does well, he does very, very well. And this is the type of day where we see Mike succeed a lot. When he has a great first game, he's aggressive off of the rip, he puts up a dub immediately on the board, he keeps that aggression going. So I'm expecting to see the aggression going. And if you actually see here, he just moved up in the standings to a #1 average kills off of that game, and #2 average damage with melee weapons. So Mike performing very well in his first game of the day here. I continue to expect him after a game like this to bring the aggression. His confidence is going to be high, and we're going to see the kills come up on the board. That said, you know, we talked a little bit about this before the broadcast started. In solos, 5 kills is the average most kills in a game for the Nbpl. It's about where we see, you know, maybe 1 player, 2 players at most getting that number of kills. But we're going to move over and let Mike give us a little bit of insight before we come back and lock in for game number 2.
我觉得他第一双都是打2天，打2天的话，我觉得就今天的话，我觉得还算就是中规中矩，就是前面的处理都很好了很多，就是到决赛圈这一块就不行了。然后我觉得我的第一天打的吧，就有点太懈怠了，就是打的太松懈了，就是休息的好像就是没缓过来，然后加那个时候对赛程就是没有看明白嘛，以为要打3天，然后就态度也不端正，然后就拿了很少的分，然后自己也不是很满意，然后后面就开始猛练了。目前可以看到的话，就是基本 B 组的人差不多都是进了，就是可能8个人里面进6个，然后这个数据是非常夸张的。然后我觉得吧，就是可能 AC 组的高手是有，但是可能就是没有那么像 B 组那样，就是非常的就往 B 组那边拢，所以讲就第一就是打常规赛跟周局的质量肯定是不一样的，是100%不一样的，而且差距可能还会很大。
Mike telling us here he was a little disappointed with his performance coming into day 1 of the season, and was a little astonished that he only came into 6th place coming into the first bi-weekly solo finals here, and talking about how maybe Groups A and C were a little more stacked in terms of players this week, and that Group C really had some more masters in it. And I think we all know who he's referring to here. WBG Spider was in Group C, and that was a player who absolutely dominated the end of our last solos day, to the point that he skyrocketed all the way to 2nd place, and nobody expected to see WBG Spider there. So Mike, ready it sounds like, to come in and be locked and loaded here today in the first bi-weekly final. And clearly that's the case, as he takes game number 1 with 5 eliminations under his belt and 11 points. We got to see if he can keep the aggression going and maintain that sort of kill streak moving forward. But there's plenty of players to come in throughout the day and who are probably going to make a lot of noise. We don't often see too many back-to-back dubs, so hopefully Mike is going to be able to give us a back-to-back here. I would love to see that, but I think all eyes still on WBG Spider, and there's quite a few players who could potentially be very big dark horses, EWG's Ron being one of them. Of course, we can't count out OC's Zhang Yu, who's sitting at the top of the leaderboard coming into the finals. He just played so consistently throughout the week that he just could not be dethroned from the very top here. And honestly, this first game was a consistency game for him, right? We talked about this at the very beginning of broadcast, that it's important to have that consistency so that when you have a pop-off game, that pop-off game can really skyrocket you because you've continued to put points on the board. And this first game, he really put plenty of points on the board. So now he just needs to continue the consistency and find his game today, and he could easily be our champion for the first bi-weekly final. I don't think he can be counted out at all. Panda Man,
what is that?
Yeah.
Like it's like a phone case. Is that Panda Man on his phone
I
case?
think that
Like
might
Chad
be
Panda Man.
on his phone case.
I love that. I love that so much. That's brilliant. Honestly, though, Panda Man is someone that I believe is, you know, on the outside looking in, as he could a dark horse for a top 3 finish. He was pretty good in that first game. He got the 2 limbs and almost, you know, he was fighting tooth and nail, closing in on that final circle. If he was just able to survive, you know, like another minute or 2, I think he would have been pretty sorted, honestly. And it was looking like he was going to be in a good spot on that Tarka G. But yes, he's dark horse for this one. But of course, you know, Mike looking to defend the title from game number 1. I still think, you know, Spider's a good one, and a lot. Uren, I was a bit, I don't know if disappointed is the right word, but whenever you get like legendary armor and legendary dual blades that early on, feels like it's stacked in your favor. And he wasn't able to bring out the dub, but he did get 2nd place, so I really can't complain too much about that. And Zhang Yu, of course, was first coming into the day. Did finish outside that top 3 on our first game, looking to maybe do a little bit more in this one. But again, a lot of talented players. It's very, very hard to consistently finish in that top 3. When you consider the opposition that you are up against. Here we are, though. We're about to get into a game number 2 of our Nbpl here. It's sunny for me in good old England, and I assume very dark for you in the east coast of America, like slightly later in the night for you. But it doesn't matter about us, because it's all about these guys that you're seeing on your screen right now. Mike here, obviously that first place guy, looking to get onto that hot start. As you said, just right on that drop, just get those kills, go for those aggressive plays, and see if he can make it happen.
Yeah, off the rip, he's going to pick up that blue armor and a purple spear and dagger. So Mike really setting himself up well in terms of gear off the rip here. But the first fight to break out here in game number 2 is going to be Q9's LXY versus XCG's Wang Liang. And Wang Liang is extremely low. He's going to be forced to pop the F3, and he can't even afford to stay inside of it because a grapple hit would actually kill him. So he needs to move off and find a place to reset. And he's trying to use that scale rush to break line of sight here. LXY, though, knows where he is, but it looks like he might get one pot off, is able to tap dodge out of the way of LXY just quick enough. LXY going to step headlong in that charge horizontal left click from the katana and take a ton of damage. LXY turns it around, though, but he's not able to. Wang Liang goes for the blue charge, trying to use that hyper armor to get a huge hit out there, but he dies before he's actually able to turn around and pop the damage there. Unfortunately, he's going to be sent back to the soul altar, and that's going to be his resurrection for the game, as we'll see Wolves Kaibao going head to head here with AOW's Mike. Purple longsword just chilling on the ground here, and Wolves Kaibao fighting with the dagger. Interesting choices. We see F3 go into F3, pushing each other out. Kaibao still able to utilize the little bit of space created by his F3 to get away just a little bit here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Mike is able to turn around and do a ton of damage. Kaibao trying to use that charged right click, that defensive maneuver there on the dagger to get a little bit of space. But here we go. We're going to see the cannon come out, and easily Mike's going to be able to pick up his first elimination of the game here as we move over to Badass Swampfly going head-to-head with KZ's Pandaman, and KZ's Pandaman is coming in hot. Needs to be careful, though, as the third party's coming in. He's able to pick up the kill onto Wongfly by popping his ultimate and doing just a little bit of damage with the pushback here and keeping this other player, JDG's Chu Zhang, I do believe, from picking up the elimination. Super smart plays out of Pandaman. Burn the resource, guarantee the kill, and now he's got his ult to go ahead and fight Chu Zhang here, and he's also using that People's Elbow out of the ultimate to continue to knock Chu Zhang out of the F3, not allow him to get the reset. Comes in, gets the uppercut. He's gonna go for the infinite under the building, into the fireball. Wait, where did Chu Zhang go? He's able to get the armor swap. Chu Zhang, 1 HP in a dream. He's on fire. It doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. Can Pandaman secure this? Pandaman goes for the armor swap and continues on the move. We see Badass Swampfly waiting in the wings, comes in, pumps in some range shots onto Chu Zhang. Pandaman doesn't want to give up the chase here. Can he get it? He's gonna come in. Chu Zhang with the F3 reset comes out. Pandaman gonna be forced to back off now as the third party comes in.
Man, that was so close right there. Chu Zhang was so low. That armor swap was clutch in that situation, though. I was talking about Pandaman coming into the game, and there he is already with that good start. One of the few Target G players that we see here in solos, or just in general, to be honest. Ripping that one, same as in game number 1, able to make some plays happen, and Mike obviously being able to get that first early kill. There's been a lot of kills actually in the start here. We were saying it was a bit slow, a bit quiet, a bit sleepy in game number 1 to start off with, and absolutely not happening here in game number 2. There are fights left, right, and center. Shah here going on to Don King. I'm going to be able to find him just yet. Yiran's knocking about, Spider's knocking about as well, and Shah not with the best inventory right here. Probably wants to avoid taking too many fights, as we have seen a few of those, like, just inventory diffs right now. Like, this is the problem when you're fighting straight off the drop. Like, if you get lucky, like Mike did, you have purple armor, purple weapons, and suddenly you're really hard to beat. And he was beating on someone, I can't remember who it was specifically, but he was beating on someone who had grey weapons and armor. Like, it just wasn't fair. This is not fair at all. As we're seeing Chu Zhang here go on to Dao Huai. Looking for that little fight. He's low, got no armor.
Yeah. We see the F3 come out offensively from JDG's Chu Zhang. Or no, sorry, that was Dao Hui's F3. I apologize. Why he stepped out of it, I'm not quite sure there, but now he's going to be forced to pop the ultimate here. Trying to get a little bit of damage off here onto Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang just going to return the favor with an ult of their own. And as we know, the Yoda who ults last is the Yoda who wins. So unfortunately, Dao Hui here needs to find a way to get away before those hits come out. And he finds just enough space to get away from the ultimate. Chu Zhang still giving chase, though. Needs to be very careful because that 25 seconds is almost up. Yep, there's the F3 from Dao Hui, but he's going to throw his own F3 into it. Dao Hui goes super low. Dao Hui's got nothing left in the tank. He's got no ult. He's got no F3 now. It's back on cooldown. The parry comes out. That's it. Dao Hui going to be eliminated here by JD Chu Zhang. While that fight was going on, though, I want to take something of note. Wow, GG Shah. Actually, no, WBG Spider picks up his second elimination there. Steals it out from underneath Shah. Wow. Spider coming in hot here with 2 eliminations already. We talked about how Mike got kind of lucky with his loot off drop. Mike got eliminated and was forced to use his resurrection already while we were watching those fights. So Mike going to be forced to play a much slower game than he did in game 1. He does have the 1 elimination, thankfully, but he needs to be careful now because he's got no safety net going forward. Q9's LXY here coming in onto J-Team's Action. Action going to pop the F2 to get a little bit of control of the neutral back from LXY. LXY trying to give chase with the dagger, but just keeps missing out of zone. LXY looks like they're going to go ahead and opt for a reset here after missing those 3 chases onto Action. Action gets a little reset as well, and LXY comes back out to go for round number 2.
It's all kicking off there in this early game right here. We've already seen 1 pure elimination though. Dao Hui is actually out of the game. He's done so, as we're going to see Zhang Yu, our leader here, taking it to Don King. He's going down as well. I think we may have already seen him drop, or maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe that's someone else I'm thinking of. But either way, that's going to be a kill for him. He's very happy boy on that one. 2 eliminations here, sitting at the top alongside Spider. Speaking of though, mate, how cheeky was that little KS from Spider? That was so rude. That was so incredibly rude. But honestly, that's what it takes, man. That's what you got to do. Like, they all count as kills at the end of the day. There's no such thing as an ugly goal, as to use a sports term. And It's the same here for those kills, those eliminations, especially in solo. If you can be more of that vulture, then it all works, mate. It all works. It all gets you those points at the end of the day. And Spider and Shang Yu both here sitting at 2 kills as Xshin's going into LXY. LXY is going to be sitting in his spinning blade, getting that parry off, not being able to take too much damage here. So swapping out to Mike, who, as you said, no resurrection here. So might be playing a little bit more passive, which is not really something we expect of Mike, and might be a... I don't know whether he will play passive, man. I don't know if he's capable of doing such a thing. As we're going to get a fight here between the 3, Yeran, Mike, and Fly, all fighting over that loot drop right there. Not going to be able to pick it up as another fight here is breaking out on the other side of the map.
Yeah, we see Zhang Yu here giving chase to JDG to Zhang. Unfortunately, Mike was going in trying to pick up a better weapon there. But as he went to the box, it looked like the other player stepped up, took the purple weapons. So Mike is going to be stuck on a white dagger right now. He definitely doesn't want to take any engagement with that if he can help it here. OC Zhang Yu finds Xu Zhang up in the tree again. Xu Zhang on fire still here, taking a lot of that burn tick here. But we see here OC Zhang Yu has that flame jade where when you grapple onto somebody and attack, it does the fire damage, which is huge. Fire damage really is one of the most underrated things here in Naraka Blade Point. Being able to just chew through somebody's HP through their shields, absolutely massive, especially the tick over time, because a lot of this game comes down to movement, and while you're chasing somebody, to be able to continue to do damage to them while you're not hitting them is a huge bonus effort to your efforts, right? It keeps them from being able to reset, and you're pumping out damage while you continue the chase here. Panaman gonna opt to back off of the chase here as his ult goes down, and it lets Wang Liang get away. You know, Panaman taking his second pick for Tarka G this game is gonna leave him stunted a little bit coming into the next games, because you can only play Tarka 3 times. You can play the same hero 3 times in the day. So he's got Tarka for 1 more game. And if he uses him next game, that's it. He's going to be forced to play the likes of Justina, Yodahime, or Zepin Yang here. But, you know, Tarka really just comfort pick. Q9 on LXY here coming in on to J2's Action. Action taking a ton of damage coming out of the left click into the right click from the dagger combo there. Action unfortunately popped the F2, but all of that shield burnt off almost immediately by range shots here. Action going to be forced to find a place to reset here. The bell gets popped. I don't think anybody actually was able to get any information off of it there. It's been popped too many times in this particular area. So Action going to live to fight another day here as the information doesn't come through. We're going to see JDG's Xu Zhang looking for Action. Action perfectly reading this lobby and moving in ways where players not able to find him.
Swapping over to Panda Man now, though, as well. As you mentioned, this is Tarka G. It's his comfort pick. We're not seeing too much of it in general, but he's only going to be able to play 1 more game with this one. And he wants to really make it happen. If this is his comfort, he had a bit of a... I mean, he did okay in game 1, but we're expecting a little bit more from him. And I think he's one of the dark horses to maybe finish in that top 3. He's really bringing it to Mike, though. I don't know what he's got against Mike, but it's something personal for sure. He's just throwing grappling hooks after another into Mike. Coming through with that fireball, though, onto Luren King. Gonna get pushed away by that Spirit Slash. Not too much happening here, and just another reset for him, but he's got to be careful. He's in between 2 players right now. This is not where you want to be. Panda Man just going to be running away inside that building, looking for that reset. He does not want to take a 2v1. Those are bad odds right here, as Mike is now slicing and dicing his way into Panda Man. Oh, he's going to be in a bit of a pickle, but I think he's going to be away from this one just in time, as now it's Mike who has to fight Mr. King on the side here. I think Panda Man's just going to be scurrying away and licking his wounds.
So fun fact here, while we get to see all of the lovely cosmetics here and our audience gets to see the cosmetics, for the players actually, they can't see player names, and every hero is in their basic cosmetics here. So Panda Man going down onto AOW's mic there really doesn't know who he's engaging with. He has to take every engagement like he's engaging the best player in the lobby. Speaking of which, Q9's LXY here engaging WBG Spider, and Spider on quite the back foot here. LXY was able to pump out a ton of damage with his dagger, and Spider just trying to get away, create some distance here. And now LXY continuing the hunt. Somebody rang that bell as well, and now has locations on both of these players.
So Spider needs to be very careful because third party is likely to come in here, and he is the player that's low, so he's going to be the target as these sharks come out. And we're going to see LXY get a little bit more damage there. Spider going to throw the F3, but opt not to stand in it, just trying to continue to scale rush away, and actually makes a huge mistake off of the roof there. He's going to go down before he gets anything out, and WBG Spider going to lose here his first elimination. He has 2 seconds before zone 2 collapses. He's gonna be able to ghost transform though and resurrect. That was so close. If Spider had stayed on the run and gotten caught out 2 seconds later, he would not have a resurrection and would have been eliminated from this lobby. Man, that was super unfortunate. He went for the scale rush up to the top room, got caught underneath the stairs, and because of that, it gave LXY enough space to be able to catch into him. Now LXY going head to head with Bowdhouse Huangfly here. We're going to see the shield swap come out from LXY onto the blue shield. Huangfly is now the one giving LXY a run for his money, and LXY goes into the same building that WBG Spider accidentally got caught on and ended up losing his respawn off of there, but thankfully Spider still in the lobby. The question is, will LXY go down to Huangfly as we move over to OC Zhang Yu?
Zhang Yu on the taste for Yay run there, but it's Spider versus Mike. As you said, he's basically naked, man. He's not got anything. He just went for that resurrection. He's not going to have the equipment here for this fight. Mike, very happy to take this one. He's going to be chasing Spider down. Spider on the run right here. This could just be the death knell for him. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. He could be in a bit of a pickle. That Spirit Slash is going to be doing a little bit of zoning, but here comes the third party in Zin. I'm not sure he's long for this world. He has been able to just jump away a little bit here. He's still on the run, but he's still getting hunted down. Both these players just looking to finish him off. They want to get that statistic. They don't care about each other. They just care about the free kill, and it is Mike that picks up Spider, and that's him done. You can see him at the top of the scoreboard, but he's out. He's eliminated. A player that we expected a lot from. Second one gone.
Yeah, Spider there, man. You know, when you're getting dogged down like that, it's super hard. And you know what? GBL Zin puts in all the work there, but it's AOW's Mike who secures the kill. Zin actually, if you saw that, we saw Spider use that longsword slash, the horizontal, multiple times. Mike gets hit by it both times. GBL Shin, however, ducks underneath of it and is able to continually pump damage out onto Spider. Spider forced to pop his ultimate there. Spider forced to just take the damage, and Mike just comes in after standing back up from the stand-up frames and is able to get the last hit. Really unfortunate for everybody involved except Mike. Mike able to get the kill there after GBL Zin puts in the work. You know, Mike put in the work originally to get him low so that the chase went that direction, but it was Zin who looked to be clutching it out there in the end, and Zin, with no eliminations to speak for it, forced to back off and reset and spend some resources and get nothing out of it.
As you're seeing here on the map, a lot of players just knocking about in this area right here, and that's the beauty though of solos. There's a lot of kill steals, there's a lot of just head hunting after the same target, and as you mentioned, if you put all the resources in and you don't get the kill, it really does suck. It really feels bad. And if you get one of those, it feels bad. A second one happens in a game, maybe a third, that's it. You're tilted off the face of the earth. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating to get those things just snuck away from underneath you. And this is a good way to go for those kill steals as well, with Zhang Yu on the ranged weapon. Obviously, in this particular situation, not necessarily going to be picking off someone low on health, but that's why we see these players often go for these ranged weapons. Just a little bit of poke from far away, but also so you can go for those kill steals. Instead now it is Xjin in trouble, going to be jumping away into the circle. Not really where he wants to be when he's on that health, but Don King doesn't seem to mind too much. Just going to let him have his way, just going to let Xjin run away. But oh my goodness, here, I tell a lie. He's not going to get away from this one. Wang Liang is now after him as well. Honestly, the players, they smell blood. They see the weak member. They see the fawn with the gammy leg, and everyone just bundles in onto them. They all want those kills. They all want to pad those stats. And poor Xjin is not going to be long for this world. He is going to be going down very shortly. The question is, who to? It's Don King able to pick it up there with the cannon as the Predators find their prey and then will scurry away to see if they can find the next one, lest they become the prey in the next fight.
this is why we call these players sharks, right? As soon as they smell blood in the water, all of a sudden 6-7 players come out of nowhere, and here we go, LXY, Q9, the current blood in the water, and it's Badass Wongfly who's going to pick up the elimination, making the smart decision also to back off the body, let somebody else take the loot here so he's not in the middle of, there's 6 players descending in trying to get something. Wongfly going to use his F3 to get the other player out of their F3, take the opportunity to take a reset here as we are down to 12 players. Zone 4 collapsing on to Zone 5 at the top of the order. WBG Spider still in first place right now, but eliminated. Can't put any more points on the board. It's going to be a 3-point game for him. AOW's Mike with 2 eliminations, tied for second place with OC's Zhang Yu and Q9's LXY, but LXY in the similar situation to WBG Spider. No more points for him to be able to put on the board, and everybody else tied for third with 1 elimination and a couple players sitting with 0 eliminations right now. EWG's Yiron, one of those players. Here we are again. Yiron, game 1, picks up gold dual blades, gold armor, is able to get in and secure those Moore's blessings, but he has 0 eliminations, and we're getting ready to move into these final circles. He needs to make some work happen. You can get gold armor and gold weapons all day, but if you're not picking up eliminations, you're not really getting yourself any points. Like, I say that knowing full well he took second place last game, but it's really weird to see him coming into final circles with no points. That's not the style Yiron is used to playing here. We usually see him going into final circles with 2-3 eliminations and still picking up gold armor. Now it's just like he's prioritized picking up the better loot and then hoping he can pick up those elims in final circle.
It's a bit of a change in playstyle here that we are seeing from Yiron. And you have to think, like, in and of itself, in a vacuum, it's not necessarily a bad thing to be playing safe. But it might come back to bite you in the bum when it comes, if you get to those final circles and you don't have the same amount of limbs. Like, it's all good finishing high, but if you finish high with those kills, that's really where you start racking up those points. Perhaps some missed opportunities here for Yiron, but there's no doubt about it. He is one of the most geared players here in this lobby. You have to keep your eyes on him. He may be on 0 kills right now, but that doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, as he is putting some hurt onto Mike, some big hurt, knocking him into the circle as well. He's very low. He's so low right here. I don't think the Spirit Slash can save him. We'll save him for a little bit here, but he's got people shooting down on him as well. Oh, he's up the creek without a paddle in this one. Forced to pop the ulti, but I don't think it's going to be enough. There it is. He's going down. Holy... Out midair, Luren King
downtown with the bow. Look how far he is away from that kill.
Holy moly. That was a beautiful... mate, we need a replay on that one. I don't think we don't have replays, but still, that was banging. What a shot, especially midair as well. That was beautiful stuff.
Look,
beautiful.
You also have to consider when you're ulting as Yoda Hume as well, you get like 50% damage reduction. You get a little bit of armor to like kind of cover your ult a little bit. Think about how much damage that bow shot had to do with that damage reduction. He had to land a headshot there to secure that kill. This is one of the things that we see Luren King do all the time, is he is one of those players that is so good at snaking kills out from other people with range shots. Luren King wasn't even on our radar in that. There were so many other players around and we're like, yeah, one of them's gonna pick it up, and then Luren King comes up on the kill feed and we're like, where was he? What the heck? That bow shot? What? As we see Badass Wongfly pick up a kill and an elimination on Nbpl's Jin as well. EWG's Yiron trying to set up another kill for themselves here. Really unfortunate, because it was Yiron who put in all that work onto AOW's Mike. And again, wasn't able to get the kill. Luren King able to snatch it out from underneath. JDG's Chu Zhang here now on the receiving end of Dong Qing with the dual blades. Dong Qing more than happy to just evict him from his hut and take the free space to get a reset here, though.
Yeah, and Luren King as well, just to cap it off. Like, not only is that a 6 shot, but he finished the first game with 0 points. This is his first elimination of the day, and what a way to get it. Absolutely beautiful stuff right there. A lot of players here, though, clustered as we're starting to get into that final circle stage. Zhang Yu taking a big hit to his armor. Getting a huge poke there. I don't know who shot that, but it would not surprise. It's Panda Man. Panda Man shot him in the head there. Going to be breaking away his armor. He's in a good spot here on the top of this tree. All these players just looking to get the high ground, just looking to chill out a little bit here. They don't want to be the first one to take the fight, not necessarily because they don't want to fight people. It's because they don't want to get fought. They know if they take a fight, everyone else is going to bundle in onto them. They suddenly become the weak people. They're going to be poked down. They're going to be taking some damage, and everyone else is going to bundle in from the lobby. And you don't want to be in that situation. You don't want to be the one to pull the trigger first, just because you know everyone else. It's not going to be a 1v1. It's going to be a 1v1, a v4 as the rest of the lobby comes into collapse to pick up those kills. Just a bit of flirting happening here, not too much, but that circle is getting smaller and smaller. We still have a lot of players left. Panda Man, I can see on the right, is getting involved in a fight. This might be where we break open the stalemate. We get some action here as this game comes to a close.
Yeah, Panda Man here just trying to take a little bit of a reset here. We are 10 players left alive. Zone 6 is fully collapsed onto Zone 7 in the next 2 seconds. It's going to be our last zone. The last a little bit of safety for these players. And there's not a lot of places to hide here. If you get caught out in the middle or you get low, you are likely the next player to be eliminated. And we're going to see Panda Man actually bringing out that soul slash on the katana, but Panda Man goes way low. Ooh. Speaking of being the player who gets caught out, go low. OC Shangyu picks off Panda Man with a massive bow shot. Now it's Wolves Kaibao who's going to go down to GD's Don Quing, trying to save himself with the ult there, but the damage reduction not enough, down to 8 players already. 2 eliminations happen in the snap of a finger as we see these players go head to head. Yiron trying to make something happen. OUG's Luren King going to throw the F3 down, going for a little bit of a reset here, able to actually find it in this final circle. Yiron using that huge soul jade here on the longsword that gives you double slashes and changes up the hitbox. Absolutely massive for him here. He's going to be able to poke at range with the range, with the melee weapon there. GG Shaw going to throw down the F2, try to take a little bit of a reset, try to get a little bit of the neutral back here, is able to find one little corner here to take a pot, get that full reset off Shaw. Holding on for dear life here as we see that Bao Dao Swankfly pick up OC's Zhang Yu with the dagger, doing a ton of damage. Luren King forced to pop the F3 again, is able to find a reset as well. Yiron goes super low as well. All eyes on Zhang Yu. Yiron stuck at the edge of the circle, gets sent flying back in the circle again, is able to tap dodge back in. The last second gets sent flying a third time. Yiron taking so much damage just to zone tick, and now a huge ultimate coming out from Zhang Yu, and it's going to be Yodo on Yodo on Yodo on Yodo action here, as so many Yodo Himes hope to pass their ultimate lap, pump out a ton of damage. Chu Zhang picks up Yiron. Chu Zhang picks up Zhang Yu. Wang Liang picks up Luren King. Wang Liang picks up Chu Zhang. Luren King, wait, there's so many kill feed, I can't even tell what happened. I think it might come down to Wang Liang. So many Yodo ults, it's hard to tell what happens, and it is gonna be XCG's Wang Liang walking away our MVP for game number 2.
What a finish right there to game 2. That final circle closed in and there wasn't too much action happening. But you know what that means. If there's no action happening now, it's going to happen down the line. And that's exactly what happened. That was like the tiniest circle and everyone just pops their ulti. My goodness, that all happened in the space of like 5 seconds. I genuinely think like half the eliminations in that entire lobby happened in the space of about 5 seconds. That was absolutely insane finish right there. Wang Liang coming out on top. Not really a player that we had focused on, to be honest. Not someone that we were expecting too much for. Had a bit of a quieter game 1, but is able to pull it out at the end right there. Come out on top. A few surprises there for me in that game number 2. Specifically like Spider and his early elimination, not being able to make it happen, and Yeron. I don't know what he finished on. Run, but he was the only player in that final circle with 0 kills. I don't know. I honestly I couldn't keep up with what was happening, so I don't know what he finished on. But it potentially a bit of a quiet one for him as well.
Yeah, you know, Wang Liang again in season 1 in terms of solos was the head-to-head guy with AOW's mic. So it was surprising that this week here in season 2, he's been quiet. It's been, like I said, he feels neutered a little bit, right? He's not made a lot of noise. Every fight he's been in, he's not taking control of it. And that was not the Wang Liang of season 1. Wang Liang season 1 was the guy who confidently would jump into every fight, take control of it. The second you messed up and let him go back to neutral, he instantly was in control of those fights over and over again. That's not been him this season. He comes out here in the final circle. He's been quiet all game, and somehow he's able to come out on top. It's the big wherewithal. He was the last Yodo Hime to pop the ultimate. And it is that patience that is going to win you games in this Yodo Hime meta at the end of the day. if you let a final circle get down to 8 players like that, and most of them are Yoda Himes, it's the last Yoda that ults that is going to win. That's just, it's proven. We've seen it time and time again. You have to hold on. You have to have the patience. You have to put yourself in a situation where you're not forced to pop your ultimate early. You have to tap dodge through some of the damage of the other ultimates. You have to not panic when you start taking zone tick and be the last one to finally pop your ultimate. That's what Wang Liang does. We literally watch him run out into the circle. He tap dodges a couple of hits. When he finally gets low, he sees all the other Yodas have popped his. He goes, all right, now is the time. He pops his, he comes in. He picks up a ton of eliminations in the end there, comes out in first place as well. Those elims plus the first place finish are going to give him the MVP. When we look at the scoreboard, though, I think it's going to be tight. So we saw a lot of people pick up 2 or 3 kills in that final circle and all finish in that first to fourth range. So I think the scores are going to be even tighter than they were in game number 1.
I'm more excited to see the scores because I have no idea what it's going to look like, because it generally all happened towards the end when the scoreboard was turned off. Like, I really want to see who picked up those kills towards the end. It's quite exciting. It's like Lucky Dip. Do you have Lucky Dip in the States? Do you know what Lucky Dip is? So
I do not.
No, it's so like when I was a kid, one of my favorite things, you go to a charity shop and they have like a bin full of wrapped up like toys. Basically, you don't know what you're getting, so you just pay £1 and you pick a toy out of the basket, and it could be anything. It's the Lucky Dip, right? It could be anything. You don't know what you're getting, but that's the fun part of it, and that's where I feel like we are right now. This feels like it's Lucky Dip time, because I reckon, like, I don't know, I just don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna pull out here. I don't know what I'm gonna pull out the bin. I don't know who it's gonna be. And there it is, Wang Yang with 3 kills in first flight, and Xu Zheng taking the first, second, and third. Luren King as well on the 4th slot. My goodness, look at that top 5. That is not, at least personally speaking, what I was expecting to see coming into game number 2. Yiran with 0.5 points total. He did finish on a big fat goose egg on those kills, not able to make it happen at all. Honestly, quite surprising. Spider, despite getting knocked out really early, still finishing in 7th, because this was a ridiculously low kill lobby as far as like individual kills go, peaking out at 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, you really think about it, again, the average number of maximum kills in solos is 5, right? So even though Spider's eliminated early, he picks up those 3 eliminations, those 3 points. This is how important early eliminations are into a match. Even though Spider goes out early, he has those 3 eliminations. He's tied with everybody else in terms of most eliminations for the lobby, and just the elim points alone are enough to bring him into 7th place, whereas AOW's Mike, who finishes much higher than him in terms of placement, only picks up 2 kills and is only going to be walking away with 2.2 points for the lobby, right? AOW's Mike, super unfortunate as well. Yiran catches him out, knocks him in the zone not once but twice, comes back in, he's popping the ult, trying to hold it on. And honestly, player of the game, Luren King, right? Luren King from quite literally a football field away with a huge bow shot from downtown. He's able to pump it out. Look at this, by the way, Wang Liang, we have to talk about this. 5k damage this game. That is it. 5k damage, 3 kills. I don't know if you know this, but the average damage per kill is around 2,000 damage, right? So between the base HP bar and a purple set of armor, a player has about 2,000 hit points. So he did less damage than the average amount of damage per kill that he really needed. He just picked up everything in the end there. This is a good game for Wang Liang, but it's definitely not a return to form. This came down to just being able to hold out and pop that Yodel ult in the end, but clearly his stats show that Wang Liang has not returned to the same Wang Liang we know. He's not bringing the aggression. I'm happy for him. I'm happy he picked up some eliminations and some score here. I don't expect to see more out of Wang Liang. Honestly, something, the tuning's not there this season. The confidence isn't there, and it's definitely hurting him.
Yeah, this is probably like the lowest stats you'll see from an MVP today, I would imagine. It's certainly, you know, 5,000 damage is very low. And we see like the average damage for a lot of the top players, you know, people who are ranking high in average damage is like 10k plus. 5k to be the MVP, not just like your average damage is pretty low. But to be honest, it kind of just shows the way that lobby went. Like a lot of the a lot of the players that we expect to pump out the big deeps as the match goes on weren't necessarily there towards the end. And if like someone like Uren just disappeared a little bit as well, like it was a weird one. I kind of view game 2 that's a bit of an anomaly, and to be honest, both these first 2 games have felt a little bit off. But the way the players were playing in the first one was a bit off. The second one was a bit more bloodthirsty, but the result was a bit off. It's an interesting day for solos today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, AOW's Mike had a really good first game at least. He didn't bring that same aggression to this game, and this is what I talk about. As soon as he loses that first life and he doesn't have that resurrection again, the confidence completely falls off. Every fight that came his way, besides the one with WBG Spider, where he had Spider super low and was chasing him, it looked like Mike didn't want to take it. He had purple armor, he had a decent weapon, and he just really wasn't feeling it. And then he gets caught off guard by Yiran. There's something about when he gets eliminated early in a match, he just kind of falls off. It affects his mental, and he's not as in the game as he is when he's doing well. When he's doing well, he feels like he's hyper focused. He's very aware of his surroundings. He knows how to make plays and stuff. But his positioning there, where he gets caught out by Yiran, and then he tries to force himself back in to Yiran and gets knocked into the zone a second time while there's somebody on the building there. Classic Mike would have immediately moved around the edge of the zone, taken a little more zone tick, and found a place to reset. That's not what we saw happen there, and it cost him dearly in the end there. So he's got to get that mental back on. Hopefully he comes back in game 3, doesn't let it affect him like he usually does, and keeps the aggression going. If he can do that, obviously Mike always going to be favored to put big points on the board and do big things. But game 2 here, like you said, very weird scores in the end. A lot of players we didn't expect to be up there. I certainly didn't expect to see Wang Liang up there. Season 1, absolutely. And especially with his performance this game, I did not expect to see him MVP. 5k damage at 3 eliminations.
Yeah.
Like, it's really weird to come out this way. I think every player underneath of him had more damage than he did. I wish I could go back and look at the stats for everybody, because it's just, yeah, it's weird. But again, WBG Spider, though, with 3 elims, puts more points up on the board than our boy AOW's Mike does as well. But here's the problem. It's points, it's not a lot of points. You really want to be in that kind of 5 to 7 point range if you really want to keep that consistency going. So Spider got some work to do. He got caught out here, but he brought the aggression this game a lot more than he did the first game. He got those early elims and was able to follow through with those. You fall into a bad situation sometimes, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And I mean, GBL's Xin, again, with the perfect crouch timing underneath those horizontals from the longsword every single time. It's why the horizontal's not really favored on the longsword to begin with, because you can just crouch under that because of the way it's set up, believe it or not. So it looks like it comes out completely straight in front of you. It's actually angled ever so slightly upwards. So the further you are away from it, the more time you have to crouch under that. So the further range, the more deprecating it is for you as a player to be able to actually land it consistently. And it's not something a lot of like mid-tier or new players know about whatsoever. So it hurt him pretty bad that Xin was able to catch up. Mike picks up the kill, but that's what it is. And speaking of that being what it is, you guys know what it is. It's time to take a break before we come back and lock in for game number 3. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2 Solos. First Biweekly Finals, man. What a very interesting game. Number 2 we just came off of, Fox. I mean, nobody expected Wang Liang to be up top, and nobody expected an MVP with such low numbers. Again, I'm happy for Wang Liang. He needed this. Honestly, he needed to have a good game, put some score up on the board. But because of those low numbers, I'm looking at it, I don't think it's a return to form. I think this is kind of, like you said, an anomaly among games. Some of our top players eliminated towards the middle of the lobby, not putting up a ton of points. You know, WBG Spider brought the aggression, had 3 eliminations early, but because of that, he gets caught out at one point, gets eliminated. AOW's Mike gets blindsided by Yiran and sent back into the zone. There was a little bit of a panic there because Mike just kind of runs headlong back into Yiran and gets sent flying back into the zone a second time. And because of that, he goes super low and ends up in a situation where Luren King is just able to snipe him out of the sky. He's not able to do anything about it. He locks himself down. Mike gets eliminated, and then we're like, oh wow, you know what's happening? And then, ooh, excuse me, EWG's Yiran as well. You know, once again in a situation, he's got the legendary armor, he's got purple dual blades, doesn't put any kills on the board. He goes to final zone, but he doesn't make anything happen with it. And this is what I'm worried about, right? Yiran, again, is one of those players that typically comes into the final zone with a couple kills under his belt, is able to secure that legendary loot, and then use that to kind of zone out, get good points. And even if he doesn't finish first, finish with enough points to be consistent. But this game, he comes in with 0 kills. He's got the loot, but all he really was a giant loot pinata for the rest of Final Circle. Not that a lot happened until the very end. It was like 5-6 Yodohime ultimates going off all at once, and Wang Liang picks up, 3 eliminations and is just barely able to edge out and be in first place. That leaderboard, super close at the end. You know, I think he picks up 8 points in total. Really interesting to see how game 2 plays out. I think we're going to continue to see more aggression in game number 3. I really desperately hope Mike brings the absolute aggression in game number 3, because we talk about his mental and how he doesn't do well when he gets eliminated off of the rip. That's what we saw happen in the second game. So he needs to kind of reset, come in, bring the aggression so he can get his mental back on board where it needs to be. And if not, I think he's gonna struggle for the rest of the day like we typically see him do if he has a bad game. That's the thing about Mike, is when he's doing well, he does so well, and if he can carry that streak on, that's where he excels. That's where we see him consistently do great. And you know, off of the first game, I expected that out of Mike. He kind of crumbled in this game. We didn't see that fight, unfortunately. He was off screen. I just happened to look at the scoreboard and see that he had been elimination and was in his ghost form. And I'm not even sure who picked up the elim onto him, but he fought somebody early and it did not go well for him. So hopefully he can bring it back in this game. GD's Don Quang, this is an interesting player as well. This is a player I talk about a lot. In the first season of Nbpl, he was the only player that was playing every single solos game and every single trios game for his team. I think there was a span where in 4 days straight, he played something like 46 games of Naraka in the Pro League, back to back to back to back. The man is an absolute tank, right? His mental, to be able to hold on after 48 games of pro play in 4 days is insane for any player. And, you know, he's a very strong player. In his trios team, they play around Don Quang. But the question is, can he keep it going in today's solos where it matters a lot? Baodos Huangfly is another player as well that typically kind of does either middling of the pack or towards the top of the list. He's not done a lot today. He was able to make it to final circles. His stats clearly on an upward trend here, at least, though, from earlier in the week. So hopefully Huangfly can come in and show us something a little crazy today. You know, he's on Team Baoda, which, their logo is quite literally punched in the mouth. That's what I want to see out of Huangfly today. I want him to hit us with some stats so hard it feels like a punch to the mouth.
Love that. I think he finished like 2nd or maybe 3rd in game number 2. It was such a random game though. It was so strange. Just pretty much the whole game from start to finish didn't really make a lot of sense. It felt like a bit of an anomaly as far as the results go. I expect a lot of different things. Xiaohui, though, this is a guy who wants a very different game. He got knocked out. He got eliminated like 3 minutes into the game. He literally had to sit there and watch everyone play. I think it was like another like 10, 15 minutes before someone even got eliminated after him. He went out very, very early, which is never something that you want to do. Obviously, never something that's... it's pretty hard to get points when you finish that early. And look at, honestly, Mike's social media is popping. Look at this stuff. Got a picture with him with a cat. Or is that him taking a picture of a cat? Either way, it's fair play. Yeah. Oh my goodness, there's 2 cats.
Yeah,
there's 2.
We love cats over here. I know a lot of people in chat come and watch my stream. They're always happy when Echo comes out, my cute little kitty cat here, and I'm happy to see that the players here clearly cat people as well. JDG's Chu Zhang. This is a new player, by the way. I want to talk about Chu Zhang real quick here for JDG. You know, JDG had a player last season who was always hyper aggressive. One of my favorite players to watch. They typically were very coin flippy though. They either did great or they did terrible. Clearly, they decided they didn't like that sort of coin flippiness coming out here into season 2. They're changing roster. They bring in Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang's been interesting to watch. I feel like instead of being coin flippy, he's just kind of consistently in the middle of the pack. And I don't know if that's better or worse in terms of performance, because I feel like he's kind of staying in the similar place that the other JDG player did.
Yeah, I've been waiting to see a little bit out of Chen Sheng. I haven't. He's been relatively quiet, but as you say, middle of the pack is definitely nothing to sniff at. Especially if we get these lobbies that are a little bit more open, like we saw in game number 2, where Wang Liang was able to pull out that victory. The man you see on your screen right now. You know, it was all up for grabs, man. It was all up for grabs in game number 2, and that might be one of those games that you can sneak in. If you know, the games where the otherwise top players or the regularly top finishing players, where they get eliminated early or they're just not having a huge amount of impact, those are the games where you want to like sneak in and try and steal as many points as you can. And for Chu Sheng, anyone really, like we saw with Wang Liang in game 2, like they want to make that happen. Those are the games that you want to sneak into. We'll see if game number 3 can be a bit more like game number 2 in that sense, whether we're going to see some upsets happening here in the lobby, maybe even off the rip. And if not, maybe we just go back to normal, go back to regular standard broadcasting here with a bit more like in game number 1 with our power squads here of like the Mikes, the Spiders, the Churens as well, filling out that top 3. And even it was Xiao Yu, sorry, he's up there too. Like, we want to see these guys kind of return to form, or do we want to see some more upsets? Either way, it's going to be interesting here as we get into game number 3. I have absolutely no idea what is going to happen, because it's really just been an anomalous day today for solos. We haven't really found any kind of pattern in the games. I don't think the players have really found their footing just yet or settled into the day. I expect maybe as the game goes on, we'll see a bit more consistency, a bit more the results being a bit more things that we expect. I want to see, was game number 2 just a fluke for the likes of Wang Liang and Wong Fly? Or is it actually, you know, is this, are they here to play? Are they here to kind of take it to the big dogs and try and knock them out of position and get some points for themselves? As game number 3 is getting underway.
Yeah, I'm going to pop in here. We're going to see a lot of players heading up here to Stilton. It's going to be a 3-way fight here. Most of these players opting to go east of Celestra here. There's a lot of opportunities to secure some Dark-Tide coins there. And, you know, those coins being really important towards scaling into late game and getting you some gear. But you've got to fight for it. For sure, we're going to see Wang Liang, our MVP from last game, as is tradition. We're going to start in with him. And he's over here in Eventide Temple, getting ready to go head-to-head with the likes of OUG's Blue Ren King. Blue Ren King already picking up this blue dual blades musket and armor, setting up pretty good for himself here. He's still lacking a little bit of resources there. Drops another blue armor, though, so he knows where one's going to be at if he needs to get on the move and get an armor swap there. GBL's in, going head-to-head with GD's Don Quing. Don Quing able to get the F3 out and stop more of that riposte damage from coming through. Zen just hopping into it there. really trying to make something happen here, wants to use the grapple to cancel it. But the way that F3 was angled, I don't think he was going to be able to use a grapple to get in, knock him out of there like he wanted to. As we move over to AOW's Mike, going head-to-head with Badass Swampfly. Swampfly going to be forced to pop the F2. Mike here with a white dagger and some blue armor. Huangfly going to be shoved off now by NAD's Dao Yihui. So AOW's Mike going to get that opportunity to take the full reset before potentially coming in to third party this fight. Huangfly wants to keep it moving here. Doesn't want any part of that fight because he knows AOW's Mike is just around the corner waiting for them as well. And that's not a player you want to get third party by. Speaking of a player you don't want to get third party by, here comes WBG's Spider looking to go head to head with EWG's Yiron off the rip here. Comes in.
Oh, he's stuck.
Look at this, he plays this so well, right? He barely takes anything here. He's able to get the grapple out onto EWG's Yiron, knock him out of the F3. The katana comes in. This J-Team's action trying to steal this kill. But look at this, WBG Spider with the bow picks up the kill. He says, "You're not gonna take this kill out from underneath of me. I put in the work. That's going to be mine." As we move over to GD's Don Quing, going head to head here with the likes of GBL Zin. Zin going to be eliminated here, and we're going to see Don Quing pick up his first elim of the game. Now back to NAD's Dao Yihui going head to head once again with AOW's Mike. Don Quing going to come in, or no, oof, Mike. Despite the fact that he takes the armor swap there, Dao Yihui is still going to be eliminated to a fully charged right click from the katana there. But now Badass Huangfly coming in, wants a piece of the action as well, and is going to start ripping the shields off of Mike. Mike goes super low. He gets the charge left click out of the katana though, but Huangfly here not willing to give up the fight. He's going to pop the F2. He's got the opportunity to control the neutral here, but is going to back off to take the full reset before continuing chase. But it's not far because Wolves, Kaibao, hot on the heels of AOW's Mike. Mike's got that F2 going, but he's going to be forced to armor swap into white armor after Kaibao pumps out a ton of damage onto Mike. Mike going to move across here and catches him with the charge left click, blitzes the shield off of him. The F3 comes out. Now Kaibao going to be forced to take a reset here, and it's AOW's Mike going to reset as well. But Huangfly coming in for the third party.
That's 2 kills now, though, for Spider. He got 3 kills in the previous lobby, but was knocked out so early. Didn't get any multipliers right there and was just sitting on those 3 points. Good start for him already here in this lobby. He wants to make it a little bit different, though. A little bit ending different than the previous one. Doesn't want to get eliminated too early. But speaking of like good eliminations, though, Don Quing as well. He's another one that's sitting on 2. He's done really, really well. You highlighted him before this game, and you said how like in trios, like this is a player that his team plays around. He is a carry player. He's a very good player. He's very talented. Hadn't been making it happen so far here today in solos, but even now at the beginning of this one, really, really bringing the pain here onto the lobby, getting those 2 kills. We're seeing a pip fight here as well in the bottom right of the screen. I have no idea who that is. It's way too small for me to see, but someone's gone down. That was Dao Hui gone down to Shang Yu, and that's him out as well, I believe. Yeah, oh my goodness, it is him. He got knocked out before, and he's been knocked out as the first player once again, right at the beginning of the game. He's going to be sitting there twiddling his thumbs. Maybe he can help out with his tax returns or something like that. I don't know, in this time that he's got here while he's just sitting and watching everyone else play video games. My goodness, he has had a rough game 2. He is having a rough game 3. He's really going to want to turn it around if he wants to make something happen here today in this bi-weekly final.
As we pop over, this is going to be a really good fight. Don Quing able to pick up his 3rd elimination this game already, but now WBG Spider making it look easy, coming in, putting in huge damage onto Don Quing, being very careful of that Abyssal Aura that Don Quing has, but he's going to parry the Abyssal Order, and it's going to be WBG Spider who eliminates Don Quing for his 3rd elimination of the game, as both of them tie it up in first place here in game number 3. WBG Spider, this is what we were hoping to see out of him as we continue through the lobby, as we take over and take a look at OUG's Allura and King before moving to a fight between Q9's LXY and J-Team's Action. Able to catch the scale rush off onto Action, but not able to lock him down and do enough damage to stop that F2 from keeping him moving here. Action, though, going super low into the uppercut. He 180 flicks him so he doesn't go over and can get the follow-up. The wherewithal from LXY to make that happen so that he doesn't go into the gorge down below, that has got to be a highlight as somebody who loves the spear and consistently uses uppercut combos, I know how difficult that is to do, and he makes it look easy. LXY picking up an elimination on the J Team's action there with just masterful performance and use of the spear.
It's going to be his first kill of the game, and not only is that a kill for him, but proper elimination for Action. He's gone. Absolutely gone. He had to work for it, though. Exactly as you said, that was not a freebie for him. But you can get a freebie of Naraka if you activate the Steam code. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen. Quickly take a cheeky little print screen screenshot. Try all those codes in your Steam client, and get playing some Naraka. If you're anything like me, you watch pro players play video games. You're like, holy moly, I want to play video game now as well. You play one game, you get absolutely blasted. Like, you know what? I think I'm okay. It's back to watching it for me. But it's cool if you fancy that. If you fancy some action, you can use those codes. We're following Spider now here on 3 kills, exactly as he did in the last lobby, but still in the lobby here, looking for a higher finish. As Don Queen's going to get caught out a little bit here by Mike. Don Queen on 3 kills, but has been killed once, has no res. If he goes down, he is eliminated, and that is not what you want when you got this many kills, to miss out on that multiplier, as he is getting hunted down by Mike. And we all know it's not just going to be Mike here, although it might only have to be Mike. Don Queen is struggling. He's going to go down right here. He is eliminated. He is gone. He is out of the lobby. 3 kills early, but no multiplier, finishing as the 3rd player to get eliminated here in game number 3. He must be kicking himself here. He had a good opportunity to finish high. It's not going to happen right here. It's Chu Sheng now, getting the pain from LXY. Your favorite spear user doesn't even need to use the spear when he can just go for that dagger play instead, getting that elimination as well. My goodness, LXY now looking to be a dark horse for this one. Being a bit quiet on the day-to-day, but making the plays happen as he finds himself here against Kaibao. He's going to go for a little bit of a reset on this one. We'll swap over now to Mike against Spider, 2 of our favorite players here, the most aggressive, ridiculously talented Naraka players here that we have in the Nbpl, especially in solos. Spider going for the, oh my goodness, Mike is in a world of hurt right here. He's going to go down as well. You have to feel he's not long for this world, but who's going to get the kill? Is it Wang Liang or is it going to be Spider? Both of these players are hunting for it. They both want it. Spider's done the work, but Wang Liang is just looking to poach it off. He's going to try and get that last hit. He's going to try and make Spider cry. Keep Spider on those 3 kills, not go for the 4th. But Spider here actually looks like he might be the one falling down instead. How the turns have tabled. And it's Spider who's getting the pain instead. Mike is going to bring him down. And now it's Mike versus Wang Liang, and he's going to turn this one around as well. What the hell is going on, Mike? Mike, you're meant to be dead. You're meant to be in the ground. You're meant to be 6 foot under. You're not the one meant to be putting the other guys down in the ground. That's not how this works. It's how it's working here as Wang Yang now in a bit of a pickle, having to pop the ult to run away. Really low health here. All these TPs coming through. Might be able to survive it, but I don't know. Luren King's looking for this one. Might just be able to pick him off. He's going to go on for the chase.
Yeah, Wang Liang here able to get away there as Luren King misses the second grapple, but it's not going to be enough as Luren King grapples into a jump cancel musket shot and picks up the elimination on to Wang Liang. You know, Mike's got to be feeling on top of the world right now. You know, he got parried 4 times in game 6. Earlier this week in WBG Spider. He parries Spider twice there, turns the tables around, picks up the elimination. As soon as he sees Spider's name comes up in the kill feed there, I'm sure he is just like, yes! Mike gonna be on his ish here in this game, 100% for sure. After that elimination, as we move over to GG Shaw, giving chase here to Badass Huang Fly. Huang Fly just staying barely 1 step ahead, 1 pixel ahead of GG Shaw here. Shaw not able to pick up the elimination. It looks like Huang Fly going to be able to get a little bit of a reset off here. Shaw still trying to find him here, but Huang Fly utilizing this terrain to his advantage to stay just ahead of GG Shaw at every single step. Shaw still trying to come in. Finally is able to connect onto something here. Huang Fly going to be forced to pop his little F2 there, get a little bit of a reset here, but Shaw still giving chase. Not looking good for Baudas Wongfly here. He's been able to stay ahead thus far, but Shaw continues to find him left or right and center, and he's not been able to get a full reset
Here
off. But
comes
Casey's
Panda Man.
Panda Man coming in for the hunt as well now. Wongfly is the one who's got chum in the water, and these two sharks are hungry to pick something up off of them. Wongfly continues. No, the grapple canceled by the vertical charge from the katana. It's going to be GG Shaw who picks it up. Casey's Panda Man, EWG Shaw. Or sorry, EWG's Iran shows up as well. Now GG Shaw comes in. And oh no, GPL Zin eliminates WBG Spider as well. Oh no. Spider gonna go out with 3 kills early again and only gonna walk away with those 3.3 game scores. Super unfortunate for WBG Spider, especially considering Mike, who's tied up with 3 eliminations each, still in the lobby. It's gonna be hard for Spider to catch up.
2 of the top 3 fraggers here in this lobby are gone. They're out. They're eliminated. Another early exit here from Spider. That's got to be quite disappointing. He's obviously got the talent to make it happen, to make those kills. He can do the fights, but perhaps just a little bit of over-aggression just being the end of him. It's another early exit for him in this one. Not going to be able to score too highly on this one. As you mentioned, Mike now, the sole member of the 3-kill club left in game number 3. And with the way that he got that 3rd kill, like the way that he was playing, you said this is a momentum player, a guy that's kind of, I was going to say he's a bit mental, that's not what I meant. A guy whose mental impacts how he plays. This is the exact kind of thing that we want to see from him to get him to go into like that pop-off mode. You know, get it like IRL Titan mode. He's not playing Tian High, but that's how he is, spiritually speaking. Mike is now unlocked in this game, and honestly, I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the Mike power here as Zhang Yu, another one of our good players here in Naraka, the first rated player coming into game 3, gonna get parried by Chu Sheng, and he is going down. He is getting eliminated. That'll teach me to sing his praises. He's out of here. Chu Sheng, you hyped him up before the lobby, and for good reason. He's absolutely making it happen. It's now Kaibo in a bit of a pickle against Zin on that hunt right there. Kaibo, oh, he's going low. He's going exceptionally low. He's having to pop the ulti, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It absolutely is not. And that's Kaibo alongside Xing and Dao Hui sitting on fat goose eggs in game number 3. Not what you want to see. Zin picking up his 2nd kill of the game.
Yeah, man, really interesting to see GBL Zin coming alive here. Zin, by the way, the defending world champion solos player, did really well in season 1 and has kind of struggled in the first week of season 2 of Nbpl here. So it's nice to see him kind of wake up, and especially picking up some eliminations on some very, very good players and making it look almost easy, effortless as it was. I mean, he was the one who eliminated Spider from the lobby, and just able to do it with ease. Zin, happy to see him making it happen here. You know, Zin was the one who put in all the work on the elimination of Spider last lobby as well. Even though AOW's Mike was the one able to secure the kill, Zin was able to duck under those horizontals and just make it happen with the extra damage. Over to Q9's LXY here, going very, very low, going to be forced to take themselves into the zone to have an opportunity to get a reset. And we're going to see EWG's Yiran on the receiving end of pain as Zin comes back into the zone, hungry to take another fight as we are zone 3 collapsing onto zone 4. If you'll take note, 10 players left alive here. This game's had a little bit more aggression than our previous game. 6 players completely eliminated. You know, we were on 10 players left alive in zone 6 last game. So clearly these players much more hungry to pick up these eliminations, not players out. As we take a look at the map here, it looks like we're gonna have a Morris lesson coming down, and it looks to be KZ's Panda Man, Wang Liang, and JDG's Xu Zhang trying to come over here and contest this, but Yiran is gonna end up very low, gonna be forced to pop an F3, finds an armor swap from a blue armor that a player left behind as they swapped into the purple armor from the box there. Yiran gonna use that armor swap to keep themselves alive, keep it moving with the nunchucks here, but GBL Zin still on the hunt, coming in with those musket shots, looking for an opportunity to press the advantage here, and Yiran almost catches a pair of nunchucks in the face here from another player, and actually he's gonna find those nunchucks in his face as we move over to OUG's Luran King, and it's AOW's Mike giving chase to the likes of Yiron, who's able to get up top. And this is not a player whose nunchucks you want to be on the receiving end of.
Here comes the boy. It's the hypey boy with the top kill leader here in game number 3. Exactly as you mentioned, you do not want to be on the wrong side of his nunchucks. Those purple 6 doing a lot of damage to you. Mike's just going to be chilling out a little bit here. Probably realizes that he is top of the kill score and doesn't want to go out. This is like the worst time to go out, honestly, in a game, because a lot of kill. You've got like 8 minutes left. A lot of kills are going to be happening as the circle closes in, and you could be like 30 seconds, 1 minute away of like, if you survived like 30 seconds, 1 minute longer, you could. It's the difference from finishing like, you know, 6th or 7th or 2nd. You know, like, it's absolutely, definitely why we get these lulls as well, where a lot of players just kind of hang about, don't look to dedicate too much into the fights, and you'll see a little bit of chillness in the upcoming minutes. But of course, as I say that, Shah and Zin getting into a little bit of a scrap, and neither one wanting to dedicate too hard here, lest they face the wrath of a third party. Will definitely prey on these guys. We see that a lot in these solos. It's not only about the fights that you're taking, because it's about those fights that you're not necessarily aware of. You've always got to respect the fact that someone else can join in at any moment, and especially when the circle gets smaller, and especially when we're playing here at this level of play with the professionals. They know exactly what's up. They have that game situational awareness. They know when these fights are happening, and not only can they see it, they zip around to it in nobody's time. It's absolutely ridiculous. As we're taking a look at LXY here, he's had a pretty good game so far, sitting on 2 kills, sitting pretty. But Wang Liang with that legendary armor, just kind of chilling a little bit, honestly. Of course, finishing first place in game number 2. 0 kills, 0 eliminations right now in game number 3, but he will know better than anyone. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. He's looking for perhaps another big cluster of a final circle to really pick up those kills and go for a similar strategy as he had in the previous one and still finish up high.
You know, we got to talk about something when it comes to Wang Liang. He's sitting there with legendary armor right now. He's got no eliminations, and he's opting to hold on to a white dagger. You can't tell me that off of all these bodies that are laying out here, there's not a blue weapon laying around for him here, or even a purple off of some of these bodies as well, because you have limited inventory slots that you can actually carry weapons in here. You can't carry everything off of these bodies. He's making a clear decision to sit on dagger because he's comfortable with the dagger, and is going to actually opt for a white weapon because of comfortability here, which is, again, this is not the Wang Liang I know. Wang Liang in Season 1 didn't care what weapon he had. He was known for nunchucks in Season 1 and absolutely blitz players down. And nunchucks have since seen a slight nerf, right? It's managed to bring dagger more and more back into the meta because, you know, nunchucks typically tend to win the fight against dagger, right? And since they were nerfed a little bit, it made it a little easier for the dagger to kind of make its place back into the game. So it's really weird to just see Wang Liang not giving himself the best tools to succeed here, holding on to that white dagger when he could opt for literally any other weapon off of some of these bodies and be in a much better situation. He's got a blue bow as well, taking some shots here at Mike, able to get some hits, not able to land that second shot there, but it's just really, really disheartening to see Wang Liang not bringing that confidence here. Especially, you know, he had a good game too. It wasn't necessarily a return to form because it really just kind of came down to how that final circle played out. He was able to get into the top of the lobby by the skin of his teeth here, but I would love to see a little bit of confidence return from him, and he was one of my favorite players to watch in Season 1, and now he just, I don't know, the energy's not there anymore.
It's just surprising to see a white weapon this late on into the game. I admit, when I saw that, when we'd hovered over him, I was like, I'm not going to comment on this because I'm sure there's something I don't know. This looks a bit sus, but I'm sure there's a reason, and I don't want to sound stupid, so I'm just not going to say anything. But listening to you explain it, it's pure comfort. I mean, there's always viability and comfort, but as you mentioned, like at some point maybe it's just it doesn't instill confidence. You know, like if you're opting into something that's objectively inferior just because you don't trust yourself, you don't trust yourself on something that might be better off for you. But still, playing for your comfort does have its strengths, and we'll see whether Wang Liang can do that, you know, manage that strength into a high finish this time around. He does have that legendary cannon, which is, or fire breather, flamethrower is the word I'm looking for, which is, you know, it will help him out a little bit, help him get going alongside that legendary armor. The circle is getting smaller and smaller though now. I mentioned it will be a bit of a quiet few minutes at the 8-minute mark. We're now almost at the 3-minute mark. Things are starting to heat up here. They are most certainly going to get bloodthirsty, and this is where you absolutely do not want to fall out, because if you can just hang on that extra minute and a half, you're going to be finishing like top 4, top 5 pretty easy, as Xin is getting a world of hurt right here. He's being pushed off his little shack roof down into the underbelly of this circle here. Is going to get that reset, but still is caught between a rock and a hard place right now. Not going to be very happy with his position, as it's now Mike who's found himself underground there. Well, not underground, but on the downside of the cliff, just going for that reset himself. 2 minutes 30 left. Really just counting down those seconds so this all starts kicking off. I feel like we might get a finish similar to what we had in game number 2, in which case I'm going to have no idea what's going on and who's killing who, but it's going to be an absolute bloodbath in a ridiculously small area, as Yiran's already feeling the pain. He's going to be having to pop that Spirit Slash, getting the reset on his armor, but they smell blood in the water. It's the Sharks. They're all coming through. I think we're just about to get this last fight of the game here, Roommate. I think it's all coming down as that circle's getting smaller and smaller.
No, absolutely. We're down to zone 7 here. Now they have 1 minute before the zone completely collapses and goes away here. So these players trying to make it happen. Alex Y trying to stay airborne here, trying to keep himself into the game, but it's not going to pay off for him as he gets crap out of the sky multiple times. A lot of these players going very low, including AOW's Mike here. Alex Y going to be eliminated by GBL Xin. Xin going to tie up first place here with AOW's Mike picking up their 3rd elimination. OUG's Luren King going to pick up a kill on to EWG's Yiran as well. Yiran going to be eliminated from the lobby. Wang Liang with that legendary armor, seeing all of it stripped away, not putting in a lot of work. GBL Xin now onto Luren King. Now we're going to see the likes of Wang Liang go topside, just trying to hold up for as long as possible. It looks like Mike was able to find a spot to reset here. Wang Liang just trying to stay up, trying to stay airborne. He's got the HP, right? He doesn't really need the armor into the final circle, because it's the zone kick that he's worried about, and that's all going to be HP anyway. So he's just trying to keep his HP as fresh as possible, so that when it comes time to pop that Yodo ultimate, he can make something happen like he did in game number 2. As we move over to Luren King, who's opting to try to find a reset here. Going to turn around with the Flame Breath, pump some damage out onto AOW's Mike and GBL Xin. Mike going very, very low, luckily getting ignored by most of the lobby. But no, he gets turned around on. He's able to get a little bit of a reset as GBL Xin is parried. GBL Xin trying to turn things around, goes very, very low. Wang Liang gonna die to the Flame Breath here. Looks like we're gonna see those Yoda ults get ready to come out very, very soon. GBL Xin going airborne. Luren King gonna pop the first Yoda ult of the final zone, following it up by KZ's Pandaman as Luren King is eliminated. GG Shaw going airborne with one as well. Pandaman going to be eliminated. Luren King going to be eliminated. Chu Zhang going to be eliminated. Xin going to be eliminated. No, Chu Zhang, the last player left alive. I misspoke. Wow. This is going to be so tight. It literally looked like one player getting elimination, one player getting elimination. There was not a lot of multiple eliminations up on the board there. It comes down super tight. It might be AOW's Mike, just because he had 3 eliminations already and he placed fairly high into that lobby. I'm not sure quite who the MVP is, though. It's going to be GBL Xin!
I wasn't expecting to see that name pop up on my screen here as the MVP. That was such a ridiculously close finish. This is the beauty of it, though, when there's so many people alive coming to that final circle. You don't know who's getting all the kills, who's picking it up, because everything just turns on its head. Like, you've been looking at the scoreboard for the whole game, and you're seeing like who's got the kills and like, who's sitting on top of the lobby, and then when it comes to that final circle, you easily pick up 2-3 extra kills, and then you're sorted. Absolutely sorted right there. Unfortunately, I was a bit disappointed though. I thought Mike went out quite early towards the end there. He had a chance, he had an opportunity to really bring home the bacon on that one. Already had 3 kills going into the final circle, but wasn't able to make it happen. Wang Yang obviously going down a little bit early in that last big fight, so he's not going to be able to repeat his performance from game number 2. I'm just really curious to see how that scoreboard stacks up there, because it was ridiculous, another ridiculous ending to the game, just like in game number 2, and a winner that I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting Xin to be that MVP. I really do think, honestly, like, I might have to reassess on my mental tier list here of the players that we've got, because it seems like a lot of these players can really bring it home.
Well, you first of all, GBL Zen is never a player you can count out, right? He's the defending world champion in terms of solos, right? That's something you can just never ever count out. You know, J-Team Section is the world champion in terms of trios, right? And they came into season 1 and they struggled all of season 1 and were able to finish out in the grand finals in like 5th place, right? So you can't ever count out these players who have proven time and time again that they can perform. GBL Zen is somebody who came in the start of this season, has been very slow throughout this first Biweekly, but clearly finding his rhythm here in these finals. And to be honest, Zen is that player. Zen is kind of a player that flies under the radar throughout like the league, but places kind of middle of the pack or towards the top of the pack, never takes the MVP, but gets enough points to consistently always make it to the final. And then when he gets to the final, that's where he performs. He's that kind of player that feels like he's saving the gas in the tank. So when he gets to the finals, he's got the fuel to push the pedal to the floor. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And GBL Zen does an excellent job of maintaining that energy. So when he gets to the finals, he can really perform. Clearly does it here in this game. You know, he came in with 2 eliminations. He was under Mike, was able to cheek out another elimination. And then I think after that, when this final circle collapsed, he was able to pick up one of those final eliminations at the end. I don't think Mike was able to. So Jin, you know, picks up the 4th kill over top of him. The multiplier going to be more than enough. You know, still got a lot of, you know, ground to climb though, because AOW's Mike has quite a lot of points and is still sitting at the top of the leaderboard. And also disappointing for WBG Spider, again, picks up 3 eliminations and then gets caught out in a bad situation, gets eliminated, not able to take those points to the very end. And that's something we've seen certain players and teams struggle with in the Nbpl, is if you're hyper aggressive early, it tends to be the mid game where you fall off because you're trying to carry that aggression. And the mid game is the worst time to take those fights because of the potential of a third party being so high. So you've got to learn how to back off just a little bit and be like, okay, I need to not be so aggressive towards that mid game. And wow, this is a shock. GBL Zen actually picks up 2 eliminations there. I didn't see the second elimination come up on the kill feed in the final zone there, but he's going to take, I do believe, 3rd place, which is going to get him quite a bit of a multiplier, a 1.5 times multiplier with his ranking points for a score of 9.5. JDG's Chu Zhang, a player I talked about kind of being a little bit of a dark horse, coming in here today, going to be picking up a 2nd place with 8.88. And Chu Zhang, honestly, he's kind of been in that top 6, top 8 range every single game this far. So this being a good game for him is going to bump him significantly up the list. And Lu Ren King continues to keep himself in that top 5 range, finishing out in 3rd here with a 6.6. AOW's Mike with his 3 kills, only going to walk away with a 4.9. Honestly, not that many points over WBG Spider. He gets to the final circle and just not able to make it happen for a 2nd time. KZ's Panda Man going to be in the top 6, but continuing to struggle. He gets those 2 eliminations and then falls off. You know, he's playing Yodahime this time. He's trying to save that Tarka pick probably for game number 6 so he can keep his comfort pick together into the last game when it is quite literally do or die. So hopefully we're going to see him pop off into game number 6. GD's Don Quing, another one of those players who had 3 eliminations early and then was eliminated early, so he gets no ranking points, no multiplier, is going to be walking away with a fat 3-point game score here for 8th place. Q9's LXY was alive almost to the very end here, but gets eliminated off of 2 kills, goes to 2.4. I do believe it was GBL Zen who eliminated him going into zone 7, starting to collapse. Just knocks him out of the edge of the zone, and that was what set Zen in motion. That was his 3rd elimination, tied him up with AOW's Mike, and then off the back of that, Zen just able to perform here. This is going to be really good for Zen, and this is more what I expect off of a game like this. 5 eliminations, 20,000 damage. These are the stats I expect to see from an MVP.
That's a bit more like it. That's a bit more like it. Coming in clutch there towards the end as well. 20k damage is ridiculous for solos. That is anything north of 20k I think of as being a stellar game. Able to come out 1st place as well. All the damage with the dagger as well. Really, really going for that one there. And stabby mode right here. it's impressive stuff here for Xin. If, as you said, former world champion, this is someone that we kind of... I mean, I didn't really have high expectations coming into it because I don't think he's had necessarily a great showing so far. But this is it, you know, game number 3 here. We're only halfway through the day. Like, if he can build off of this, he has a good chance of finishing pretty high here, especially considering like there haven't been like consistent first place winners today. So there's not really anyone that's running away with a point lead, or it's not there's anyone that you can't chase for that money prize if you want to finish in like as a high ranking. So I think, you know, Xin definitely has a good chance of doing it, and almost reaching 10 points is very respectable as well. I just want to say though, I'm officially off the Yeran hype train. I'm sorry, but I'm just game 2 and 3, both of them are just disappointing. Honestly, just really disappointing. And the thing is, like, I feel like he's even somewhat set up for success. Like he gets good loot, and he doesn't just get eliminated really early. It was like he just doesn't. I don't know. Something funky's going on, but I don't know. I just don't feel like it's his day today, and I'm not expecting much coming into the rest of the games.
I think he's coming in with a different strategy today. He kind of always goes for that sort of loot in the end, but he's not bringing the aggression early. And speaking of bringing the aggression, chat, you guys are going to be very aggressive because we had a surprise for our Matari fans today as we throw over to Leah for a quick interview before we come back with our 4th game.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. Congratulations to Mike to be the MVP after 3 games. So first, let Mike say hello to us first. 先请 Mike 跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 UW 麦克。
Okay, welcome. So I see you use 子平 in the game. So maybe you can share with us which F or V you use in the game. 那我看到了你今天使用了平民这个英雄嘛，可以跟我们分享一下是带的哪个 F 哪个 V 吗？
我建议的话是 F2 V1。
Okay, F2 V1. So maybe you can explain more to us. 那可以给我们简单解释一下吗？
因为的话 V1 的话，它就是你可以把它视为一个虚命术，你甚至可以不开启这个 V， 就直接把它当成一个虚命术用都可以。然后 F2 的话，就是还是它太全面了，就是能打能跑，甚至能拉扯，就是还能回血，就是什么都有。
Okay, so for the V is really good for you to survive, and you can see the V as like make your health longer. And for the F, it's really flexible, and you can run, you can jump, and you can use all the things in the game. So these 2 is more useful. And we all know that Ziping was really good at to getting blessings. So do you have any like advice for us to use Ziping to get the bless? 那其实我们知道平平是有很强的这个争夺飓风课的能力的，那可以给我们讲讲子平一般是去怎么抢飓风课的吗？
就是他的 F 不是就是在地上撒一颗像种子一样的东西吗？然后你可以在空投这个落点的旁边去先提前放一个 F， 等它快落的时候，你去过去把 F 吃掉之后呢，然后你就空投落，就是它是就空投落地的时候不要去抢，是它能开启按 E 的时候，就是能开启的时候可以就直接跑过去，很快的把鼠标提前移到上面去，然后把甲跟第一个武器什么喷火筒啊什么捡了也好，然后就可以直接走掉了，就不贪。
Okay, so before the blessing was like appear in the map, and you can use your F. And when the time the blessing will appear, and you just quickly run near the blast and get all the equipment you need, and then run away. Okay, so today is our like Chinese traditional festival, is our Mid-Autumn Festival. So I have Matari cosplay today, so I really want to know, Mike, which hero you like best? 那其实今天也是我们的中秋节嘛，那我今天也是有迦南的这个 cos， 那想问一下我们 Mike 最喜欢的英雄是哪一个？
我觉得吧，还是殷子平吧。
Oh, it's like 殷子平 Why not Matari? 为什么不是迦南？
因为坏女人把握不住。
Okay, because Matari is a bad woman. Why is that? 为什么？
因为她的背景故事可以看出来，她是一个就是像是一个刺客人设的一个角色，然后她的人设就是属于是那种可能就是拿了钱人就走了那种。
Okay, because in Matari's background story, she was like a woman who get the money and then run away. OK， 好的，谢谢 Mike 来到我们的采访，and 也是祝你中秋节快乐啊！希望你今天可以拿到你想要的成绩，好吗 ？Then Mike come to our interview and happy Mid-Autumn Festival to Mike and to everyone. Okay, so of course today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, so maybe you can have some great to us. 那今天也是中秋节嘛，有什么祝福送给我们海外的朋友吗？
祝大家中秋节快乐，然后健健康康的，开开心心的。
Okay, so for the Mid-Autumn Festival, this is a festival which we usually to go back to our family and to have a reunion. So Mike hope everyone can spend a happy day today, and of course don't forget to maybe have more time to eat meals with your family, and maybe you can have several time to talk about all the things you happened in the daily life. Okay, so today is the Biweekly final. 那也是今天是单排的这个最后一天吧，当然也是希望 Mike 可以拿到更好的成绩。Hope Mike can get a better grade than before in today's Biweekly final. Okay, well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mike giving us quite a lot of insight to how he feels about the current bi-weekly final, his performance, as well as his favorite and not so favorite heroes here in Naraka Blade Point. Mike said, Matari, she bad girl. I ain't about them gold diggers. You can go ahead and send that on the way. It's all about that QZ Pin Yang at the end of the day.
And that was his chance. He's standing right next to him. In the cosplay, that's your chance, man. That's what you say. It's your favorite champ. Come on, dude. It's 101, Mike. It's 101.
I gotta, man sticking to his guns here. Really love it. And guys, it looks like we're gonna jump to a quick break, and we'll be back to take a look at the final scoreboard and get ready for game number 4.
的那个我，划过几万年不熄灭的烽火，
看破这条路，我有我的执着。浮生尽作一瞥，出手证明我存在过。
我是用建筑行者，万物为这个赢得。
我的剑客不惧平仄，并不需要谁的认可。浮生尽作一瞥，出手证明我存在过。出招，让你吐无奈何。
千军冲破万劫，无名无间。一千军冲破万劫，无问无解。No hesitation, no hesitation。天地一震，看我剑气如火。No hesitation, no hesitation。
用战斗去证明谁才是神。
无法困住我，跌出楼塔云朵。
不做这来世的佛陀，占尽这现实的疯魔，读不透这一份执着，扰乱这人间的烟火。
莫问归期，不要 要再问我要去往何处。信者的声音，我们本性迎合不了无数。浮生只做一瞥，至少证明我存在过。出招，让你吐奈何，让你吐奈何。
逼前去，冲破万劫，无名无间。逼前去，冲破万劫，无闻无见。No hesitation, no hesitation。天地一震，看我剑气如火。No hesitation, no hesitation。用战斗去证明谁才是神。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen and Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2 Solos Biweekly Final. I hope you guys are having a great Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my boy, Fox. Fox, how you enjoying the Solos actions? I know you've been diving in, getting to do some trios, but today is your first taste of Solos. How you enjoying it?
Solos is well fun, actually. I really like the fact that everyone just, like, bundles in on one guy. Like, one poor little guy, just like he gets like a sniff of weakness about him. He gets chunked down a little bit of his armor, or they see him running away. Everyone just goes after him. I love that so much. I love the aggression that comes with that. And yeah, I also like the diversity that we've had here. We've had consistently different winners today, and even in the top 3, it's been consistently different. I'm not sure. I really just don't know what to expect going into games 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, I mean, Solos is a very, very interesting beast, and it's one of those things where you can't really count anybody out, especially because we've got a lot of players who, you know, we talk about AOW Mike, who's a momentum-based player, right? When he's doing well, he continues to do very, very well. When he's not doing well, he doesn't. We have players like GBL Zin, who's always a dark horse. He's the defending world champion in terms of solo players. He's able to just kind of keep it at bay. He's running a marathon, not the race. He's waiting until the finals where he really comes out and shines. You know, Wolves, Kaibao, another player that you can never count out. He's not had the greatest performance here today, but you're talking about a player who literally in a single game towards the end of repechage, like we counted him out. We really did. He was in 15th place out of 16. He needed to get into top 8 to qualify for grand finals, and in a single game put enough points on the board to go all the way from 15th place to 6th. Absolutely just comes out of nowhere and comes back. So he's a player I've always got my eyes on because you never know what he's going to bring to the table. WBG Spider, newcomer to the scene, clearly capable of doing the same thing. You know, he was mostly quiet throughout the week. He's kind of middle of the pack, just kind of, you know, I'm here, I'm doing some stuff, and he explodes out of the gate into game 6 on Thursday, and breaks all kinds of records here in the Pro League. So you got to keep your eyes on him. A lot of players that aren't here, 8 players didn't get to come into the bi-weekly final and had some issues. I mean, we got to talk about Ace's champion being one of them. The first game of day 1, he put up an enormous number of points. He tied for most kills in a game in that game, tied for most points in a game in Nbpl, and we were like, oh man, clearly, the name champion was not chosen at random here. He's a new player coming in. And then after that, 4 goose eggs, back to back to back, 0 points, to the point that he didn't even qualify to come to this bi-weekly final. Super rough for players like that, especially when you have such a good performance as your first, step into the Nbpl Pro League, where you're able to like, hey, this is what I can do, and then you consistently don't do it anymore after the first game. But it's going to be interesting, these final 3 games, because as the desperation sets in for some of these players, realizing where they are in the standings, how many points they really need to put up on the board in these games, as well as the hero choice restrictions. A lot of these players picked Yodohime twice in the first 2 games. And if they didn't pick him twice in the first 2 games, they picked him the second time into the 3rd game. They've got 3 games to go, and most of these players can only use Yodohime one more time, or can only use Yang one more time. And some of these players can't use one of those heroes at all anymore. They're done. KZ's Panda Man is going to be an interesting case to watch. He used Tarka G twice already. That's his staple. That's his main. That's where he really pops off. He played Yodo last game. Did okay, put 2 points up at the board. At least he's been consistent. You know what? Every game it's been like Panda Man 2 eliminations is where he goes out at, right? So he's keeping some level of consistency, but he's not going to be able to play Tarka but one more time. And if I'm being honest, we're not going to see it until the last game. If I know Panda Man, that's where he's really going to come in and make something happen. And some of these other players are going to be forced to either, move over to Yang or Justina from Yodohime, or vice versa. If they've already played Yang too much, they're going to be forced to probably go to Yodo or Justina as well. We've seen a couple of Justinas come out, but she's not performing as well as generally we usually see Justinas perform. And she kind of has that issue right now. Yang was a hero coming in to the new season for Naraka Bladepoint Pro League here that all eyes were kind of on. We were like, okay, she's been pretty popular in solos. Is she going to be viable here into the Pro League as well? That F2 giving her control of that neutral space where you have to blitz that off of her before the hit stun applies is really huge for her. There are ways around it. Obviously, if you catch her out with a gold focus, or you catch a huge bow shot or something, that hit stun can still apply, especially if she's in the air. It'll send her flying. Or if you catch her with like a Yodohime ultimate or something, it's still going to apply that big pressure. But being able to take that neutral space does her really well. But it makes her an early to mid game hero, right? She's not able to absolutely take control of the space in the final circle like a hero like Yodohime does or Justina does. That said, Justina has kind of been relegated to a mid-game hero now, because in those final spaces with so many Yodohimes and Yangs now, Yang actually is able to put up a good fight against those Justina players because they can hold the neutral against them. The freeze comes out, they're able to avoid that coming out of the Justina players and not get locked down as easily. It makes it harder for Justina, who has been known as a final circle hero, to be that final circle hero now because of the way the meta has shifted. So the Justinas, seeing less and less of them, but when they do perform well, they perform great. But it's going to be interesting to see if more of these players pick her up going in to game number 4. Speaking of which, we're going to take a look at the overall scoreboard here in a little bit before we get in there, and I'm interested to see where players are. I think AOW's Mike's still going to be up top, but I think his lead is going to be substantially lower than it was when we last took a look at the overall leaderboard. 1, maybe 2 points maximum. GBL Zin's gonna be in top 4. If I had to guess off the back of that last game, he's consistently put points up. He wasn't that great coming into the standings for the week, but we're gonna find out what's going on as we take a look here. J-Team's Action all the way at the bottom. He's had 2 0-point games, and he's only put up 1.1 point today. He's riding on the back of the 6 points that he put together throughout the week here. Wolves Kaibao down on the bottom as well, not able to put more than 4 points together here today, unfortunately. Dao Hui, I'm excited to see what's going to happen with Dao Hui. Dao Hui is also a big target player, and he hasn't played target at all yet here today. And wow, okay, I'm a little surprised here. Zhang Yu, because of that 10.2, still holding on even after some subpar games to second place. 5 points behind AOW's Mike, though. JDG's Xu Zhang, that dark horse, this 8.8 game score in this last game helped him a lot. This was a big game for him. And GBL Zin as well, that 9.5. Without that, he would be so much lower in the standings. He would be at the bottom of the barrel. This game brings GBL Zin back into it. He's 18.4. He's going to take 6th place. GG Shaw still holding on. GG Shaw, came in with a 7.6. He wasn't that far behind. He's still right around where he was coming into the day, right? He's played fairly consistently, but he hasn't popped off yet. GG Shaw is another one of those players from season 1 that did very, very well. It was kind of AOW's Mike, Wang Liang, GG Shaw in terms of like the overall consistently good players from season 1. So it's interesting to see him not really having pop-off moments this season and being more of a consistent player. I'm hoping he's going to have his moment to shine, because GG Shaw was and still is a fan favorite, I think. So hopefully he gets his moment.
One of the things, the biggest takeaway for me looking at those scoreboards is just how close it is, really. Like, one game can pop you from, the bottom side of the table all the way up to maybe like 4th or 5th. I think it's been one of those days, especially where you just don't know he's gonna finish in the top 3. And the big difference between finishing top 3 and just floundering is it's a significant difference, and it's what seemingly like everyone has been doing today so far, apart from Mike, who's the consistent guy today, and he is the one that's sitting pretty in 1st place and is pretty high up there as well. You can see the stats comparison here between Spider and Zin. Spider is just ridiculously aggressive, and he's still able to make those plays happen. But it's Zin, like, look at the average points. The average points are honestly pretty similar. It's a little bit spooky, I guess, like looking at both these players coming into the next game. Like, definitely 2 players that you want to keep your eyes on. We've talked a lot about Spider. For me, he's been a bit disappointing because he's gotten the kills but not been able to actually get those high finishes and back it up and make those kills really translate into any meaningful points in the standings. Whereas Zin, he was like, he's like, what was he in the standings, like 6th or 7th or something, and today he got like 1 point and then 0.5 points, and then he finished 1st, and so he got like 8 or 9 or something. It's like, it just goes to show, like, with the way that today's been, you only need those 1 or 2 games. I know we talk about consistency, but with everyone just being so inconsistent today, you just fluke your way, or not necessarily fluke it, but you just get a good round, just get some good points, and you can easily sneak into the top half there and get yourself that delicious moolah that everyone's playing for here at the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really is, those big games help a lot, right? GBL Zin had quite a few points coming into the day. I think he had 7.6, so he was more towards the top side of the pack there, and having that good game has been able to bring him back in. But if you look at the likes of WBG Spider, even though he's gone out early multiple times, because he's been able to put together at least points every round, he's still holding on to 4th place. He's only 5 points behind AOW's Mike. 1 good game separates him from being on top of that leaderboard versus AOW's Mike right now. And we have seen that WBG Spider is able to make that good game happen. So if he continues to play consistently, it's going to be good for him. I got to talk about these hero picks here. All of a sudden, 3 Valdakuis coming out, 4 Valdakuis coming out. Valdakuis is not a hero we expect to see in solos. And I honestly, I'm gonna put a little bit of worry on that. Throughout this 2nd season, we've seen Valdas continue to try to use F1 in the same way that Yodohime uses their F3 to take a reset, and are consistently punished for it. Because while you can't approach the Valda bubble she's standing in and melee her, because you're going to get caught out in the bubble and stunned and obviously take a lot of damage. Unlike the Yodohime F3, it doesn't block ranged projectiles. So you're standing in the middle of the field hoping these pro players aren't going to take advantage of that fact. It does not work out for everyone we've seen trying to do it. As we move over to GBL Xin and Wang Liang here trying to fight over this gold pile, utilizing their fists and feet here. Oh, it looks like it is going to be Wang Liang though, and he's able to pick up a pair of dual blades. Wang Liang takes first blood here in game number 4.
And that's the reigning winner. That's Xin gone. He won it all last time, and he's gone in just honestly, I blinked and he was gone. From one Zing to somewhat similar Zing, X-Zing, he looks like he's going to go down as well. That's J-Team's going down there too. LXY with that kill. Another player who's been getting a decent amount of kills in these games, but not necessarily finishing too high, so it's not necessarily converting into those points, which is obviously what you want. But quite a bloodthirsty start to things. A lot of action coming through right here. So we're going to see some more. Wang Liang in a lot of trouble here. He's lost all his armor, and soon it will be all his health as well. As Daohui, who's had a really, really rough showing of things in game number 2 and game number 3, being the first player eliminated both times, looking to turn that around, looking for that redemption arc, and with that parry, a beautiful start to things right here. He's going to get his kill and look to change things around, look to change his fortunes as Panda Man's going to get launched into the air and taken down. Chu Sheng with a great play on that one. Kai Bao now as well is going to get eliminated by Shah. My goodness, we're having a lot of action so far. These resurrections coming through, but holy moly.
Yeah, a lot of aggression early on here into game number 4. I'm very, very shocked that Dao Hue didn't pick up Tarka here. He can play Tarka 3 times. He hasn't played Tarka G yet today, and Tarka is his bread and butter. You know, we talk about Panda Man. Whenever we talk about Tarka G, Panda Man is the name we bring up, but it was Dao Hue who actually played Tarka more times than any other player in the season 1 of the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. So it's surprising to see. Here we are. It's the finals. You know, you would want to think you want to come in with your best foot. I thought he was strategizing, right? Saving those Tarka picks for the final 3 games so that, you know, when some of those hero picks from these other players go away and they lose their comfort pick, he's going to have more of an opportunity to make something happen. As we watch WBG Spider get eliminated by EWG's Yiran here. As well. Wow. The Toga upsets. Yiran coming in onto Dong Qing here as well. Dong Qing able to pick up Yiran in the ult. Yiran gets dropped out of the ult. I'm not sure if somebody just shot him from the side or what's happened there. He shouldn't have come out of the ultimate that fast. So very interesting to see that happen here. EWG's Yiran now on the receiving end of some huge pain from JDG's Chu Zhang, sending him aerial, and Dong Qing taking musket shots at him at the exact same time. Both of them trying to trade off, get this kill, but it's going to be Dong Qing who's able to pick it up, turns around with the bubble, arrow combo onto JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang now the player in trouble here, going to be forced to pop the frost core, but we're going to see that tech chase come out of the nunchucks. The tap dodge into the left click from the nunchucks being so strong at catching players trying to tap dodge away. He's going to be able to pick up a second elimination here onto JDG's Chu Zhang and going to back off of the fight here as another player approaches, and it's going to be Wang Liang. Wang Liang needs to be careful though. Wang Liang uses that. Look at this. He pops the little F2, takes control of the neutral, doesn't allow the bubble to hit him here, but Wang Liang in trouble. Wang Liang with no resurrection available either as Dong Qing comes in and is going to keep chase with the tech chase one more time. Going to be forced to pop the ultimate just to stay alive. The parry comes out. It's missed time as the meter dump comes out from Wang Liang, but Dong Qing's not going to give up here. He's going to see the grapple come out. Will he be able to lock down Wang Liang? The mid-air bubble! No way! He's not able to capitalize on it though. He's too high. He's got to continue to give chase, burst through the F2 with some shots from the musket, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to secure the kill as we go back over to AOW's Mike here, who's in a bit of trouble, but catches the parry onto Gigi Shah and is able to secure his first elimination in the game in number 4.
And we're going back to it with Wang Liang and Dong Qing right here. Oh, there it is. Wang Liang coming out on top at the end of things. I thought he was going down for sure right there. That mid-air bubble was so juicy. But as you mentioned, I guess it's just too high. He couldn't follow up on it. Can't get the punish. As we're swapping over to another Valda gameplay. You were saying it was shocking to see the Valda, but so far we've seen a lot of good stuff, a lot of good bubbles here. Some Valda on Valda action right now with Lu Ren King in a bit of a pickle. Huang Fly going to be able to pick him up. He's going to be going down. That is Huang Fly's first kill of the lobby. No pure eliminations yet, though. We've had a lot of deaths, a lot of kills, but all those resurrections coming through. So no one's actually out just yet. Great parry from Mike onto Zin, though. Oh, excuse me, that's Xshin. Find himself in a bit of a pickle. I said there were no eliminations, but Xshin has fallen down once before. If he goes down here now, he will be eliminated. He will be out of game number 5, and he's had a very quiet first, or game number 4, excuse me, very quiet first 3 games today. Definitely doesn't want to go out this early, but Mike smells blood in the water. He's not going to let this one go. He's going to chase him onto the rooftop. Xshin here trying to fight back with those nunchucks, but it's the chase from Mike. It's going to make it happen. It's going to be good enough. Or it's got to be good enough at this point. Yeah, there's the parry as well, and that's going to be Xshin eliminated here out of the lobby. He's done for this one, sitting on that 0-0. LXY. Oh my goodness, another parry from Mike. Holy moly, I think that's the 3rd parry I've seen him do today. He was not happy with what happened with Spider in the last solos matchup. Getting parried left, right, and center, knocking him out of the lobby. Mike has learned himself. Parry is the way to success, as he uses it to kill Xshin. And now LXY in a bit of a pickle as well. He's going to be falling down. Maybe not just yet. They're in the circle, though. LXY, if he's trying to run away, he's got to be quick about it. He's not going to get out of there. Mike is going to pick up his 3rd kill of the lobby. That's 3, sitting pretty at the top right there with a kill of his own, as we see Zhang Yu and Panda Man going at it again. Popping that Valda ulti. My goodness, they're both so low. Who's going to be able to pick this one up? It could be anyone. Panda Man's going to get it. He's going to finish off Zhang Yu. Panda Man with his first kill. Oh my goodness, there's just so much action. Daohui now against Zin, the previous winner. I'm going to have to hand over to you, Rune, because I think I've forgotten to breathe. There's too much stuff happening. We're seeing so many kills, and this is exactly what you want to see and why I love Naraka Blade Point.
Ah, man, the action is what we live for here. GBL Zin getting ready to go head-to-head with NAD's Dao Yihui. Dao Yihui is going to get parried here by Zin, though. Zin with a huge punishment. Jump cancels out of the animation into a downward stab. We're also going to see Wolves Kaibao eliminate WBG Spider from the lobby. Now Dao Yihui returning the favor with the freeze coming out, but the question is who's going to come out on top. Both players are extremely low, and it's GBL Zin who's looking to go for a reset. He's able to find an armor swap into white, though. Now Zin gonna get frozen out here, gonna take a ton of damage. He's gonna be able to use the frost core, though, get some health back. Doesn't want to allow Dao Yihui the chance to make something happen here. He gets a heal off, but at the cost of his shields from a pistol shot coming out. Now Dao Yihui coming in, trying to continue this fight here. GBL Zin really on the back foot here because he traded that purple armor out for a white. A parry comes out, though, and he's gonna turn it around. GBL Zin is gonna eliminate Dao Yihui from the lobby and pick up his first elimination of the game here.
Just like that, 4 players. They're gone. That was insane, though. I honestly thought, I mean, you just said he was on the back foot, but no, he decides, you know what, actually, I don't fancy going out here. I don't fancy dying, and Zin, that's the reason why he was #1 in the last lobby. Oh my goodness, is that Will actually going to hit someone? I don't think it hit. It was so close.
Almost did.
So close. I've heard from Hipbrain that you guys have been waiting for the Will to hit someone for the longest time. We almost saw it happen right there, but not quite. Yerang, Shah, Wang Liang, and just going to be chasing after each other. As I said before, like the thing with solos is someone gets low and then everyone just chases after them. Wang Liang now is running for his life. As Mike and Zin, the Justina mirrors here, are going to be fighting up against each other, both taking that stasis to get a little bit more armor. Mike being the top fragger of the lobby, and Zin being the #1 finisher from previous, the MVP, who can take this one down. Mike is looking like he's in a lot of trouble, though. Zin's going to go for him, going to pop the ulti and the stasis, chasing after Mike into the heart. I don't think Mike's got long left for this world. He has got the armor swap, but again, into white. He's going to go down. It's only his first death, however. Still going to be able to get that resurrection. He's not completely out of the lobby. Woof. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here.
This is a really interesting fight, honestly, because Dagger typically loses to the Nunchuck setup there, right? Nunchucks actually play very, very well into Dagger, and then it's the Katana that the Nunchucks really suffer against, right? So the fact that he was able to just win that fight, turn it around with the Dagger on to one of the best players in the lobby is really, really great for GBL Zin here. He's feeling the momentum clearly off of that last game. He got his mental on straight after performing very, very well. And this is the Zin we're used to seeing, right? He's coming back. He knows it's the finals. He's putting the foot to the floor. He's stepping on the gas pedal. AOW's Mike actually being real cheeky comes back in here to get his old gear set, what little was left there for him from our other player, but he's sands a lot of resources here. He's got 5 of these little powders left. It's going to cost him 2 to get his shields back, and he doesn't have any big boy pots. He needs to be careful because GBL's in still very close by, and it could easily run that fight back here as we see about us Swangfly taking a shot at GG Shaw. Gonna go ahead and opt to move across here as he sees Panda Man going very low and wants a piece of that, but as GBL's in also nearby, Panda Man gonna take a bow shot from downtown from somebody else as well. 3 players trying to come in here on Panda Man. It's Wang Liang that we see, but now it's GBL Zin that these Sharks are probably going to be hungry for. Jin able to get a little bit of a reset, but it is Wang Liang looking to turn on to Jin instead of Panda Man. Said, look, y'all going to chase Panda Man. I want to go for the other kill then. But unfortunately, he's going to turn his attention back to Panda Man as Jin able to get away here. Battle Swangfly waiting in the wings. And Wang Liang really just trying to take these long range shots across here. Wang Liang with 3 eliminations this game, though. One of the top players from Season 1 seems to be having a much better game this time around. Maybe game 2 wasn't quite as much of a fluke for him as we thought it was going to be. These KZ's Panda Man. Oh man, is he low, just trying to get away as we see those repeating crossbow shots come through again and again. He's going to stop to take a little bit of a pot here, but it's Kai Bao who's on top of him here, and he's not getting much of a full reset. Able to get a shield pot off, but the Flame Breath comes out. He's going to counter the Frost Core. Panda Man now in a huge pickle. Doesn't have ult, just used the Frost Core, is on fire, and most of these players still hungry for the hunt here, trying to make something happen here. Panda Man trying to use that dagger, trying to scale rush off the wall here, is able to hit a very defensive charged left click, knocking up the other player. And now the ballista coming in from Wang Liang, and this whole fight is going to get flipped on its head. He's trying to take these shots downrange at this player, but I do believe the player he's taking shots at is actually out of that 100-meter range there for the ballista, so the ballista not going to be able to connect onto those hits. That shot just going to kind of evaporate into thin air as now Wolves, Kai Bao able to get a reset off of themselves here. Lu Ren King picking up a bow shot elimination on the EWG's Yiran, and Yiran going to be eliminated from this lobby with only 1.1 points. This has not been Yiran's day as we move over to GBL Zin going head-to-head. Q9's LXY is going to use the Frost Core to get out of that dagger combo because he doesn't want to eat the full damage and continue the hunt here onto LXY. Almost immediately going to move over to the Morris Blessing, grab a couple of things while he continues the hunt here with LXY. Man, quick on the loot as he continues the hunt. LXY goes low into the aerial uppercut here from Zin. Zin making this dagger work look easy. There's no F ability left. LXY, does he have the ult? That's going to be the question as Zin continues to get chased. Kai Bao around the corner, though. LXY going to be able to get into the blue armor swap here. And now Kai Bao coming in is also hungry for the kill as well. It's going to be the question of does Zin or Kai Bao pick up the elimination off of the kills here. AOW's Mike still sitting at 3 eliminations, tied with Wang Liang right now. We're going to see LXY get a huge defensive charge, left click off of the dagger, send them flying up in the air. GBL Zin swapping to the nunchucks from the dagger. Really interesting choice here considering how consistently he's been playing with the dagger here and how confident he's been with it. Oh, we see why now. He picked up the Dragon's Roar! Oh! And now since Kai Bao extremely low as well, Zin might be able to move in and pick up his 4th elimination here if he's careful about it. Kai Bao gonna be forced to pop the F2, go super low, trying to take control of neutral, and Zin's just gonna opt to go for the full reset before he re-engages.
My goodness, Zin is a man on a mission. He has been unlocked since earning that MVP. He's having a great start to game number 4 right here, and what a play that was right at the end. Honestly, like just chasing down Panda Man. Not much left for him, unfortunately, but my goodness, like those ranged nunchucks is getting so much damage, getting the double combo off as well, able to secure that kill, make sure it doesn't get stolen away from him. That is the worst thing you can have happen to you in these solos games because you want to get those points for that score, that multiply if you finish up high as well. You can see Zin now sitting pretty at the top here with 3 kills alongside Mike. It's all looking good for him here, as we're seeing a lot of fighting here. Zhang Yu coming into the day as a top scoring player. had a good start to the day, but been a little bit quiet since then. Really looking to pull this one around. Currently sitting in 3rd place, but only with that one elimination. And Wang Liang, definitely someone to mention here in this game and keep your eyes on. With the MVP of game number 3, that was game number 2, excuse me, that was very strange. Only 5,000 damage dealt to heroes, and not really. It was probably one of the lowest damage totals we've seen out of an MVP. Only 3 frags to finish it all off as well. But this time around, he's proving that low damage numbers, the low fighting, the low combat stats, are just a fluke. And he's really been bringing the pain in this one as well. As Xin, the absolute demon of this lobby, looking for his next victim. Might just find it in Lu Ren King. He's having to hide away in this bush here. He's not going to be hiding for long. Xin sees him though. He smells him out. Oh my goodness. He is relentless. He is hungry. Is he going to be able to get this kill though? Or is it going to be Panda Man turning around? No, it is going to be... No, it is Panda Man. Excuse me. Panda Man steals it. He steals it with a cannon. Oh no, Zin's not going to be happy about that one. And Panda Man putting a target on his back here. Going into the stasis. Going into the freeze. Finding himself stuck between a rock and a hard place between Xin and Kaibao. Having to just run away right here. But both these players on the hunt. Chasing after him. He might not be able to get out of this one. Kaibao with the legendary armor going to tank a few hits. Xin not feeling happy about getting this kill stolen. This one might be personal. Panda Man still struggling to get away here, and this is it. Kaibao, Xin, Panda Man. We've got a 4th party joining here. I didn't quite see who it was, but I think there's someone else here. As Panda Man's falling exceptionally low. Can he get away from this one? I'm half expecting Lu Ren King to resurrect somehow and from downtown just shoot him in the air as he's running away. That seems to be his MO, but I don't think that's going to happen considering he is actually eliminated. Panda Man still hanging on by the skin of his teeth, gonna get that reset and live to fight another day as Kaibao still on the hunt. There is no mercy, absolutely none. But I think we're gonna get a little bit of respite here. Panda Man, he hangs on and lives to fight another day.
Yeah, Panda Man able to find just enough space to get a full reset here, and these other players have decided they've invested enough resources into chasing Panda Man, so Panda Man's gonna get off scot-free this time around. I say scot-free, but he burned a lot of resources to get himself out of that situation. Panda Man's going to be happy with it, though, because he does pick up and steal that elimination from Xin and then is able to get out of a very, very sticky situation for himself here. AOW's Mike here with 3 eliminations under his belt. His momentum not carrying through from the early part of the game, but you can't blame him for slowing down just a little bit here as we enter the mid game. He wants to take those 3 kills as late into the game as he possibly can. You know, our leaderboard here for this game actually kind of reflecting the overall leaderboard that we got to take a peek at earlier, as AOW's Mike was still sitting up top, but GBL Xin has moved into 2nd place off of a strong performance early into this game already and is only 1 or 2 points behind AOW's Mike. So Mike needs to be careful here because this game very much is going to determine who's still holding on to that 1st place position at the end of game number 4 here. And if Xin continues the momentum that he's brought into this game after taking the MVP for game number 3, it could be disastrous, the likes of AOW's Mike. And unfortunately, I'm really sad to see WBG Spider, man. That's the player I was so excited to come see in solos here today after the aggression. He broke records. He just had such a huge game 6. I don't know what's happened to him here today, but he's come in and he's not bringing it. Maybe he's looking to have a repeat performance. Maybe game 6 is where he comes alive. But as of right now, he's eliminated from the lobby and just... It has been a very, very poor performance for him as he continues to fall further and further in the overall standings here for our first solos bi-weekly final.
And speaking of falling, 2 of our top 3 players from the previous game, from game number 3, they're out. That would be Chu Sheng and Lu Ren King. Both eliminated early in this one, so we're as is themed today. It's gonna be a hard to predict matchup. We're not really sure who's gonna take it, who's gonna be in that top 3. It essentially seems like at the end of the day, nothing is guaranteed. It's all a bit of a random situation here, except Mike. It's random plus Mike. Mike is still able to consistently get those plays off. And speaking of Mike, taking a little bit of hurt here, a little bit of poke as Huangfly is going to be getting the center of attention a little bit here. He's on half health. He's lost his armor as well. Everyone's throwing their ranged attacks at him. Look at the people just coming after him, man. It's just not fair. Leave him alone. Everyone's got their swatters out for Fly. He's not going to be long for this world. You have to feel he's very low. He's climbed the tree. Try to get that reset with that health and with the armor, and he might just have distracted. No, he's still the target. He's still the target of everyone's eye here. They're all going to be going after him. Kaibao specifically looking to make that one happen with those ranged weapons. Fly just trying his best squirrel impression, trying to hide away at the top of this tree. It's Wang Liang with a big shot with the musket right there, knocking him out of the tree. That's Fly done. He is eliminated from game number 4, and Wang Liang now taking sole possession of first in our kill leaderboards here for this game. My goodness, Wang Liang with that MVP in game number 2, looking to repeat that in game number 4, but this time around way more bloodthirsty as this circle's getting smaller and smaller, and this action is going to be heating up and getting tenser and tenser.
Yeah, really, really nice to see Wang Liang coming alive here. Wang Liang, where's this been all season, baby? I know it's the first Biweekly, but come on! I'm excited to see it coming in and him actually pumping out stats as well. Pumping out a bunch of big damage, being very bloodthirsty. Wang Liang remembering why it pays to be aggressive in the Immortal War format. Those kills getting you extra Dark Tide points, keeping you alive, able to hold on to that resurrection for longer. You know, just putting you in a better space. Is Zone 6 right now collapsing down onto Zone 7. We have 7 players left alive instead of the usual 10 that we've come to see here in today's solos. It's been a much more aggressive match coming forward here. GG Shaw trying to put in work here with our lovely Swarm. He's pumped out a lot of damage here with it, but hasn't been able to really secure himself anything. Absolutely just pummels KZ's Panda Man. And now I'd be very surprised that the player's turning on to Shaw instead of Panda Man, considering Panda Man goes very low. But Panda Man holding on to that little bit of a low ground there is actually in a really good situation where the rest of the lobby can't see him. You know, I'm sure they saw his life bar go low, but nobody wants to put themselves down in that crevice. So Panda Man able to get a reset off. We're gonna see AOWs might go very low as well. Kai Bao coming in here. Some of his legendary armor being blitzed off in the end. GG Shaw finds a little bit of a space to take a reset. AOW's Mike forced to move across the zone here. The Flame Breath comes out. Mike going super low. Luckily, he had been caught on fire just early, so that Flame Breath didn't actually put the Flame Tick on him, because if that Flame Tick had come on, he'd be dead here. And wow, almost as if to curse him, GBL Zen comes in with the nunchucks there with the Dragon's Roar, quickly picks up the elimination and moves to the top once again. Wang Liang, GBL Zen, 4 eliminations each here as we move into the top 6 with Zone 7 now collapsing down. GBL Zen coming in with the Dragon's Roar again, but it looks like Wolves Kaibao, no, Panda Man picks up that kill in the final seconds, is able to just steal it out from underneath Kaibao, and GBL Zen's got to be not happy about that. Zen utilizing this Dragon's Roar to the best of his ability, though, really playing it smart here. He goes airborne, does the tap dodge in the air at the very top where it allows him to start charging up, and comes down out of the sky, letting the Dragon's Roar rip onto the lobby. It's super smart strategy. It's very parryable. You have to take it to stage 2 charge with the nunchucks to guarantee that Dragon's Roar comes out. So doing it that way, the lobby has less time to react and make anything happen. Zin coming in is going to get parried as he goes for it. That time, though, Kaibao coming in. He's trying to come back in. Jin freezing multiple people, but Kaibao able to pick up the elimination onto Kaibao. Able to pick up the elimination on Shaw. Kaibao able to pick up the elimination onto Panda Man. Kaibao able to pick up the elimination on... Wait, what just happened?
We timed out.
Excuse me?
What's going on?
I'm gonna need a judgment on that. How did those hits not hit?
Dude, they must have timed out surely right at the end. Maybe it did hit and we just didn't... I don't know. I don't know what happened here, but Kaibao right at the end coming in clutch when it matters.
I mean, Kaibao's still gonna be the MVP off the back of that, but what happened? He should have had that kill. The riposte damage doesn't come through. He follows it up after the wake up and hits him with a charged left click, and it's still, the damage doesn't come through. That's more than enough damage to pop an F2 off of the Z-Peng. I need a judge's ruling. What just happened?
Honestly, I wish I could help, but I have no idea, man. I don't even know what's going on. I'm just happy to be here. I like all the flashing lights. It's actually
it's Wang Liang?
It's not gonna be Kai Bao. Okay. Oh, the MVP, our first repeat MVP of the day. In game number 2, he made it happen, and it was honestly, it was a whimper of an MVP. Let's be honest. Like, it was quite disappointing. He had like 5,000 damage as the MVP. One of the, maybe he's setting records as well for the lowest damage for an MVP. But this time around, I mean, he was really getting stuck in, and he had a lot of limbs as well. So he's going to be scoring really high on this one. He's going to be very, very happy about that. Someone who's not going to be happy, that's Kai Bao on your screen there. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. It looked like he was taking it. I thought he'd have it all. And another person who's salty as hell, I mean, I'm salty as hell for him, is Xin. 2 of his kills got stolen by Panda. Panda Man literally stole 2 of his kills in that game. That feels terrible. But a good performance there from kind of like the old guard a little bit, right? With Wang Liang and Xin really putting in the work there. I think that was. And again, another game you just can't anticipate anything today in solos.
I'm still just confused. I feel like Kai Bao gets robbed in the end here. I mean, he gets the parry, he goes into the riposte, the damage doesn't come through. There's enough time for the player to stand up from recovery frames and him to start the charged left click onto that player. Now, the timer hits 0 as that charged left click hits, but the parry riposte goes through and doesn't do any damage while there was still time on the clock. I'm so confused how Kai Bao doesn't pick up the 5th elimination, take first place, and have more points than Wang Liang. I know Wang Liang gets the 5th elimination. Kai Bao off of this only has 4 eliminations because he doesn't get that last elimination, and he doesn't get the extra placement point for being first place because it ties out. I feel like Kai Bao just got robbed of more than 2 points here in the end, and quite honestly, that's a lot of points to be robbed out from underneath here. I'm just in shock. But Kai Bao, again, I said it just before we came into this game, he's one of those players you can't keep your eye off of. He's when he has it to do, Kai Bao from Team Wolves comes and pulls it together, and clearly that's what happens here in this final circle. He just was able to, all of a sudden, he completely flipped the table on its head and said, look, this is my final circle. I don't care what you have. I don't care if you've got Dragon Roar Soul Jade. I'm coming in. You can freeze me all you want. I'm gonna kill everybody. Wow. This wow, what a final circle. I got to take a look at the scoreboard. I mean, I know how Wang Liang ended up being on the top here at the end of this, but geez,
wow is the perfect word. It honestly is. Like that was just wow. It really was. Like it was an intense finish as we've had. All of the games today have been intense finishes, and honestly, that game was ridiculous. Ridiculously action-packed. Like right at the beginning, we had like 5 kills in the first like minute and a half or something. It was absolutely ridiculous. That was a big, not necessarily a shocker, but I was very happy to see that. Big shocker for me, Spider just flopped in that one. Absolutely, just really poor stuff. I don't know if my girlfriend joined the game and started screaming at everyone to get rid of Spider. That's one of my conclusions. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Since found his form again, he's been doing really, really solid. And of course, I mean, Wang Liang came first. So we're going to take a look at the scoreboard here. It is Wang Liang, Kai Bao, and Xin. They're bang on joint. They're both 9.4. So why did Wang Liang get the MVP and not Kai Bao?
It's got to be damage. So when it comes down to equal kills and placement points, the player with higher damage is awarded the first place. But they're going to walk away with the same game score. So it's really just a hey, you pumped out more damage. You know, you get to be the first place here. But they really are tied in terms of score here. I thought Wang Liang picked up the 5th kill, but I was wrong. So it's 4-4. Kai Bao feeling even more robbed in the end here. And you know, Xin, like you said, was robbed by Panda Man, but at least he was robbed by a player, not a funky interaction in the end there. You know what I mean? I mean, Panda Man doing what he's got to do to put points on the board, so I can't blame him there. But GBL Xin very much a return to form as well. 4 eliminations, gonna be walking away with 7.1. He was eliminated earlier there in the end, but man, much better performance from Wang Liang. 12k damage, 4 eliminations. I gotta let Wang Liang have his moment, but it's really, for me, it's Kai Bao. Wang Liang had a strong early game, but the fact that Kai Bao was just able to so dominantly control that final circle. They're tied in score here. Can we get an MVP card for Kai Bao too, please? Like, you're gonna rob him of that too? Oh my goodness, I'm so sad. He had that. He was locked down. The parry was in. The riposte came out. Kai Bao just absolutely all of a sudden coming alive. Congratulations to Wang Liang though. 12.8k damage. This is better. This is the Wang Liang I'm used to seeing, right? This is much better. He proved that game 2 wasn't a fluke off of this, and he's our first back-to-back MVP today. So congratulations to XCG's Wang Liang.
The thing that I just, this whole day is just something that I can't really wrap my brain around and comprehend much, because like in the last game, the very last game, both Wang Liang and Kai Bao combined for 0.5 points between them, and now they're both in the top 3. Like honestly, it just feels like every single game, anyone can take it. Anyone can take it. Mike seems to always finish in the top 5 at least, but it's absolutely ridiculous what we're seeing here. Like it's really quite cool. I'm curious as well, like with the damage totals, how common is it for someone's ranged weapon to be their most dealt damage? Like is that relatively common? I know you get a lot of chip damage, a lot of poke, but it seems like most people really rack up the damage numbers with those melee weapons, and the range is mostly just for like tiny bits of poke, like knocking people out or stealing kills.
It very much depends on your playstyle, but Wang Liang here very much was utilizing that musket to pump out a ton of damage here in the end. But the big thing to keep in mind is he had that armor pierce, right? Armor pierce for the musket allows you to completely ignore armor and go straight to the HP, and he was pumping out shots so fast. So every time he was catching players, that's how he was able to secure some of those really nice shots in the end. We saw that one big shot came out. We thought Panaman was going to pick up another kill, but it was Wang Liang who picked it up. He picked it up just because he straight through the armor. He said, I don't care that you have armor. Your HP's low from the flame breath when the Justina effed up, and he was like, nah, I'm just going to go ahead and pop, take that. Nobody else can have it. Armor Pierce really does put in some work. We saw Armor Pierce doing the same in another game. We actually saw our first elimination ever off of an Armor Pierce when somebody had basically full armor. He just got multiple shots off back to back and was able to pick that up earlier Thursday. So it's nice to see another elimination from Armor Pierce coming through, a much less utilized Soul Jade than we're used to seeing here in the Pro League. But man, this game hurt my brain a little bit. Happy Wang Liang, happy Kai Bao. This is the Kai Bao I come to know and love as well. Kai Bao very much, when he wakes up, he wakes up. It's almost like a zombie rising from the grave. That level of shock where you're like, oh yeah, I forgot Kai Bao's in the lobby.
he's honestly he's put it together a little bit here in that last game, but he's running out of time really to make an impact. He hasn't done too much, I would say, so far. A few names as well, I think. Honestly, I just like when we came into the day with Zhang Yu being the #1 placed player, and with that first game as well where he finished in that top 3, I was like, okay, there seems to be there's a trend here. Maybe this is something we can keep our eyes on. But we talked a lot about like Spider not really performing well, and Yeran as well not performing too well. But honestly, I think Zhang Yu, like, he's been very disappointing in general. Like in game number 3, he basically I think like 1 point or something. In this game, he was eliminated really early as well. Like he's definitely letting it drop, and if he's not careful, he is gonna find himself slipping away. And this is the finals here, right? Like this is where you gotta. Money's on the table here for the Biweekly. It's like it's not a time for you to start dropping these points. It's not like you can be like, well, I'll just qualify and then I'll smurf it up on the day. No, this is the day. This is the day you have to smurf it up, and he's not smurfing it up. So yeah, he's got to pull something out of the last 2 games as well if he wants to keep that high rating there and get that prize money.
Oh yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's the name of the game, right? We talk about how important consistency is. Don't get me wrong, Kai Bao this is a super great moment for him. Definitely one for the highlight reel, but he hasn't played consistently. So this good game is only going to put him back in the reaches of being able to, you know, finish in the money. So now he's got to follow it up with 2 more very excellent games as well. But speaking of following it up some excellent games, we're going to jump to a quick break before we come back with game number 5.
Feeling good on a hot, hot day. I'm feeling good. So good. On a hot, hot day. I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day. I'm feeling good. On a hot, hot day. Yeah.
It's late there in Shanghai, and the day is getting late here as well for the Nbpl. We're at game number 5 coming up shortly. Only 2 games remaining, and so far in the first 4 games that we've seen here, it's been all over the shop. Absolutely ridiculous results. Everyone seems to be with a chance of finishing top 3. It's been crazy gameplay in the actual lobbies themselves as well. And we just saw our first back-to-back MVP in Wang Liang. I was quite impressed with how he played in game number 4. But I mean, we've had expectations for other players that really haven't stepped up. I'm obviously, when we say this, we have to mention Spider, and I know you want to talk about Spider because of just what he was able to do the last time you casted him, the last time we saw him. Do you think he's going to be able to turn it around, honestly, coming into the last few games? Because it has, he's been able to get some kills, but he's not lasted long. This time around, he didn't even get kills before he dropped out. So is this really his redemption in game number 5, or are you kind of thinking maybe it's just not his day?
Like, I think there's 2 schools of players here in Naraka Blade Point, or well, 3 schools. There's the players who just can't hang and kind of sit in the middle of the pack, the bottom all the time. You have your consistency players who are consistently kind of near that podium finish, right? They're like second, third, fourth, and those players put up points, and then they'll have that one pop-off game and make it count for so much more. Those players tend to be the ones who do very, very well. And then you have players who have one or two big pop-off games, and sometimes they just have enough pop-off games where they're able to stay at the top. I think WBG Spider is one of those players that just has big pop-off games. I think he's kind of coin flippy. And as much as I would have loved to see him come in today and be very, very consistent, he's proven that he can't do that. And honestly, even though he had the big game, we put a lot of expectations on him because of that game, because he broke records. He came in, he had such an amazing game that day, but he was quiet the rest of that day, right? Speaking of which, WBG Spider here looks like he's very relaxed right now. I would not be relaxed if I was in Spider's position at the moment, because he continues to fall in the rankings. You gotta remember, he came in today in second place with points brought over from the season. But speaking of Spider, we're gonna actually hear from him really quick before we get ready to jump into game number 5.
能拿到现在这个成绩吧，主要是因为多学、多看、多打，反正就每天就打嘛，打迷茫的时候就看一下别人打，就这样。我们俱乐部人对我的评价都还可以，然后对我比较鼓励，比较关心，然后今天打完之后回去应该可以加个鸡腿。对于这次周决的话，更多是累积一下比赛经验，然后学习一些微操吧，然后更适应一下比赛节奏。周决的目标的话肯定是冠军。
Spider talking about his expectations for the week, talking about how he wants to really gain, some experience here. And unfortunately, the experience he's gaining is that he's learning his mid game not as strong as he would like to be. He continues to bring the early game aggression, pick up kills, but then it's like he forgets to shift tempo, right? And go, okay, I'm in the mid game. I have to be careful about what fights I'm taking. Ends up getting himself eliminated in the mid game and not making those kills count for as much as he possibly could. Honestly, if Spider had just taken those 3 kills and took it to late game every single game today, he would still be in probably second place off the back of just 3 kills, because of where that really puts you in the standings in solos in this competitive scene. 5 kills is the average top number of kills. 3 kills is quite significant if you place out in top 4. So we're going to see if he's able to bring something back here in game number 5, because he's got it to do now. He has fallen far enough in the standings from a lackluster performance that he's got to have a really good game. He just can't play consistently now. Honestly, it's GBL Zin who's sitting in a place where if he plays fairly consistent Naraka, he's going to be all right, unless AOW's Mike has one big pop-off game here in the end. And look at this, 4 Zeep and Yangs off the rip here as we see our players start to lock in some hero selection. We're going to see Wang Liang pick up our first Wu Chen of the day. Super interesting to see that. I love Wu Chen in solos. Happy to see some of these players still comfortable playing him. Panda Man coming in, no surprises here on the Yoda Hime. He's trying to save that target pick for the very end. OUG's Lure and King going on to a Justina here. Where's NAD's Dao Hui? I think we've seen him pick, and unfortunately, he's still not playing Tarka. I don't know what's going on with Dao Hui. Has he lost his confidence? He's a Tarka player. We're in the weekly finals. Where's my Dao Hui Tarka with Greatsword? He's had great performances on it. We literally watched him bring Fireball Tarka, a hero who's very much not in the meta, into the meta and like completely dumpster a lobby with it. Picked up 6 eliminations using Fireball Tarka, Blackout Vulcan, and now it's almost like he's afraid of it. Dao Hui, come on, give me a little bit of Tarka. As wow, this cluster is literally all to the northwest side of the map. There's no players going anywhere else. This is going to be, I would say, quite literally a battle royale, but Naraka Blade Point at the end of the day is very much battle royale, and we're going to start off, as is tradition, the MVP from last round. Our boy XCG's Wang Liang here going head-to-head with GD's Don Queen. Don Queen, however, no armor under his belt. Wang Liang going to go ahead and blitz him down, force Don Queen to go ahead and pop that. Wang Liang trying to keep him off of this armor, and Don Queen actually doesn't secure the armor. He's coming back up top, though, to be able to pick it up here and even this fight a little bit more out. but it is XCG's Wang Lang who's going to turn around, grab a little bit of loot before coming back, and we're going to see Spider, our first eliminated player off the rip here, or sorry, our first player to take a kill off as OC Zhang Yu picks it up, but now he's going head-to-head with GG Shaw and no shields here. Could be a bad situation for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, one of those players we expected a lot out of today and has been kind of quiet. So maybe this is going to be the game where he comes back alive. As we've seen, man, I just need to keep my mouth shut sometimes. GG Shaw turns things around with an uppercut combo and eliminates OC Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu with one elimination under his belt. Now going to lose his safety net early on into the match. As we pop over to AOW's Mike, backing off from a fight with Baoda's Huangfly. NAD's Dao Yiwei. He's got the greatsword. No target, though. He's going to be playing Yang here as he turns things around onto EWG's Yiran. We're going to see that repeating crossbow come out, and it looks like Dao Yiwei might be picked off by Panda Man here. No, is able to utilize the ultimate there. Get themselves a little bit of armor, a little bit of HP back as they consistently heal over time as well with the F2. We see Q9's LXY and Panda Man continue to give chase, and EW's Yiran looks to be potentially backing off of this as he doesn't quite have the loot he wants. Over to JDG's Chu Zhang. He's going to pick up an elimination off of OUG's Luren King. Chu Zhang performing fairly well. Last game was his first kind of middling performance, considering he's been so consistent here today in the final. If we take a look at the scores here, GG Shaw pick up an elimination on the Spider. Spider goes out again. I hate to see it. We're going to take a look. This is the overall standing. Is AOW's Mike still in first place with 30.3, Wang Liang in second with 26.2, and GBL Zin with a 25.5. Still a 5-point lead here for Mike over GBL Zin and a 4-point lead over Wang Liang. So Mike just needs to keep the consistency going. GG Shaw sitting in 5th place still. OC Zhang Yu in 4th, and WBG Spider from 2nd place has fallen all the way to 7th place, and no opportunity to put points on the board here in this game. He's just going to fall further. The odds that Panda Man doesn't get a single elimination in this game are next to nothing. Panda Man is going to edge WBG Spider out into at least 8th place.
It's going to be down to another huge game of 6 for Spider. It's not like he can't do it. We've seen him do it exactly what he did last time, but that is so disappointing for Spider, though. Like, going out first, when he came into this day, 2nd overall, really disappointing stuff from him. And that's certainly, he's been trending the opposite way of the likes of Zing and Wang Liang, who have really just turned up the heat in these past few games. Now we're looking at Mike right now, as you're seeing, as the overall leader here today in these bi-weekly finals, going up against Huangfly. Nunchuck versus Nunchuck. Mike is gonna get the better of Huangfly. Can Huangfly do anything about it? Maybe get away from this one, maybe run away. I don't think Mike's gonna let it happen. Oh, but there's a good knockback there instead. Fly is looking to get out of this one. He's hopping onto the roof. He's going for the big grand escape. Oh, I think Mike's lost a step. He might be able to just close enough distance here to get away from Mike. I don't know. Huangfly seems to have survived this one for now, but Mike is still not giving up the chase as we swap over now to Panda Man versus LXY. Panda Man, the kill-stealing king from game number 4 in that 1v1 in the circle versus LXY. It's all or nothing here right now. Both these players, if they stay in the circle, they are going to die. There's a lot of pressure in this fight as Panda Man's getting so low. He's going to die on the circle. LXY just has to not die. Yeah, there it is. Does that count? That doesn't count as an limb, right? If he just dies to the circle.
So if he dies to the circle and they have dealt damage to them recently, it will count as a limb. But because he ran away from the ult there and hadn't done any damage to him, Panda Man actually is just eliminated by the circle. And Q9's LXY doesn't pick up the elimination there at all. As we move over to JDG's Chu Zhang, who picks up an elimination onto J Team's Action here. It's going to be the 3rd elimination for Chu Zhang this lobby. You know, Chu Zhang didn't have a great game last game comparatively, and now here he is, consistency coming back out. He's already 3 elims, top of the lobby right now. Just needs to play it smart, take it to late game at this point, and he's going to have a very good day. He's sitting 4th in the standings overall right now, so you know, he's in the money. He'd like to be in that top 3, and he could easily, off the back of a good game, take himself into first place, depending on Mike's performance in this game. Wang Liang now going head-to-head with Wolves. Kaibao here you know, this is a really interesting fight considering how they both tied up with exactly 9.4 last game. Kai Bao coming in here, trying to make something happen on Wang Liang, and has actually caught Wang Liang multiple times here with that dagger. Wang Liang trying to come in with that Abyssal Aura, is not able to make it happen, and Kai Bao gonna actually pick up the elimination, and Wang Liang tried to teleport out there, but he just didn't have enough time to slip away before Kai Bao able to grab the elimination. Luckily, Wang Liang still has Resurrection available to him here as we move to J-Team's action. In the middle of just a literal brawl as multiple sharks trying to pick up the elimination here. He goes solo, forced to pop the Frost Core, comes in, anyone touches action here, he could be dead, and there are a lot of hungry players here. There are 4 players all trying to hunt down Action. Action being forced over to the edge of the zone as well. Hardly any HP. Now his shield's gone. One more bow shot's going to come out, and it's going to be NAD's Dao Yue, who's able to actually put a point on the board this game and pick up the elimination onto J-Team's Action.
Oh, but it's another sad story for Action. That's another game where he's not able to pick up any points. He's really been struggling today. Overall, he is the 16th ranked player, the only player here to not hit double digits in his score, and he's going down as the 2nd overall player here too. He's not going to find anything in this one. Poor guy for him and J-Team not being able to... It's just not their day, man. It's just not their day today, not being able to find anything, and he does get brewed on, as you mentioned, by all those players there. Once you smell blood in the water, man, it's insane. All these sort of players just descend upon you like nothing. As speaking of, LXY bleeding out heavily here too, as Dao Hui is looking for this play here. This is another player who's had a bit of a tough time of things today, often getting eliminated early, not being able to find the plays, but has got himself an elimination so far and is looking for a second one here against LXY. LXY is getting juggled around, he's getting comboed, but here comes the third party as Chu Sheng is looking for this one as well. He's trying to steal the kill. As 4th person, as Ye Run's also joining in too.
Coming in here now onto LXY, locking down, and they're going to go very low. Chu Zhang trying to secure this kill for themselves here. It would be their 4th elimination, but a huge charge left click comes out from the dagger on Dao Yue. Is able to send them both airborne, but Dao Yue is met by another player, and it looks like LXY is going to be able to escape here. And now Dao Yue up top, giving it chase to Yi Ran. Yi Ran goes very low, and Kai Bao hungry to pick up yet another elimination. You know, Kai Bao with a...
I think we may have lost our friend Mr. Rune here just for a little bit. While he's taking his little bit of a rest, we're going to take a look at people who are not taking a rest. That would be Mike. Well, actually, Mike is taking a rest. He's been taken out here. He's been put in the bin by Zhang Hu. Panda Man as well, looking like he's not going to be able to steal that one, even though I'm sure that is what he was looking for, because that's just what Panda Man does. We may get our Rune buddy back here. I think I can see his beautiful face on my screen at least, so that's good. Is he here, Mr. Rune? Testing. Hello. Do we
Yeah,
hear you?
I absolutely am here. I keep losing you, Fox.
Oh, gee. Well, there you go. We're losing each other. I don't know what the stream's hearing or not, but hopefully it's all good. We're just not ruining the Naraka experience with our shoddy connection between each other.
As coming here with NAD's Dao Yue, getting a little bit of a repair off. Looking over the top here, Dao Yue actually able to put an elimination together this game, but can he keep the momentum going? GG's shot gonna catch out OUG's Luren King as we catch the final end of that kill there. Dao Yue looking over at EWZ. Ron wants to go secure some of that loot from the box there, but Yi Ran stands between him and that box. Wolves Kai Bao also looking to make something happen here. Kai Bao, really good game at the end of game 4 there, trying to pick up some more eliminations here, you know. He had a great performance chasing down some players earlier this lobby. Was able to pick up at least one elimination, but now it's kind of slowed down just a little bit here. AOW's Mike not able to pick up anything off of this game thus far, and he really needs to keep some points coming up on the board as we move about us. Fly going head-to-head with GBL Zin. Speaking of players who need to put points up on the board, Zin with a 5-point deficit behind our boy AOW's Mike really needs to have another good game and keep the momentum going that he's had in these last 2 games. Wang Liang, another player, very surprising to see Wang Liang start to bring things back. Wang Liang with a swarm already? Where did Wang Liang get it? He got a swarm out of the first box here. That's not something you see very often here. Wongfly gonna send Wang Liang flying off to the back foot here, trying to look for a reset. The swarm gonna pummel some damage out though onto the Zipin Yang. Wang Liang with no resurrection, no eliminations yet this round. Really hungry to pick something up here before we get into late game. Catches the grapple, doesn't catch any damage off of Wongfly here, and GBL Zin hot in pursuit as well. Wongfly almost with the full reset here. Wang Liang needs to be very careful. Catches the charge, left click, uppercut off of the dagger, is able to come back in, but is he going to be able to secure the elimination? That is the question as GBL Zin comes in and gives chase. And who is going to get it? 1 HP in a dream for Badass Wongfly. Is it going to be GBL Zin? No, we're going to see the ultimate come out. Wongfly able to send Zin into the zone, but now it's Wang Liang coming down onto Zin and Wongfly. The swap comes out. He's going to almost guarantee it. No, who's going to get it? It's so close. It's literally anyone's kill. GG Shaw picking up the Dowie Wei in the kill feed there, but Wongfly still alive somehow. The man, the myth, the legend continues to stay alive. Now Dong Qing shows up as well. Wongfly, 3 players hungry to pick up the little fish in this lobby who's gone low, bleeding in the water. Wang Liang doesn't want to let it go. He wants to keep his momentum going now that he's found his footing back here in the final, but Wongfly is going to back off and get a full reset, and Wang Liang has to put in the work all over again.
How on earth did he survive that one? It wasn't just one person he was running from, it was 2, and then the 4th one showed up as well. Incredible stuff by Wongfly there to survive, get that reset, get that health, get the armor as well. I cannot believe he was still alive. He's as right as rain. He's completely gone. Mike being able to, I don't think he was able to actually pick up the loot there from that loot drop, but either way, he's just skipping around here as Shang Yu is now chasing on to Dong Qing, who's in a little bit of a pickle himself. No armor left, not full HP either. Both gonna find each other on the roof. Dong Qing gonna have to run away from this one, but there's a 3rd person, Yeran. He wants it too, and I think I can see someone else even shooting at Dong Qing maybe. He's gonna be the one that everyone wants to chase down now here too, but he's running into a lot of trouble. There's not gonna be any solidarity, any safety here. All the ranged weapons are coming through, trying to punish him, trying to get him down, but he has dropped down into that gorge. Able to heal himself up just a little bit, as now it's Yeran who's actually found himself in a trouble, as Zhang Yu relentless on the chase, looking for the play. Yeran gonna climb up this cliff here, but so low, so incredibly low. Surely he can't get away from this one, and it is Zhang Yu in the end who can pick up that kill. Is going to be the pure elimination as well. That's it. Yeran done. Another goose egg for him after such a good start, picking up 9 points in that very first game, getting into that top 3. Hasn't even sniffed anywhere near that since. And another disappointing and early exit for him in game number 5. But Zhang Yu, who was our #1 rated player coming into today, finding himself in 2nd place here, joint with 3 kills with Chu Sheng. Good start to him in game number 5. Does not want to let all those young whippersnappers catch up to him, because he has been slipping a little bit in the past few games, and that means that he's not, he's not 1st place anymore like he was coming into the day, and he certainly doesn't want to fall much further than he already has. Shah here, our kill leader of the lobby, seeing Panda Man, just going to zone him away and look for potential loot from that Mara's Blessing. Not going to be finding anything too interesting though, as we are getting to that point in the game here where players are just chilling out just a teeny weeny little bit, as we're watching just Shah skip around the map in a beautiful pink shirt and pink pigtails. I would be absolutely cacking myself if I saw that on a battle royale on the battlefield. I would be like, oh my goodness, I am thoroughly unprepared to fight someone like this, and I'm sure they would beat my honey into oblivion. But it's going to be K-Bao in this time around, just dancing around. Mike dancing around as well. Everyone's dancing around. There's not too much happening here, although I do miss the pink pigtails of Shah. And we'll see if he can make some more plays happen. I don't see him on my map. I don't think he's going for anything just yet, as Shang Yu is now going for this messing of Lara? That's not what it's called. It's something like that though, as there's all these people coming around here. Panda Man looks like he might be able to pick that one up. Might be getting a little bit of a fight here though, Rune. Maybe we're getting a bit of action around that loot drop.
Yeah, GBL Zin coming in here was the player able to secure the legendary armor out of that. He's got himself a purple dagger as well, but Jin no kills on the board yet this game. Really needs to turn around, put some work in. We're going to see that swarm coming out from Wang Liang again as he tries to pump some damage out. Wang Liang also unable to secure any kills despite getting Huang Fly low multiple times, just not able to secure Huang Fly. Holding on for tier life here in game number 5. We're going to see that swarm continue to come out as Wang Liang tries to pump damage out onto these players. Wang Liang actually now the one going very low, trying to engage onto GBLs in here, but he's got no shields. I don't know what Wang Liang's thinking, because he is about to become the little fish in the pond as these sharks descend. You can see it as soon as he moves across the map here, and every one of these players see how low he is. All of them start coming out, and now the tables, how they have turned. It is Baldos Huangfly who finds him out low, knocks him into the Bane's Breath. The Bane's Breath knocks him back into Baldos Huangfly, and Huangfly finishes off the elimination, and Wang Liang is going to go out with a fat goose egg in game number 5.
That's it, Wang Liang, Lu Rengxing as well. They're our top 3 just a few games ago, and they're both out already. We've got half the roster already gone here. 7 minutes left to go. This is the part of the game where I thought there'd be no action. It seems like they just disagree. The Naraka Pro players that, you know what, mate, we're not listening to you. What do you know? You know absolutely nothing. And we're seeing Shah just dance around the map once more here. We can see here that the total points here at the top left of your screen. Mike still sitting pretty in first, the only player to have eclipsed 30 points. But look at the distance between second and sixth. 0.5, so 1.5, excuse me, from 26.6 to 25.1. That is nothing. That is absolutely nothing. But the difference between finishing second and sixth, as far as the prize money goes, is something. That is very significant. And you can see all to play for right here. Wang Liang and Spider not going to be able to increase their scores this time around, but everyone else in that top 7 is still alive. There's so much to play for here. And this is game number 5 as well. There's only one more game after this. There's Shah looking like he can pick up some extra points here with 4 kills already on the board. Zhang Yu as well, still second place. But like I said, it's so close. He could easily fall out of that top 5, even pushing down into that 10th place as well if he's not careful. But still, a good game from him so far in game number 5, looking to make it happen. And what a turnaround for Xin, the guy on your screen right now. Started off the day a little bit slow, not getting too much happening, but my goodness, he got that MVP, and since then he's been an absolute terror in these games, putting out so much deeps, really making it hard for people to play. And he'd probably have the highest kill total in one game if it wasn't for some kill steals that went against his favor in game number 4. But my goodness, it's all to play for right here, as you can see. It's still a good amount of people in this lobby as we're now counting down to the 5-minute mark. Slow time in generally speaking in Naraka, but it's all going to kick off soon as that circle gets smaller and smaller. And you're starting to see it here with Xin versus Panda Man, legendary longsword. Oh, gonna get that knockdown as well. Zin's in a little bit of a pickle, gonna be walking away, licking his wounds just a teeny weeny little bit. No one wants to take the fight though, because what if you get third partied? It's the end of the world at this point. LXY just hanging out on the roof, on the underside of the roof, just having taking a bit of a breather from all this crazy action here and hiding away from anyone that might want to on him. That's the circle closes.
Yeah, LXY just hanging out. He's like, look, man, Spider's out of the lobby. I can take the Spider-Man thing. Let me just chill up here. You know, I'm just vibing right now. I'm gonna take my 1 kill, the final circle at the moment. You know, he's currently 15th place overall in the leaderboard standing. So he wants to put as many points on the board as he can, and he doesn't want to risk anything, especially here at Zone 5. Gets ready to collapse onto Zone 6. This is where those third parties come in, but it's Panda Man being caught out by Baldos Huangfly. Huangfly looks like he's going to be able to secure this. He just needs 1 tick of damage here onto Panda Man. If he can get this grapple, this could be it. No, it doesn't come through. Now we're going to see Panda Man forced to pop the ultimate here. He gets 1 little HP pot off, but it's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, I don't know if you just saw this, but Panda Man, yeah, even if he came out of that, he had no hope. He had 0 resources left. No shield pots, no health pots, and unfortunately, that's why we see those ranged weapons come out towards the end game here. It's all about burning these players' resources. Panda Man was in a position where he had no hope of recovering whatsoever. We're going to see Panda Man go out this game. 0 eliminations. 0 points on the board for him here as we move over to GG Shaw. Coming in with those nunchucks, we're going to see that legendary Soul Jade for the nunchucks come out again, that Dragon's Roar. See if he can put in work with it like we saw the likes of GBL Zin do last game. Speaking of GBL Zin, no eliminations this game, but he's still alive, so he can put in work. He is playing Zipin Yang, though. So he's going to struggle into these Yodohimes in these final circles. And Zone 6 is about to collapse in the next 22 seconds onto these 9 players. AOW's Mike going to use that F3, and now OC Zhang Yu coming in with a Dragon Roar of his own is going to put our boy GBL Zin in a bit of a timeout, sends him flying into the zone, and then sets him on fire with that Flame Breath as well. Zin, now the little fish in the lobby as these Sharks are hungry. GG Shaw also trying to come in with the Dragons Roar, put in work. Wolves, Kaibao going low as well. Might buy Zin a little bit of a time to take a reset here. It looks like he's been able to get a little bit of something off. Thankfully for GBL Zin, Wolves Kaibao is now the one focus, the center of attention, as GG Shaw just trying to put in work with the nunchucks and the longsword. He's got both those legendary Soul Jades, so he's hot swapping between weapons to keep people guessing, keep people moving, and he's going to catch GD's Don Quing with the longsword slashes off of there with that legendary Soul Jade. But now it's Wolves Kaibao who's going to punish him for constantly putting in those charge clicks, putting in those blues. Wolves Kaibao comes in with the parry, gets the riposte, and catches him out with the stabs onto the ground. Shaw looks like he's going to be able to get a recovery here. GBL's in, going low. AOW's Mike going low. Mike, no points on the board yet. Gets sent into the zone. Mike, one tick is all it's going to take. If he tap dodges into the zone at the wrong time, there it is. Wolf Kaibao going to pick up the elimination off of AOW's Mike, who picks up 0 points for the game. He's going to get a couple of little placement points, and that is going to be it for AOW's Mike. GBL Zin and OC's Zhang Yu, GG Shaw, the only players able to catch up to Mike here in this lobby, trying to make something happen. Xu Zhang also with 3 eliminations, holding on, trying to get that MVP, but he goes very, very low. He finds one little spot at the edge of the zone where he can get off a couple of pots. GBL Zin eliminated by Bowdos Huangfly. Huangfly moving up to 3 eliminations. It's GDG's Xu Zhang, Bowdos Huangfly, 3 eliminations each. GG Shaw with 4 eliminations, holding on, trying to continue to climb higher and higher. Shaw has been quietly climbing the leaderboard with just consistent games. This could be the pop-off game that he needs to take the top of the leaderboard. Here comes Dragon's Roar, going to come in to land some hits on it to our boy Dong Quing, but not enough to make it matter. We're going to see those longsword slashes come out. Nobody punishing the fact that Shaw just continues to throw these blue focuses. Nobody wanting to step up and parry and commit to that animation. Zone 7, though, collapsing down now. Somebody's going to have to commit to something, and it's OC's Zhang Yu who commits to the Dragon's Roar onto GG Shaw. Shaw going very, very low. We're going to see a couple players go airborne. We're going to see Flame Breaths come out. Shaw goes low. Don Quinn going to be eliminated by OC's Zhang Yu with the Flames Breath. Bowdos Huangfly going to pick up Wolves. Kaibao, GG Shaw going very, very low. Is going to pop the ultimate, but who's going to go down to who? Huangfly picks up Calba. Now we're going to see Shaw pick up Bowdos Huangfly. JDG Xu Zhang picking up another kill. Shaw picks up another. Shaw is going to go to 6 kills in first place. This could be enough to push him in to the first place overall standings. GG Shaw quietly coming in and taking back his crown here in game number 5.
He played that one so smart towards the end of that as well. Once he'd solidified those 4 kills in the early parts of that match, he was just chilling, man. Those legendary soul gems as well, like, my goodness, like, he had the ranged attack on both the nunchucks and the longsword. He was able to just sit back and just throw out poke, and no one was willing to step up to him. They were all too scared, and he had exactly what he wanted. He was in the perfect position, and I think as well, like the geographical location of that final circle as well was just perfect for him, because it was right out in the open. There were a few trees scattered about, but really nothing much. It was all out there. Ranged weapons were, you couldn't hide from them, you couldn't line of sight them, and you were just there to take poke after poke after poke. And Shah, like, not only does he finish first, but with those kills as well, I really, like, I don't know exactly how many points he's got there, but that's, I would go so far as to say that's probably the highest total points that we're gonna see today, maybe like 14 or 15 or something like that. We've only broken 10 like once, I think it is, and he's certainly done that. So yeah, really well played there. I'm really curious to see how like the rest of that lobby stacked up, both from like 2nd to 7th or something, because it was so ridiculously close, and every single one of these games means so much for the final standings, because that is also ridiculously close. It's absurd, and I really want to see it, because it's a lucky dip moment. I'm just giddy to see what's happening.
Oh yeah, I mean, I gotta give it up to GG Shaw. Some of the teams last season that really caught us off guard were these teams that they flew under the radar. They were consistently like 4th or 5th and just played very consistent games. Shaw today has put points on the board every single game. He's not had a big fat 0. You know, a lot of these players coming in that we expected a lot out of, like Spider, now another 0-point game for him, right? Shaw hasn't put any zeros on the board. It's just been consistently like, you know, 2 points here, 4 points there. But that consistency, that's what I talk about all the time. If you're consistent, you put points on the board, regardless of whether you're having big moments in those games. When you come in and you have a game like this, it counts for so much more. This one game, because he was able to consistently put 3 points on the board, 5 points on the board, you know, 4 points on the board here, this game is going to skyrocket him potentially into first place. AOW's Mike went out with 0 eliminations this game. I think he gets a couple little placement points. GG Shaw was like 5 points behind him after picking up those couple of kills this match, and then that multiplier on top of it plus those placement points, this is gonna hurt for Mike. Mike was sitting pretty. He thought he had this clutch down. Now all of a sudden GG Shaw, who is a big contender. Again, when we talked about the players who were the ones to watch in season 1, it was AOW Mike, it was XCG's Wang Liang, and it was GG's Shaw. So Shaw is not a player that you can ever count out, and he's not a player you can go, oh, he had a big game this time, but he's not going to perform next game. Right? So he had a big game this time, and we definitely expect him to perform next game and at least consistently put points on the board. So for you to beat him out in the next game, if he's having a consistent performance, you have to put a massive performance out. And we know these players are capable of it. The question is are they going to be able to do it in the last and final game? There's a lot of pressure there. And I think all eyes, realistically, that, you know, that whole range is super tight. We're going to get a look at that leaderboard in a second. We're going to see how many points were put on the board by each player here, but all eyes are going to be on WBG Spider, because this is what happened in the games Thursday. Spider just didn't perform all day, and then all of a sudden some sort of switch got flipped between game 5 and 6, and he just came out and he was an entirely different player. It was like he hulked out, right? He's been Bruce Banner all day, and then all of a sudden now he's the Hulk. So we're going to see if our boy Spider is not quite the Spider-Man we think he is, and he's going to come back in the last game, Hulk out, and make something happen. But honestly, after his performance today, I really am doubting it. WBG Spider, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I would be happy to see you come in with another incredible performance, because I lost my mind on that. I was a Spider fan coming into today, and you know, Wolves Kaibao, that's my boy. Team Wolves is my team. I love them, but Spider really stole my heart with that 6th game the other day, and now I'm really starting to question, should I still be a Spider fan?
I don't know, man. He's number 16. Like, look at all those goose eggs, though. There's 5 of them. 6 of them. Wait, is it more? Wait, I'm blind. There's so. Yeah, no. I'm right. There is 6 of them. There's so many, and even Mike and Zin both finishing on 0.5. Like, that is, gosh, that is mental right there. And there it is, Shaw with 13.6. That is the highest game score that we've seen today. 6 kills in the end, finishing first as well. Zhang Yu with a good performance though as well. That's someone that, you know, we said we wanted to see him do a little bit better if he wants to keep on to those top spots, and he's able to do it this time around. Chu Sheng, we mentioned before, being a bit of a sleeper, trending in the right direction, and he certainly is doing that, finishing second. Look at that as the MVP right here. This is some really quality stuff. Over 20k, north of 20k is always good. I mean, looking at those damage charts, some parries and lots of kills as well. But look at the Soul Jays that he had, the Dragon War and the Phoenix Blast. honestly, I think they really just enabled him to finish him first because the way he played that final circle is really smart. Those Soul Jades is enabling that gameplay where he can stay back and just throw out all those ranged hits with those melee weapons. I thought it was really, really well played and well-deserved MVP here for GG.
Oh, absolutely. You know, honestly, a little surprised there in the end. I kind of called it before it happened for the first time. He constantly was kind of abusing those blue focus attacks from those Soul Jades. And they're very high risk, high reward in the Pro League because they're very, very parryable, right? The longsword, a lot more forgiving. Unless you're in their face when you parry it, the longsword slash just gets sent back and does damage, but it doesn't knock the weapon out of their hand. It doesn't put you in a riposte animation. It's hard to follow up on. So that one is a little bit safer, but you know, that Dragon's Roar with those nunchucks, no matter what range you parry that Dragon's Roar at, it will not only knock the weapon out of their hand, but it sets you up for the riposte and a ton of damage. And in a final zone like that, where zone 7's collapsing, zone tick hurts so much, right? You get sent flying when you get parried and the riposte comes out. You're guaranteed, if somebody had stepped up and parried one of those Dragon's Roar, to get sent flying into the zone. You're going to see all of your armor shredded at this point. Everybody's got a purple weapon. If they catch a parry on you, it's massive damage. And then you're in the zone taking a huge lick of HP. And we see time and time again, if you go low into a final zone like this, you're going out. You're the next person on the chopping block, and the players are there to deliver you to said chopping block. So he risked a lot using those Soul Jades to try to zone out, because if anybody had been paying attention and saw that he was just doing that on repeat, Wolves Kaibao came in and caught him one time. And after Kaibao did it, I really expected Shaw to kind of shift gears, but he stuck to his guns. Nobody else came in for the punishment on it. And because of that, he was able to clutch out 2 more kills, take first place. So, you know, I got to give him big props for sticking to his guns, especially when it comes down to such risky gameplay.
Honestly, and I'm just going to say it, I'm sitting here vibing to your voice with the background music of the Nbpl, and I'm having a grand time. Like it's there's something like, don't know how to describe it, but I'm feeling Naraka-y. Do you know what I mean? And I've been enjoying the 5 games that we've had today, and this last game is gonna be an absolute banger because it means so much for these standings. Legit, like I don't know what the total standings looks like right now, but the fact that, you know, I mentioned like the difference between 2nd and 7th was like 1 point or something like that. Like it's so clumped up there. But even between like 1st and 2nd, it's something like 5 points, and I know that's a lot compared to the 1 point that I just mentioned. But 5 points in a game, that's nothing. If Mike, who's in first with like 30 points, if he has a crap game, which he kind of did have this time around, it's so easy to overtake him. Like this is absolutely none of this is set in stone. None of these positions are set in stone, and that it really will always come down to the very last game, which is always thoroughly exciting. And with so much on the line, with it being the bi-weekly finals as well, all that money, all that dosh, all that moolah you want to get into your pocket, like this is it. Like this is not the day to fall short. It really isn't. If you want to be walking home with empty pockets, then sure. But if you want a bit of jingle in your steps, then you're gonna have to step up for this last game.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, there's a big difference between that 1st place finish and that 8th place finish. You're talking about the difference between being able to take your whole family out for a nice steak dinner in that 1st place finish, and then in 8th place, you know, we're gonna go get some sad little chicken nuggies and contemplate how we're gonna come back and make sad. It better. You know, look, sometimes you gotta have that reflection. Some sad chicken nuggies are okay. The chicken nuggies are good, but you're having that sad chicken nugget moment.
If you eat them in the shower,
I know.
How's that? That's a sad chicken nugget moment.
Speaking of taking a shower, we're going to take a quick break ourselves before we come back for our 6th and final game here in today's solo finals.
百列就带走黄不来了吗？王良这边是击败了黄不来，拿下本场比赛前无信这波能反杀，看看翔月这波操作，他输了。
Last game of the day here, the Nbpl game number 6, and it's all on the line. We are so close in the standings, all these players. This last game, genuinely, if you flop out, you're donezo. Like, you're just not going to finish high. It's just that simple. The difference between like 8th, 7th and that first spot easily can be made up with in one game, and this is that one game to do it. My name is Fogstrup. I am joined by Mr. Runekeeper. It's our last game of the day. It's been a fun game as well, but it's been a lot of random stuff happening. It's impossible to call what is going to happen. We've had one duplicate MVP, and in the other games that MVP is completely goose-egged as well, so it's like we don't even know what's going on. But please help me understand a little bit about what's going on. What are your thoughts about the games today?
Well, you know, this is really good. Somebody, look at this. WBG Spider all the way from 2nd place to 9th place. Goose egg, 3 points, 3 points. He's just not performing, especially he needed to make it happen in these last 3 games of the day, and double goose egg back to back is not serving him well. Panda Man has been moving up in the standings, but you know, this final game, goose egg, not going to do him any good. J Team's action. 1.1 points for the entire day. I don't know what's going on here. You know, again, J Team, the defending world champions for trios. You would expect action to be, you know, on point, making something happen. But 1.1 points is just not going to cut it at all. As we take a look, GG Shaw has moved into first place for this 13.6 point game. He actually edges out AOW's Mike. And JDG's Chu Zhang, again, we talk about these players who are quietly consistent. Chu Zhang has been quietly consistent, and here it is. He's able to edge out AOW's Mike, who had a 0.5 point game, to take 2nd place. He's 5 points behind GG Shaw, but he set himself up. If he now has his one pop-off game here, he's going to do very, very well. Unfortunately, GBL Zin not able to carry it through in this game. He's got a lot of ground to come back. GG Shaw would have to have a very bad game, and he would have to have a huge game for him to come back into first place. It's going to be interesting to see how this game plays out. Generally, into these last games, we get to see that overall standing board a whole lot more. You know, we started to see it a lot more here in game 5. We're going to be able to keep track of these final scores till the very final moment. And I've got a phrase I like to say, which is it's not over until the final game is played, till the final circle comes through and the last kill happens. Every time I count a player out, they come back and surprise me. Especially, you know, it's why I'm such a huge fan of Wolves Kaibao, you know, a player who's all the way down in 15th place, and I was like, there's no way he does it, and then has one game that is just so incredibly just dominant that he's able to come back in the last and final game. I no longer count a single player out, but I will say this, I am confident J-Team's action can't even touch it. There's no way he puts 30 points on the board in a single game. It's just impossible in solos. He would have to kill the entire lobby multiple times. He would have to come away with more than 16 kills. In a solos game, it's just not going to happen. It's not even numerically improbable. It's almost numerically impossible
Yeah, it's not been his day, bless him. But hey, man, it happens. We all have rough days. Like he said, like I think Shah being in first place here, we got Shushen and Mike, the three players that you've seen here. These are top 3, but it's all so close. Like anyone can take it at this point. You saw Shah in game number 5 when he won. He got like just over 13 points, which is on the high end, honestly, of what we've seen today. But still, like because of just how inconsistent a lot of these scores are. Like it's very possible, very feasible for Shah just to completely go out early and not really do anything. In which case, it's totally up for grabs at that point. Whoever can finish high and take his spot. Like there's nothing set in stone right now. Almost all of the players that you saw on that first screen, like all the best players that we have here that are scoring high, almost all of them have had games where they've completely bombed out and finished with like 0s or 0.5s or something like that, or like 1 point. Like it's absolutely insane. So anything can happen. Before we get to that last game, we have a cute little video for you guys. We'll be back in a bit.
我觉得的话就是还是比较放松的吧，因为我觉得这个成绩，我觉得应该是我就不说现在这个成绩，我觉得说进周决这种我应该是能进的，就我对自己是有一点信心的，然后但是没想到能打得这么好，就感觉并不是说是一个就是感觉自己打不进去那种感觉吧，就觉得自己打得确实不错，非常好，对于单排来说。是没有倾斜的，我觉得两边我都要打好，然后目标的话，我觉得单排我尽量就是往前3冲，能拿第一拿第一吧，因为我觉得按照目前情况来说，我应该是就有可能是能做到的。然后3排的话，就是跟队友多配合的话，3排也要往前冲嘛。
Now let's hope he can tap back into that confidence. If he does want to reach his goal of top 3, he's going to have a monster game here in game number 6. We did have high expectations for him actually coming in today, and he had a very, very good first game. So he's definitely got potential to make it happen, but unfortunately his previous few games not been good. There's X in there who's not having a good time. I shouldn't laugh, but he looks so... His expression matches his score, we'll put it that way, bless him. And Kai Bao, one of your players to watch, one of your favourite players, I think is definitely, I don't know whether dark horse is even the right word, because I think everyone's a dark horse, everyone can make top 3 here today. But Kai Bao certainly one to keep your eyes on in this last game.
Oh, absolutely. Again, I don't count anybody out anymore. I've learned my lesson. Because they continue to shock and awe every single time I do it. And we are locking in for our 6th and final game. We're going to take a look at the hero selection here. Look at this. Justina. Most of these players have used those Yodo Hime picks. So we're going to see far less of the Yodo in the last lobby as we come in here. Wang Liang, Justina, Zipin Yang, AOW's Mike on Justina, and GG Shah also on Justina. Taking a look over now at our next 4 picks. Xjin going to be on the Yodo Hime. Panda Man not pulling out his last Tarka pick. We're going to see 3 Zipin Yangs come in. Doi Hui also not on to the Tarka. Really interesting. He's going to be playing Justina Spider on to Zipin Yang. EWG's Yiran on Zipin Yang as well. I'm very shocked that Dao Hui hasn't played a single game of Tarka today. I don't know if, maybe his coach has told him he's not allowed to play Tarka anymore. Maybe they're not happy with the results of it or not, but it's shocking considering we are in the finals, and it is where Dao Hui shines, is when he takes those Tarka picks. And honestly, it's shown in his score today that it's hurting him as a player.
Yeah, he has had a tough time of things. He was one of the first players to get eliminated in quite a few of our games. He's not really been able to make it very far. Sometimes he does get some kills, but if you're not finishing high, those points are just not going to work out for you. As we're keeping an eye here on Shah, our previous winner, with the most point totals as well. Most dominant game that we've seen of a player so far was here in game number 5 with Shah. He's getting off to a good start all by himself, able to loot up before he gets into some action, unlike here with Mike and Panda Man. As the action starting right at the beginning, Mike looking for a better start to this game, as last game he finished very low, 0.5 score total, and he was the first place player. He's been knocked out of first place, and if he doesn't want to fall any lower. He needs to really kick it up in this one, but that is not the start he wants to have. Going down that early to Panda Man. He's going to get that resurrection, but still, that's not good. And you mentioned how Mike often plays off the momentum. If he gets a good start, he goes crazy, he goes ham, and he can make the plays happen. But if he has a slow start or even gets eliminated early right off the drop, like he just happened, then it often turns into a quiet game for him. Let's keep our eyes on to see if that continues. LXY is going to get eliminated there as well from Spider. Spider versus Yiran. Two players who had a great start to the game today. Great start to their game ones, and have really just been falling off since then. Looking to have a strong finish here in game number 6 in this fight with two... do they both have broomsticks? No, there's at least one broomstick here. I don't think Yiran's going to use too much effectiveness as Spider's looking to get that damage off. Yiran exceptionally low here. Is going to get the heal, is going to knock Spider back. Both players just going for a little bit of a reset here. Spider, on the other hand, really low still, but not going for the reset. Instead, he wants to push this one forward here. Yiran with the hit, turning it around onto Spider. I think Spider's going to be in a bit of a pickle. He is going to be jumping away from this one. Can he get out of it? I'm not so sure. Yiran's going to be knocked on his bum. He's going to be in trouble here, and it is Spider eventually. The long fight coming out on top, knocking Yiran into the Shadow Realm.
You know, just watching that fight, that's a much more aggressive Spider than we've seen all day. I'm starting to, you know, there hope for the Hulk Spider to come back out here in game 6 like it happened on Thursday's solo matches. We're going to find out, as he is currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard in terms of eliminations here in our 6th and final game of the day. JDG's Chu Zhang holding out here, trying to make something happen, as we're going to see the likes of NAD's Dao Yue and Wolves. Kaibao come in. He's trying to pick up this elimination onto Dao Yue, but it's going to go to Wolves. Kaibao and Chu Zhang going to get a huge parry onto Wolves. Ooh. Kaibao, though, send him absolutely flying. The Frost Core going to come out, and look at this. Chu Zhang just waiting, is able to catch him with a little bit of that tech chase, but he's going to pop the ult and get away. But the pistol shot comes out, and JDG's Chu Zhang's able to pick up his first elimination here off of Wolves. Kaibao.
Wow, that was a sick shot to finish that one off. We often see those chases last for minutes, just trying to finish someone off. But no, if you've got sick aim with a pistol, you don't need to chase anyone. You just shoot him in the back and bring him down. Already here though, we're not that far into the game. We've already got LXY and Yiran eliminated. It seems like Yiran's woes will continue for today, and this certainly is not going to be his game. A perfect start for him today, but just not able to replicate the success he had in the first game. And Shah with that sexy parry there onto Wang Liang. Beautiful stuff. Looking to put the hurt down onto him as Wang Liang is just fighting for his life here. Gonna go for a little bit of a... No, he's still fighting. He's not going to run away at all. It's the dagger versus the dual blades. A bit of Spider impression by himself, charging up on the ceiling. Not going to land the hit though, as Shah is able to dodge out of that one and get that power hit off of Wang Liang in a bit of a pickle here. Now he's going to have to be the one to run away, looking for a bit of respite. See if he can heal back up and maybe get some of that armor. It looks like Shah's not going to let it happen though. Does get the equip on the armor. It's only white, but it's something. And there's the parry. Surely no. It's the stasis from the frozen core. It's going to keep him alive for now. But he's going to go down eventually. Wang Liang falling to Shah, the previous winner of our game number 5. And Wang Liang is eliminated. He is done. That's him done for the day, and that's certainly not going to help him in those standings there. He was one of those on the outside looking in for the top 3, and I don't think he's going to be able to find it after that performance. It's now Mike versus Chu Zhang in that circle. Holy moly, Chu Zhang, please calm down. The man's got a family. At least that family is one member lighter here, as Mike is not only killed, but eliminated from the lobby. That's him done too. Our first place performer up until game number 5. Man, he's hit as 0.5 and a 0. He's screwed. He's completely fluffed it towards the end. There's more action going on here. Rune, mate, I'm going to have to get you to take it away because I need to inhale some oxygen. Something I've forgotten to do the last few minutes here. There's action left, right, and center.
Absolutely here. And like I mean I called it right about AOW Mike, honestly, at the end of the day here. Once he loses that momentum, his mental falls apart. He gets 0.5 in the last match. He takes a big fat 0 here. He gets eliminated at the beginning of this match and just isn't able to turn it around. He walks into what feels like a very simple combo coming out from JDG's Chu Zhang, who gets into the meter dump, and Mike just doesn't he doesn't feel like he's got the energy to respond. It's almost like as soon as he takes that early elimination, the color leaves his face, and it's not that he stops caring, but he's just not playing on the same level anymore. And it's JDG's Chu Zhang who's actually now in contention for that first place spot with GG Shaw. Only 3 points behind him. Shaw trying to make something happen here, coming to this fight with J-Team's Action. Gonna get parried. The F3 immediately gonna come out. Shaw actually able to land a grapple through the F3 and knock him out of it. J-Team's Action looking for a place to get a little bit of a reset here, but Shaw gonna fumble onto the grapple, but find himself a scale rush. Not sure where J-Team's Action has gone though. Shaw has lost the fight out here and is gonna be forced to come across and look for a new target as things break out in Celestra. He refines J-Team's Action, locking back onto him, but Action has been able to get almost a full reset off here. The parry comes from GG Action, who returns the favor and jump cancels into a double left click. Now it's GG Shaw who's on the back foot here as Action and JDG Chu Zhang come in. These are the two players fighting out for first place. If Chu Zhang picks up an elimination here, it could be huge, and he's not willing to let GG Shaw get away as he grapples up and continues the hunt. Shaw down below though, it looks like he might have gotten away here. Might have been able to slip away from the clutches of J-Team's Action, but no, Chu Zhang finds him out immediately. Shaw not able to get the pot off, forced to cancel if he wants to get away. The nunchucks come out. Shaw turns it around with a charged right click off the daggers, but he catches the nunchuck combo again. He's forced to pop the frost core here. They're both going to get a little bit of a reset, but Chu Zhang still much better off than GG Shaw is here. GG Shaw going to go for it. The parry comes out. Shaw going to actually tap dodge away. Doesn't want to get parried there. Chu Zhang catches him with the nunchucks again. Can he continue the follow-up? GG Shaw put into a corner. Not sure quite what happened there as GG Shaw pops back around behind Chu Zhang, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Chu Zhang is going to catch him out, and he's going to pick up the elimination onto GG Shaw. GG Shaw going to be sent back to the Soul Ultra. Chu Zhang picks up his third elimination as he continues to close the gap behind GG Shaw.
And Chu Zhang, all of these kills, they matter big time. You can see there, that's first versus second, only 2 points in it. It's a huge, not only you getting a kill there, but you're denying a kill from your direct competitor for first place. Now we're seeing Xin fighting against Dao Hui. Dao Hui looks like he's in a bit of a pickle right here, and Xin, who really has found his form after that game number 3, looking to chase him down here. Really favoring that dagger with a sick parry. Oh my goodness, he's just gone. He's out of there. That's going to be him sent to the Shadow Realm as well, but not quite eliminated from the lobby just yet as we're getting a huge fight in the middle of the little village here. Now with Spider looking to be on the worst end of things instead. This man has not been able to survive long. He does have 3 kills, but if he were to get eliminated here, it would be pretty on brand for Spider today. Able to find those fights, but always finding himself in a situation he doesn't want to be in a dangerous spot, but he's going to get that. He just disappeared in thin air. He just disappeared in a puff of smoke. He's gone. He's going to find the reset. He's going to be safe on that one as we're following Chu Zhang around here, who's now found out Dong Qing. Might be looking for that fight now as well.
Yeah, as we move back over to GG Shaw, who was sent back to the Soul Altar. GG's Chu Zhang clearly not able to find the loot he wants here on the outskirts of the map, dropping both a white weapon and white armor. Over to GBL Xin, who finds Wolves. Kai Bao, the frost core comes out, but the parry comes out, and GBL Xin gonna pick up another elimination off the back of a parry into a jump cancel after the riposte with the right click. You know, this is a piece of greatsword tech that only existed in greatsword for a while, clearly. These players have figured out you can do it off the back of the dagger. We've been seeing it all day. And it's as soon as you land the initial damage of the riposte, you can cancel the animation with the jump. The damage still goes through, and apparently you can follow it up with a right click and guarantee the right click and put them back on the ground. That's huge coming out of the dagger. You know, very strong piece of tech from the greatsword, but the dagger, when you actually lock them down to the ground like that, you have so many options to retake control of the neutral, and it does a very significant amount of damage. So to see it continue to come out, here it comes again. Jump into the right click. Shaw goes very low. The frost core comes out. GBL's Action looking to make it happen off the back of these parries. Shaw gonna be forced to ult away, but Action has it as well. If he can catch the freeze out onto Shaw, he can go ult for ult here. Shaw can't really get away from Action because Action can just ult over and over again. Shaw gonna come down below here, but Action still has their ult. It's gonna catch them out. Doesn't get the freeze though. Continues to move up on it. Neither of them now. With it, Shaw hoping to get his F back. The F comes back up, but he's got no ult to run away this time. GBL's Action got him locked down in the zone as well. In the HP, catches him out. Needs to continue this hunt on to Shaw. Shaw can't go towards the zone here, or he's going to find himself eliminated very quickly. Action going to take a pot as Shaw now forced to take zone damage. He got the double HP pot off, though. Gonna go for the armor, but GBL's Action not gonna let it happen here. He's not gonna let this competition get away scot-free here. Shaw gonna find his F again, and look, Action can just heal up here while Shaw continues to take zone damage. Doesn't care, because you pop the Frost Core, all you get back is armor. But in the zone, it's all about the HP. He's gonna shred the last of that little bit of armor off of Shaw. Shaw, no place to go. It's gonna be eliminated by EBL's Action.
And there it is. He's not just dead. He's gone. He's out of the lobby right here. And what a long fight that was. But Zin, honestly, just showing the caliber of player that he is. That was a sick fight right there onto Shaw. Shaw is absolutely no slouch. He was a first-rated player here. But now with him gone this early on into the lobby as well, it is all up for grabs. He is frozen there at that 36.9. Zin and Xu Sheng here, with potential to get a high finish, could easily take that first spot. And let's not forget as well, Hongfly too. We're not seeing just here on the screen, but he's got potential as well to kind of sneak up in there. He's been flying a bit under the radar actually so far today, with but being very consistent. Mr. Consistent, not necessarily finishing too high, but not planting any of those eggs either. So still able to get quite a decent score here, sitting pretty in 6th. As a redemption arc here for Spider as well, very important for him, coming into the day in 2nd place. You don't want to finish much further down than that, because it's just, I mean, it's a testament to how much you failed on the day, without sounding too harsh. But if you're coming in 2nd and you're finishing like 10th or 11th, it's just disappointment. It really is. And with how Spider had performed previously, it was the game 6 on Thursday where he really popped off. See if he can do it again, the game 6 here on this Saturday, as Don Quing here has found out Panda Man. Panda Man is a little worse for it, gonna get knocked down, gonna get shanked as well. He looks like he's not long for this world. Oh, but that's a good move, a good charge up there. Gonna get a bow shot to the face, but he is healing up, and Don Quing might be in a bit of a pickle as well here. Oh, and that's the third party. This is the issue, man. You can't just go for a fight. It's not 1v1. It's Spider here who wants to pick up those kills, but a great parry from Panda Man. Gonna knock Spider down. Everyone involved here is no armor, ridiculously low on health. Everyone's just gonna back away, and my goodness, that looked like that was just gonna be a few kills, but no one want to play it too aggressive here. They're just gonna want to play it safe. It is that game 6. Maybe not wanting to choke it out. You don't want to go out too early here. It means everything. This is the last game. This means everything for your placements. The Spider, Don Quing, Panda Man still inhabiting this area here. Panda Man seems to just disengage here. All of them are disengaged. It's going to get a bit of a chill moment here, but someone who does not like chill moments is Zin, and he's moving into the same area. I think he smells blood.
Yeah, Zen hungry to fight back. You know, he's managed to move himself into that podium finish already, right? As he comes in on to KZ's Panda Man and WBG Spider. Spider on his 4th elimination. It's Spider picks up his 5th elimination now on to Panda Man. This is a lot of eliminations. It's not in the late game. This is where Spider was doing very well before, but unfortunately, that's going to be it for Spider. He takes 5 eliminations and manages to move back into top 8. He takes 7th place here today. Unfortunate for Spider. He was hoping to have a better performance here today in this final game. He picks up 5 eliminations at the very least and is able to secure himself some more points and a finish in the money, at least. Spider, he's going to have to walk away from today's tournament and do some self-reflection. He's going to go back and do some VOD reviews, see where things fell apart for WBG Spider. As we move over to JDG's Chu Zhang, who's currently in 1st place in terms of kills in the lobby here, as they going head-to-head with Baodao's Hongfly.
There's only 4 players left here, 8 minutes counting down. At this point in the game, in the previous matches, this is where we still see like 10, 12 players alive. Nope, only 4 this time around. I thought we'd have maybe more of a passive way of things here in game number 6, but it seems to be the complete opposite. And speaking of Mr. Aggression himself, it's Jin. He's been an absolute terror in these past few games, and he just never, ever lets up. If there was a stat to track how long people have been in combat for, I guarantee you Jin is #1 in every single category possible. Like, he just does not, he never shies away from a fight. As I say that, he's running away from Chu Sheng here. But still, he's constantly finding himself in aggression, in fighting. But he could find himself in a bit more here. Maybe he's going to be a bit of in a pickle. But he's taking the stasis here. It's going to survive for a little bit longer. But Hongfly with that legendary armor looking for him, and a good shot here from Chu Sheng as well. Oh, he's not good. He's not good at all. Jin is going to fall down. That's him solidified in 3rd place. Chu Sheng, you've got to feel he's going to be the winner of this when all's said and done. He is 8 points ahead of Hongfly, the leader in kills of those remaining as well. Hongfly is going to have to pull something big out here. Going to have to kill Dong Qing and Chu Sheng. And even then, I don't know, man. It's going to be tough. He can only get a max of 4 kills himself. There's only 3 players left. And we might just be watching right here the winner of our bi-weekly finals. As this game is ticking on down. 3 people alive. Dong Qing, Hongfly, and Chu Sheng.
You know, we talked about it at the start of game number 2. I said Chu Sheng was a player to watch out for strictly because of his consistency, right? He hasn't really had, I don't think he's had an MVP all day, right?
No.
He's literally just consistently placed in those top 3 places. And we don't talk about him a lot because, you know, he's quietly putting kills on the board, right? He's not hyper aggressive. He picks off kills when he sees an opportunity to. He doesn't really pop off in the final circles, but he's able to stay alive. So he gets as much multiplier as humanly possible. And honestly, sometimes that's more important than being a flashy player who makes big plays and walks away MVP. Yeah, it's great to be the player that everybody's talking about, but sometimes being the player that flies under the radar really benefits you as you're able to slip into 1st place like Chu Sheng has been able to do here in the 6th game. And here's the thing. You slip into that 1st place here in 6th game, there's not another game to come back to after this for these other players to realize, oh, Chu Sheng's in 1st place now. That's, you know, we got to watch out for that. We really got to come back. He's been playing a good day because this is it. So, you know, sometimes it is the slow turtle that wins the race. And that has been JDG's Chu Sheng today. He has been the turtle who has consistently just moved forward while some of these rabbits have slept in some of these games.
Yeah, for sure.
WBG Spider taking 2 big goose eggs the last 2 games, one of those players as well who consistently fell lower and lower. And then, you know, GG Shaw had a really good game number 5 here, but comes into this game not able to perform. AOW's Mike had a goose egg in game number 5 again, and then comes into this game and pulls another one. No points on the board for him as well. The rabbits slowly eliminated, and it is the turtle who's left alive here, as we're going to see GD's Dong Qing going head-to-head with Baodao's Hongfly here. And, you know, at this point, you want the extra points here, but I don't think the standings are going to be able to change too much here. Dong Qing might be able to take over 9th place here, but even if he got both of these kills here, it doesn't put him in a position to be able to get enough points to finish in the money, right? So Hongfly and Dong Qing are really just kind of fighting for standing here. Hongfly might be able to, some kills would be good for him. It would move him further up the list, and the further up the list he goes, the more points he gets, and the more ranking points he's going to get towards that World Cup. And Hongfly was a player that I said, you know, hey, this is kind of a consistency player, and the consistency has moderately paid off for him. He was in the bottom. He was in 15th place at one point coming into the day, and now here he is all the way up into 6th place just off of solid performances throughout the day instead of big flashy performances. You know, things are gonna, this is the point. Look, we're zone 5 right now. There's so much space, and these players all know where each other are, right? So nobody's gonna commit to these fights right now because the risk of that 3rd party is so huge. But honestly, at the end of the day, these fights, the only person who stands to gain anything here really is Baodao's Hongfly. You know, Chu Sheng has cemented himself in 1st place here. Hongfly, even if he gets both of these eliminations, can't go to 1st place. It just doesn't happen. Dong Qing doesn't stand a chance either, even if he gets both eliminations in 1st place. of moving up into the money, into a podium finish, as it were. So really, Huang Fly is the only one who's got anything on the line here. And the question is how hungry is he for some extra placement into this fight?
He could very easily find himself finishing top 3, as you mentioned. Maybe even higher, maybe even as high as second if he really pops off here at the final part of this game. He is the only one here with legendary armor, and exactly as you said, no one wants to be the one to initiate here, because if you initiate, you're just gonna get third-partied, and that's gonna suck. Huang Fly fighting a little bit of scrappiness with Dong Qing though. May have found himself Chu Sheng instead. They are all very close to each other as this circle is moving in. It's 3 players alive for our last game of the day. The bi-weekly finals here. Season 2. It's all gonna come down to this one right now. Can Huang Fly pick up some kills here and finish higher in that money spot? The circle is getting smaller and smaller right now. It's just a little bit of love taps with the ranged weapons. No one dedicating, but they're not going to be able to do that for too much longer as this circle does encroach on their territory and there's less room to breathe. Xu Sheng here, our #1 ranked player, first in overall points, looking to actually get himself an MVP, as you said. Mr. Consistent coming in first, but not actually finishing first in any of the maps. This could be the one to do so, as Dong Qing now is struggling. He's very, very low. He's going to find himself getting eliminated, but it is Chu Sheng with the ranged weapon gonna bring him down. Now it is a 1 versus 1. Huang Fly versus Chu Sheng, the last fight of our day here in the Nbpl. Who's going to take this one down? Huang Fly finding himself a little bit chunked here. He is going to find himself on the floor as well. That is not where you want to be. This is not boogie time. This is Naraka time. Get off the floor. Get up and fight. Huang Fly trying his best to survive here, but it's Chu Sheng finding himself with that advantage. Is going to get the poke down as well. Huang Fly exceptionally low. The F comes through from Chu Sheng, but it might just be an F in chat for Huang Fly. He is going to fall down, and Chu Sheng coming out on top in the last map and coming out on top overall in the standings.
JDG's Chu Sheng here, going to be the winner of our first bi-weekly solo of Naraka Blade Point Season 2 Pro League. Man, well played by JDG's Chu Sheng. Again, it's that silent player who's able to stealth their way up the leaderboard. I think the consistency is so much more important than having these pop-off games, right? Because these players that have the pop-off games don't have the mental fortitude for it. Every single time we see it, I called it with AOW Mike this week. You know, a lot of people want to look at me and be like, AOW Mike's such a consistent player. Why do you always say, you know, he's got the bad mental? And this is why. If he has a bad game, if he gets killed off the rip, his consistently completely tanks. And he doesn't let it just affect the game that he gets killed off in the rip in. It affects him for the rest of his games for the day. Whatever it is that goes on in AOW's his head, he can't figure out how to come back from that. As soon as his momentum dies, he dies. He's got to figure out a way to overcome that, because it's great to be able to be really good and just be like, all right, cool, I'm doing well, and then do well for the rest of the day. But you're always going to have a game, in a game like Naraka Blade Point, in a battle royale, where there's a little bit of RNG. You come off the rip, you have a bad fight. We saw that he wasn't able to get the armor and weapons he wanted, and he died out early. And from there, he teeters off. He doesn't do anything else. GG Shah does the same thing. He comes in, he has that one big explosive game and is able to get to first place, and then comes into this game, gets eliminated off the rip, and then the same thing. His performance falls off. We see GBL Zin able to just punk him in the zone, almost gets him into the zone and keeps him there. Says, I'm not gonna let you go. Never let the man rest. You got to give it to GBL Zin though, because he made Zin fight for that, and Zin fought tooth and nail for that elimination.
Yeah, he really did. And I mean, coming into the last 2 games here, we had one clear first place, and everything else was up for grabs, and that first place was Mike. And in the end, where does he finish? Like, what was it, like 5th or something, or even maybe even lower than that?
I think he ended up in 4th place overall.
4th place. So, I mean, it's just the fact that anything can happen in these games is so exciting, and the fact that genuinely, like, the points of these games actually add up to so much. Like, legit, like, if you have one bad game, or in Mike's case 2 bad games, that's it. You've gone from being a clear first place player to out of the top 3, just like that. It's all done. And kudos to, as you mentioned, the consistencies of Xu Sheng and Huangfly as well. I actually do want to give special love to Huangfly because I don't think we mentioned his name a huge amount when we were talking about players to watch and all that kind of thing. But bloody hell, where did he come from? You know, like he was just there. He was just always there. You know, like we just didn't notice him, but he was always there. And I think it was actually very fitting, very, very fitting that the last fight that we got there here in Nbpl in game number 6 was between Xu Sheng and Huangfly. I thought that was exceptionally fitting, and they were the two consistent players throughout the day. And as such, they well, one of them finished first, and the other one finished pretty high as well.
Yeah, I do believe Huangfly goes out in 5th place. Actually, because he's able to get into that 2nd place, he's able to edge out another higher placement finish here. And honestly, coming in as low as he was into the Biweekly, not having performed as well as he would have liked throughout the week, being able to climb all the way up to 5th place, he's got to be so happy about that performance. Here, he's going to finish with more money under the belt. I'm sure he's going to go back and, like we said, we talked a little bit about doing VOD reviews and looking at what you've got to do here. But I mean, you know, you climb all the way from 15th to 5th. You've got to be very happy about that performance, especially considering players like WBG Spider came into the day, the 2nd seed, the 2nd most points left over from the week, and finishes all the way down. And I do believe 9th place. Huge disappointment coming out from WB Spider. And this game, look, he picked up 5 eliminations. I kind of thought maybe he was coming back there in the end, and then he gets himself in a situation in the mid game again. He suffered the same issue all day where he does really well into the early game and then just can't make it happen in the mid game. He finds himself in a situation where that aggression costs him every single time, and that's something his coach and him are going to have to go back, look at the games and be like, hey, look, this is where it crumbled. We got to work on this. Because honestly, if you've got 3 or 5 kills, there's no reason in the mid game to aggressively be chasing kills. Again, the average number of leading kills in the Nbpl sits around 4 to 5. If you already have that number of kills, why are you risking that, you know, big finish in the end to go after one more elimination point, right? It makes sense in the early game. You've got that safety net. You've got the resurrection under your belt. Go out, play aggressively, put points on the board. But towards that mid game, where the risk is so high of a third party, you can't overcommit to a fight. Don't get me wrong, you can commit to a fight, but you need to finish that fight up quick. If they get away, they get a reset. It's time to take your blinders off. Don't chase them halfway across the map through 6 other players who are going to see that you're low, because you run the risk of taking all that hard work you put in through the lobby and throwing it out the window. You're not going to get a multiplier. You're not going to get any placement points. And what happens when you do that is what happened to WBG Spider, right? He's just not able to do anything here. Wolves, Kai Bao coming out in 9th place, just shy of taking 8th place. I think our boy WBG Spider might have actually taken 8th just because he was able to get so many kills together in the final game, even though he wasn't able to get the multiplier. Unfortunately, GD's Don Quinn, KZ's Panda Man, not able to overcome the odds here. And EWG's Yi Ron, a player who we expected to do very well. Look at this. He had 8.4 points coming in. He was like 4th place coming into the day. Another player who suffered the same way that WBG Spider did. And now, taking a look at the leaderboard, Wang Liang. Wow, Wang Liang was in top 3 contention. He's all the way down in 8th after 2 big fat losses at the end of the day. Even WBG Spider was able to come up a little bit more with an 8.5 in game 6 from those 5 eliminations that he picked up there. OC Zhang Yu all the way down in 6th place. It's really tight between 6th place and 3rd place, quite honestly. Couple points between every single place here. AW's Mike flubs it out in the last 2 games. His consistency falls apart. He has that one, bad experience. Just can't bring it back in the last 2 games. Badass Huangfly, wow, actually moves all the way up to 4th place. Badass Huangfly, I gotta give you a clap here, man, an applause. You were all the way down in like 15th place at the start of the day. You come in, you put up big points. 4th place is massive for you. Congratulations to Huangfly. GBL Zin able to come back in, bring it in, take 3rd place. And man, of course, JDG's Chu Shang making it happen here today, able to take that 1st place. That consistency coming in clutch, especially after he has a very dominating game at the end of the day. We're going to take a look at the total melee weapon damage here today, because you walk away with some money for this as well. And it's going to be GBL Zin who does the most melee weapon damage at 70,000. That's 10,000 more than 2nd place is Huangfly.
That's pretty impressive. There's a few players there on 50k. No one's in 60k, and then there's Zin in 70k. That's quite crazy. And Huangfly, I mean, I really felt like he definitely flew under the radar a little bit here, but I'm sure the people playing the game, like all our players here, didn't feel like he flew under the radar. He was kicking their teeth in quite consistently, as you can see there, in that 2nd spot. Pretty impressive stuff though from these guys. Like I have to say, like it's like Huangfly and Chu Sheng specifically really impressed me. I think they're, you know, all these damage charts are all pretty close together, with the exception of Shin, who obviously just ran away with it. He was ridiculous. But both of those players had like the pre-posed points of like around 5, I think it was. So as you say, like they started the day way down at the bottom of the table. And really had to make it up as the day went on, and they were both able to do it. Like not only did they finish, not only were they consistent with finishing high, but you know they, especially like Chu Sheng and Huangfly were in the bottom of the people who finished at the top. They were in the bottom 3 who started off with the most amount of points. But enough about us nattering around talking all this nonsense. We got an interview for you guys.
Hi everyone, welcome to the champion interview. I'm Leah. So now we have our first Biweekly Finals champion of solo, and his name is JDG 楚征. So first, let him say hello to us first. 今天楚征跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好。
Okay, welcome. So I know this Biweekly Finals champion is really meaningful for you and for Jingdong Gaming. So how do you think about this champion? 那我知道，其实这一次的双周冠军对于楚征自己，包括对于我们京东 gaming 都是一个意义非凡的存在。那你自己是怎么觉得呢？
我觉得很激动，第一次嘛，第一次夺冠就很激动吧，很开心。
Okay, because it's the first champion for me, so I was really excited for this champion, and I was really surprised. Okay, so actually, through those several games, and before I remember there was a lot of Wu Chen appear in the game, but in this seasons was not. Maybe you can tell us the reason why. 那其实在之前的比赛，包括之前的赛季嘛，吴晨这个英雄在单排里面出现率都还是挺高的。那为什么在这一个赛季就突然就没有了呢？
因为这个英雄打比赛拿不到太高的分，他只有去害别人拿不到分，就能把别人传到毒外嘛。所以这个英雄被 pass 掉了。出了因子瓶之后，因子瓶出来之后，这个英雄就被 pass 了。
Okay, so because I think Wu Chen, this hero, was not quite well to get points because he only have his ultimate like to transmit other opponent to get point. So after Ziping was appear, and we think Wu Chen was not so powerful to use in the game, so we passed to him. Okay, so today is also the Mid-Autumn Festival in China, and you know, Western people like to eat sweet mooncake, and Southern people like to eat salt mooncake. So what flavor you like? 那其实今天也是中国的中秋节嘛，我们知道北方人喜欢吃甜月饼，南方人喜欢吃咸的。那楚征自己喜欢吃什么口味？
喜欢吃豆沙的。
Okay, so 楚征 like red beans paste mooncake for Mid-Autumn Festival. OK， 好的，谢谢楚征来到我们的这个采访，也是再次祝贺你拿下第一周的双周冠军。Okay, so thank Chu Zheng come to our interview. Well, the last moment of our interview, I want to say a word to my fans, and because she gave me a lot of support, so love you, Teddy. Okay, that's all for today's interview. Bye bye.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And man, Leah out here asking the real questions. Do you like your mooncakes sweet or salty? Chat let me know. But in the end there, giving a shout out to one of my favorite people in the Naraka community, Teddy. Teddy, we love you. Likewise, here from the casters as well. Keep being awesome, Teddy. Man, what a day! Fox, you get to come in on solos. It's finals. It's upset after upset. How are you feeling, buddy?
Dude, I'm knackered, mate. Honestly, I'm absolutely shattered. What a day. That was so fun, though. I just love the chaos of it. But the chaos in the sense of, like, you just never knew what was going to happen as far as, like, who's going to take it, who's going to bring it back. Like, Zin had his resurgence. That was really cool. But then it's, like, the kids who've never been here before. Like, oh, that's really cool. And Spiders are killing everyone and then just dying really early. And then it's mental stuff. It's really, really fun to watch. And I had a blast, honestly. I really enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, man, it's Naraka Blade Point is just, it's something special, man. And you know, we've come down, we've seen the format change over the year. The format heavily favors aggression. It's not like some of these other BR games where it's, you know, we're just trying to survive until the very end. It's its own beast, and it really is a spectator sport. I think I've said this quite a few times before.
It's not a caster sport, man. I can't breathe.
No, not at all.
Over and over
it
and
is
over.
definitely for the spectators. But speaking of being able to breathe, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for me and Foxdrop today. We really appreciate you guys coming out, showing support. Make sure you go give Foxdrop a follow over on Twitter. Make sure you give me a follow over on Twitter. Make sure you go give Leah a follow over on Instagram. We love our girl Leah. She's out here with a huge, great Matari cosplay today. That was on point. But ladies and gentlemen, just like you guys are on point. We're on point. Make sure you come back tomorrow because we're going to have our trios finals for our first bi-weekly of season 2. Till then, I've been the Runekeeper. This has been Foxdrop, and you guys have been incredible.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain, they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade